Fine. Before we start working on the project, you have to install Node in your computer. So make sure to come back to the Node website and install the recommended package. You can go with the current one, but I would recommend you to go with the recommended one. So once you install with that, now you are ready to start working on the project. Now, first thing you have to create a folder and we'll call it crypto bot, and in this we're going to write all the code. So before you start writing the code, you have to get the startup file. So come back to the blockchain coder. Here you will find all the resources which I have provided for this project, so you can start working straight away. So it has all the assets and the npm packages. So come back to this and check all the project we have on the channel. Click here, go back to the source code, and here you will find all the project we have built on our channel. So I believe that you guys have followed some of the project. If not, then check that. So click here, go to the recent project, and here you will find all the upcoming project which I'm going to publish on the channel. So we have all of this, and this is what we're going to work on this particular video. So click here and you will come back to this. From here you can easily able to get the final source code which I show you the demo, and you can get the startup file. So we need to get the startup file to start working together. So click here, it's going to take you here, and you can simply check everything. Here I have provided all the information which you need to know. So come back and simply copy the URL, and we're going to simply clone this repository. So copy this one and open your VS Code. Go to open, go to desktop, and you have to pick the folder we have created. So this is the folder. Click and open. Now expand this one and close this one, and now open up your terminal. Let me bring this down and open up your terminal and simply clone the repository. So type git clone and paste the URL and give this dot. This means that you're going to clone the repository in the same directory. If you don't provide this dot, it's going to create a new folder, which I don't want. So hit enter. This will happen very quickly. Here we have simply cloned the entire repository. Simply close this terminal, and now let me take you through this entire folder and file structure which I have designed for this particular project. First thing is remove this one because we don't need this. And now the very first folder we have in our project is the API, because we are using backend for the authentication purpose, allowing user to log into application and create an account. So we have controller, in that we have this AuthController. Right now we don't have anything because we're going to start working together. Then we have the models, in that we're going to define what are the information we want to take from the user as a authentication. Then we have the router, where we're going to keep all the routers, all the endpoint for our backend. Then these are the three folder we have in the API. Now we have to come back to the component, in that we have two different type of component. The body component, so we have all of this component which we have to code together. So this is the body component, and this is the global component, which is going to be available almost in every single pages. And here we're going to simply import all the component. Then we have the context, in that we have these two files, constants and context. In this I have given some important codes which we're going to utilize in our project. So we have the router address and port address, and we have the API of this particular provider. So these are the addresses are same no matter which network you pick, because we are using Uniswap SDK and the contract which is deployed on Uniswap in all the network, and it has the same addresses. So that's what we are utilizing here. And we have this APIs which we have taken from this particular addresses, so we can utilize and make the call. So this one is quoter, and this one is the token. Pretty simple. So these are the important data we have here in the constant. So this is the thing you have to keep in mind. If you have any confusion, you can check the Uniswap doc, and that they have mentioned all the addresses of the contract which is deployed in different network. So from there I got this addresses. Now we have the context, we're going to code everything. We have the pages, this is the AppJS, nothing in here. We have the index, we don't have anything in here, and simply close that one. And now come back to the public. Here I have provided all the relevant resources which we're going to utilize in our project. So we have the CSS file, we have the plugin, and we have the custom styling which we have already done. Then we have the images. So we have multiple images. You can see this is the images for the galleries. We have the dark icon. You can use it as a dark or as a light mode. I have provided you all the icon, but I'm going to work on the dark section. This is the light icon which I have given to all of you guys. Now we have the models, in that you will have all of these images. We have the network, so you can put as many network as you want. All you have to do is to paste the image, and you can simply call it. Then we have the related, then we have the user, And we have two different type of icons. One is this tech web and the other one is CryptoBot. You can use whichever you want. I'm going to use the combination of both, so you will guys will have the flexibility and you can use as per your choice. Looks pretty good. So this is what you will get in the public file. Now come back to the styles, and the global styles I have already written a couple of CSS. It's just a basic one. We have the loader, we have the circle, and we have animation. These are the simple CSS I have written, and we have received all the plugins here, and that's coming from this particular CSS file. We have the selector, media query, this is the loader, close this one, this is the new wrap, new circle, this is the keyframe, close this one. We have the new shadow, keyframe, new shadow, and shadow. So these are the CSS we have written. It's just a basic one for having some specific color. Now close this one. This is what we have, and now we have to work on this. We're going to build a couple of utility functions which allow us to receive and use the function over and over again in our contract, in our bot. And here we have the get ignore, so whatever files you don't want to push to GitHub, that's all I have highlighted here. And here we're going to write the API app.js. Here we're going to do the configuration. This configuration is very important because we are using MongoDB as a backend server for storing the information about the user. So we need to get the database URL and the password. And this three information I have provided, like JWT secret. You can type any text, is totally up to you, but make sure the length should be 32. And here we have the expiry and expiring. So this is the two data we have to get right now. I'll show you how you can get that. Just follow along with me. But this particular string should be greater than 32. That's the only thing you have to keep in mind. Now come back the Next.js config file. So this will remain same. This is the package.json file, and this is very important. No matter when you are building this project, as long as you use the exact package version, everything will be working fine. If you not use the exact package, that's going to create a problem. So this is the name I have given. This is the setup you have to do in the script file, because we're going to start the backend server and the front end in the same domain, in the same root domain. So this is the exact configuration you have to do. We are using this nodemon, which I will tell you that what benefit you will get when you will use this nodemon, because whenever you will save the file, it will restart your server. So we have multiple configuration I have done. So this is what I have provided, and here we have the entire package.json file. In that we are using multiple package for different purposes, which I will explain when we'll start going to use it. Then we have this readme file. Here I have provided some important links, so you guys can check that. And the final, we have the server file, which is going to be the starting point of our application. So I hope so far things are clear to all of you guys. You guys have understood that what folder and file structure we are using, what are the resources you have given, and how you can start working on the project. So let's start with that. So first thing what we have to do is open up our terminal, and we have to install all of these packages. So simply type npm install or npm I. It will install the package very quickly, and just wait, it will happen very quickly. You can see I have installed the package very quickly and everything's working fine. And if you have encountered any error, I would recommend you to install the package one by one, but you won't face any issue as long as you follow this particular process which I have told you. Now once you install the packages, now what you have to do is come back here, close this one, and first we have to start working on our server. So things are looking pretty good, no issue I have so far. Now what I'm going to do is come back here in the app.js, and we can come back to the configuration, and first let's get our database string and the password, because without that we're not able to build the connection with the backend and we can start working on the project. So first we have to get the database password and database string. So for that, come back here, open a new tab, and simply type MongoDB. And this one is really powerful, and if you master MongoDB, then that will teach you a lot of things. So I have a complete course on MongoDB. It's a 14 hours long playlist I have built on YouTube, which you can follow to master MongoDB, where we have built the backend API for NFT marketplace. So this is what we have. Simply scroll and you can check that what are the methods are available which you can call it, like aggregate pipelines, tons of things we have here. So I'm going to start with the free account. You will get exactly the same interface. Maybe you are watching after 1 year or 2 years, the interface will be changed, but the process is exactly the same. Now click here, try free, and here is going to ask you to pick your account. So I'll sign with Google, and I'm going to pick my account. You can pick your choice. Once you will create, it will take few seconds, and finally it's going to ask you a couple of things. So please say agree and click on submit, and just wait. It's going to take few seconds and it's going to redirect and create your cluster. So it's creating your cluster in the backend. Just wait for few seconds, and finally it has created your first cluster. And here they are asking you few information about the project. So what is your primary goal? So let's see what we want to do. So you can pick anything. I'll select this one. Let's select this in less than a year, and let's select this Node JavaScript and Node.js. Click that one, and here we have this particular one. And what we can choose, we can pick, you can pick anything. Click select other, and let's come back here. This one is optional, and the last one is going to be the microservice, yeah, because we are building just for testing purpose. And click on finished, and here they have closed. And as if you have your fresh account, it's going to pop up this particular interface where you can select your first cluster and create your project. So they provide three options like M10 serverless and M0, which is a free cluster, but it will give you a like 512 memory. That is sufficient to build this particular project. So we have this three option, and they have all of the setups. So if you want to go with this, or you can go with this, I will go with the free one. Select this one, or you can pick any one of this. Here they have multiple options, so whether you want to use Amazon provider, Google cloud provider, or AN provider, it's totally up to you. You can simply click here, like you can change if you like. I will go with the AWS, and from here you can able to select the region where you want to locate your database center. So I'm from India, so obviously I will go with the Hyderabad, but if you are somewhere else, you can simply pick your location near to your country. So I'll go with the Hyderabad, and I'll change the name of this cluster. I call it something like crypto bot, or you can keep it as it is. It will be the same. And now the rest should be fine. So I'll click on this free version, and I'm going to click on this create. It's going to create my first cluster, the project. And this is very important. You have to provide this username and password, and you have to save somewhere in safe place. So this is the username, which I will simply copy, and I'm going to keep in my .env file. So come back here in the VS Code, and here I'm going to keep it. So simply comment this one. This is the name, username of the project, and I have to change the password. I'm not going to use the exact one. I will keep it something simple. I'll say like let's call it crypto bot, and that's the password I will use. Simply copy and simply keep it here and comment this one. Once you do this two things, now you have to click on this create user, and here they will open this particular pop-up model. So if you want to add specific IP address from where you can locate and access this API, you can simply add all the APIs, but by providing, you can provide all this address and description and simply add it. But I will make it global so I can access from anywhere. So simply click on this finished and close, and click on close, and this one is will open close. So here it's creating the database. Just wait for a few seconds, and finally the database created. Now we have to change the accessibility. So I want to access my database from any IP address. I can restrict it to one IP address for security purpose. If you want to provide more security, you can do that, but as a development point of view, I'm going to make it access from anywhere, any API. So come back here in the network access. This is my API address. I'll click on this edit, and from here I will click on this allow access from anywhere, and this will change the API, and click on this confirm. So now I can able to access this API, this backend server, from any IP address. So make sure to do this particular configuration if you're using multiple network to connect and access and build this particular project. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. So here we have changed this API accessibility, and come back to the database, and here we have to get couple of information. So you can see we have this connect, view monitoring, and browse collection. So all the information, all the user, all the asset which you will store, that's all you will find in the browse collection. So you can click and you can able to have all the details. Right now we don't have any data, that's why you can see this is the information we get, but once we have the data, it will display the data of that user. So now we have to simply connect. So click on this connect, and it's provide you multiple options to connect with the database. Like the first one is we have is the driver, the second one is the compass, cell, and the MongoDB and Atlas SQL. So we're going to use the MongoDB for VS Code. So click on that, and this is the string we need. This string, simply copy this one, and that's what we have to simply pass in our .env variable. So simply copy this, and now we have to pass it here in the database string, and make sure to replace this one because we're going to use write the password of our database. So simply replace with this capital password, and this is the database string, and now we have to simply copy the password. So this is the database string, this is the password, and here we have that one. So once we get that, simply close this one, and that's the only thing we have to do here. Now we already have a password, simply copy this one, and that's what we have to pass here. So how our database string got formatted: first we have the username, then we have the password, then we have the project name. So far things are pretty clear to all of you guys. Now save it, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So we are done with all the setups for the backend part. Now we can start writing the code for our project. So this is done, close this one, and this is done, close this one, and now we can start working on our project. So come back to the API. So this is the structure which I'm going to follow. First we'll work on the authentication part, where we're going to build the logic, the entire functionality of our backend. Then we're going to move to a login credential, like creating an account and logging. So let's start with the API first. So come back to the controller, AuthController, and here we have to build all the logic like login, sending the token, using the JWT token. That's all we're going to build it here. So let's start working on it. So first we have to import the JWT, and that's coming from the JSON web token. Now we have to import the user model, which we're going to use to allow and validate the data for the user, and that's coming from the model, user model. So these are the two things we need here as a package to work on our system which we're going to build it. Now before we start continuing with the AuthController, we have to build the model, and that's what we're going to work next. So come back here, let's start working on the model here, and let's start building on it. So first we have to simply import the mongoose, and that's coming from the mongoose. Simply import the mongoose. Once we have the mongoose, now we have to import the bcrypt, because we have to encrypt the data before we store in our database. And the reason why I'm following this particular strategy, because sometimes what happen if someone's try to access your database, means your database got hacked. So what will happen, the hacker will not able to access the user information. They cannot able to log in because the password is not in straight format, it's encrypted. So that's the strategy you have to pick always. You have to encrypt the password. You can encrypt anything, but here we are focusing on the password because the process is exactly the same. So first we have to import the package. We'll say bcrypt. Then we have to use this user schema. So this is the general structure we have to follow when we have to use mongoose for generating the model and what are the information we want to take. So this is the schema which I'm designing. I'm calling it user schema. You can call whatever you want. Let's call this new mongoose, and we'll call it schema. In that we have to provide all the data field, all the information we want to take. So the first one is going to be the name, and in that we have to assign couple of validation point, that what type of name we want. So we're going to say that type is going to be a string, and it's a required field because user has to provide their name. So we'll say required true, and we're going to display the message if the user not provide the name. So we'll say please tell your name. So this is the one field, the name, and this all I have covered extensively in the NFT marketplace course API. So come back here and go to the YouTube, and you will find under the playlist, this is the playlist which I'm talking about, and that we have covered every single thing which you have to know about the MongoDB and how to build advanced API. So I would suggest you to first complete this project, understand, and after that take this particular one API course, and that you will master backend development. So in that I have explained everything. So looks pretty fine to me. Now come back in the code. So this is the one field we have. Now we have to take the name as well. So I'll take this. So we are done with the name. Now we have to take the email. So we'll say email. Type is going to be string, and it's a required field. I'll say true. Please provide your email. Then it's going to be a unique. That's how we are validating, because every single email has to be unique. And we'll say to lowercase. In that way it would be easy for us to make the comparison and verify whenever we do in our application. So this is the email. Now once we're done with the email, we have to take the membership type, because we are also selling membership. So type is going to be string, and it will be the lowercase to true, and we'll say by default is going to be no member, not member. So this is the membership type. Now we have to work on the role, because we can have multiple role, but I will go with the two role like admin and user. So let's call this one, type is going to be string, and we'll take this enum. We'll have the two type of user and admin. And by default I will assign the user. Pretty good. This is the role, and now we have to work on the password and confirm password. So we'll say password, we'll say type is going to be string, required is going to be the true, and we'll display the error message, please provide your password. And now we have to work on the password confirm. Same thing, it's going to take this type string, and we have the required field, please provide your password, and it's going to have a validator, because when the user will provide the password and confirm password, we have to validate that. And this confirm password we are not storing in the database, it's just for validation. So let's build a small function, we'll call it validator, and it's going to be a normal function, not an async function. That's the thing you have to keep in mind, because if you use the async function, we're not able to use this keyword. So we call this validator, and we'll use this normal function. In that we'll pass the element, means the password, and here we have to simply return. So we'll say element equal to this dot password. So this is a small validator we have built for the confirm password. So far good, and we have to display the error message if it's not validated. So we'll say please passwords are not the same as. So this is the password confirm validator we have. So what we have done so far, we have installed these two packages, then we have built this particular model like name, email, we have membership type, we have the role, we have the password, and we have the confirm password with this validator. So far things are good, and now we have to work on the schema model, because we have to perform certain actions, certain check before we actually allow user to create account or log in our application. So this is the model we have designed, and now we have to build the schema model called middleware. We're going to have multiple middleware. Let's build that. So we'll call this user schema, and then this is the name we have to provide, because on that we have to build. And here we have to call this pre. And can you guess why I'm using this pre hook? Because this particular middleware will run before the data will save in our database. So that's why I'm calling pre. So we have multiple way, pre, post, that what kind of action you want to provide with this middleware. So we want to run this middleware pre, and in that we'll say save. So before it save, we have to execute this middleware. So I'll call this async function, and in that we'll have this next. And here we have to do a couple of check. So first thing is that we have to check only run this function if the password was actually modified. What I mean by this, that I have to check that whether the user have changed their password or not. If they have changed, then we have to execute it. Otherwise, we have to simply pass to the next middleware. So that's a very simple logic. We'll say if this dot is modified, means if it's false, and we have to pass the name of the field, password, which we are targeting. So if the password is not modified, and that's what we are targeting here, then we have to simply return to the next. In that way, what will happen? It will move to the next middleware. That's why we have this next. That's pretty simple. Again, everything I have covered extensively in the API course, so you guys can follow that, because there I have given multiple example, but in this we are just focusing on the logic and we are building it. So this is the first condition. Now let's work on the second condition, has the password with cost of Ethna. Now we have to encrypt the password, because we have installed the bcrypt function, because we have to encrypt the password and then we have to store it in our database. So we have multiple numbers. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's call this dot password, and here we have to use this bcrypt function. So this is the one we are using. In that, we want to give the name of the field which we want to hash. So we are using this hash function which we have here, and we have to simply pass the password. And here you have to pass the number, that how strongly you want to encrypt the password. So the number, if the number is higher, it will take more time. So if I go with 12, that encryption will happen very quickly. But if I go with 14 or 16, the encryption process will take a little bit time. If the number is high, it will take more time. So I'll go with 12 because that's the industry and standard. So this is what we are doing. First, we are checking whether the password is modified or not, and second, we are simply encrypting the password. Once we're done with that, now we have to come to the third check: delete password confirm, because we don't want to store this delete like password confirm in our database field, because that's just for the verification purpose. We have created that particular field called confirm password, so we don't want to store that. So for removing, all we have to do is to do this call like this dot password confirm to undefined, and it will remove that. And at the end, we have to provide this next, so it will go to the next middleware. Pretty simple. Got it? So this is the first middleware we have. Now let's work on the next middleware. Let me give you a couple of more examples. So again, we'll take this schema, we'll call this pre, and we have to call the save, and here we have to call this function next, and let's do the check. So we'll say if this dot modified means the password, then we have to simply do the another check. So we'll say, so that's the first check. Let's do the second check. We'll say this dot is new, then we have to simply return next. So what we are doing here, we are checking for two conditions. If the password is not modified and the password is new, is this new, then we have to simply go to the next middleware. So that's the simple check we are doing. I hope you guys have understood. Now we can come back here. We'll say this dot password changed at, because if the user have changed the password, we have to store this particular data in the database that when he has changed the password, and we'll call this next. That's simple. This one is the optional one I have created, but this is how you can do it. Now let's give me the one more example. So let's take this user schema, we'll call it pre, and in that we have to check for a condition. We'll call this find. So we have to give this one and call find and slash, and then we have to simply build this particular normal function called function next, and here we have to do the check. So first we have to check this point to the current query. So whenever user will make any query in any one of our endpoint, this is the find method we are using to check the query which the user is passing. So once we have the query because of this find method, then we'll call this dot find, and then we have to simply pass the active. And this is the special method we have in the Mongoose, where you can change the status of the user by saying active to false or true. In that way, you can simply control the user accessibility. So we are using this particular method to change his accessibility, and then we are simply calling the next method. So these are the three demo I showed you. We're going to use one of them in our application, but this is how you can create multiple middleware for multiple layer verification. Once you're done with that, now we can come back here. Now we have to build some of the methods which allow us to verify the password. So this is the method I'm going to call it. You have to use this keyword called method, and then you have to give the name of the method. So I'll say compare correct password, because when the user will provide his password and the password we have encrypted in the database, we have to simply compare both the password, and then we allow them to have an access. So we'll take this async, and it's going to receive the two things: the candidate password and the password which is coming from our database. We'll have this user password, and we have to simply validate that. And how we can do it, we already have this particular library, the package, bcrypt package, and we're going to simply use this compare function, and we'll pass both the password. Because the reason why we are using this bcrypt function, why we are not comparing straight away, because the password we have stored in the database is in the encryption form. So when we'll use this package, is going to decrypt, and then it's going to do the comparison. So this is the method we have for correct password. This is the 1, 2, 3, and this is the method we have built. Let's build one more method for, so let's call this schema. We'll call this method, and we're going to simply call this password change after. So once the user will change the password, what we have to do? So that kind of logic you can also assign. Maybe you want to send emails, or maybe you want to send some sort of data variable in the database. You can do tons of things, but we are going with a simple approach. We'll say password change after, and we'll say function. In that we have to simply receive the JWP timestamp, because when the user will create his or her account, we have to send the JWP token in the browser, which contain all the information about the authentication. So in that we have to simply check if this dot password change at means this particular variable exists in the user data field, means he changed the password. Then we have to simply get the time. So we'll take this pass item, we'll say this dot password change at, and we have to get the time, and we have to simply convert that. Pretty straightforward. Okay, if this particular field exists in our user model, then we have to simply perform and check the timestamp, and at the end we have to simply do the comparison. So we have this timestamp, and we have to check the timestamp which is we have stored in the database string, and that's the comparison. It will return either true or false, but by default we want to send it to false, and that's the simple method we have. Hope so far things are clear to all of you guys. We have built this couple of demo, pre-hook, and these are the two methods we have used for comparing the password and changed after. Now all we have to do is to simply export this model. So we'll take this const user, we'll say mongoose model, we'll say user, give the exact, and we have to simply give this user schema. And now we have to simply import the user model. And that's the only thing we have to do here. That's the only thing we have to do here in the user model. It can be more complex, but this is the simplest and most powerful way to create the authentication using the MongoDBs, which just looks pretty good. We're done with the user model, and now we have to work on the AuthController. So come back here. We already installed all of these two packages. We have imported that. Now we can start working straight away. So come back here. First thing, we have to build a function called SignToken, because we are using JWT, means JSON Web Token, to create the token for the authentication purpose that's going to be stored in the cookie form, and that's what we're going to retrieve for the logging and checking multiple condition. So let's try to build that sign token. In that we have to receive couple of things, the ID, and this ID is going to be the user ID. Then we have to simply return JWT sign, and in that we have to simply pass the ID. Then we have to pass the process dot end, and we already have the string which we have defined in our config file. So if I open this one, this is the string we're going to use it for generating that JWP token. So simply copy this one, and this is the one we have. That's what we're going to utilize it, and it must be at least 32 characters. So let me type this one so you guys won't forget that. Copy, and that's what we have to pass here. So in that way we can use this particular string variable to create our token. Once we have that one, in that we have to pass couple of information like the expiry, when we want to expire our token, and the same thing we can access from our environment variable. Simply copy, and we want this token to be accessed after 90 days, or you can type any date. So I'll go with this 50 or 90. Let's bring 90, perfect, because that's what we follow in the industry. So copy, and that's what we can simply pass here. Like after 90 days, this token will be expired, and user has to simply re-log in our application. So that's what we'll do. It will generate the token. Once we have this particular function, now we have to build one more internal function. And again, everything is covered extensively in this particular API, so make sure to follow if you really want to build in an advanced way. So make sure to complete this project. After that, take this one. So this is the one we have. Now we can come back here, and now we have to create and send the token. So let's create another internal function. We'll say create send token, and in that we have to receive more function. So we have to receive the user, the entire user object like name, email, ID, all of things. We have to also send the status code, and we have to take the request and response. So these are the things we're going to receive in this particular function, and this function is going to be executed when the user will log in or when the user will create account. So we'll take this, and we have to get the token, which is very easy. We'll call this sign token, and in that we have to pass the ID of the user. Provide this. it will generate the token for this particular user, and it will contain all of this information. Once we have the token, now after that we have to do a couple of things. We'll check this request.cookie, and in that we'll say JWT. I'm calling JWT. You can call whatever you want, and in that we have to simply pass the token. We'll pass the expire, and it's going to take the date. So we'll take this new date, and that will take the date dot now, and we have to simply provide all the date. So it's totally up to you that what date you want to set. So here we have this cookie expired to 90 days. After 90 days it will expire, and let's pass that one, and let's convert it into second. So first we have to simply multiply by 24, then multiply by 60, then 60, and then we have to multiply with this 1000. So it's in the millisecond. So once we have this expired, now we have to check this HTTP only. So this API can be used on like secure system or unsecure, like means HTTPS or HTTP only. So we'll say true, but here we're going to build a small logic. So we'll say that secure request dot secure, otherwise we'll say request dot header, in that we'll say x forwarded proto, and that's going to be equal to HTTPS. So what I'm doing here, if it's secure, then take the secure object. If it's not secure, then take the unsecure object. So what I'm doing here, I'm telling to my cookie, if it's secure, then take the secure version. If it's not secure, then take the unsecure version, because I want to run this API in both secure or unsecure. So this is the exact setup you have to follow. If you want to know about the cookie storage with this particular method, there's tons of documentation is there. You can simply read about it, and you can add multiple variables in that in your cookie. But this is the most advanced one we follow in the industry. So our cookie is ready. Once we have the cookie ready, then we have to simply remove password from the output, because we don't want to expose the user password. So let's remove that from the output. So we'll take this user dot password to undefined. So in that way, user will not have the password. It is there in the database, but it will not have in the output, because we're going to send the user information as well, but I don't want to send the user password. So then we have to simply send the response. We'll say status code status. In that we have to send this status code. We're going to send the information in the form of JSON, and we'll say status is going to be success, means user have created or login successfully. Then we have to send the token, and then we have to send the entire data of the user, means user. And that's the only thing we have to do here in this create send token. So what we are doing, first we are getting the user object, then status code, request and response, then we are getting the token, then we are sending the cookie based on the expiry date and secure format, and then we are sending this particular one to the user back. So these are the two internal functions we have, which we're going to use in login and sign up. Close this one, and now we have to work on the actual function, because most of the functionality is already done. We have to build the simple logic. So now we have to work on the sign up. So we'll say exports dot sign up is going to be an async, and that we have to receive this request, response and next. Then we have to simply get the new user, because user will create his account by calling this particular endpoint. We'll call this await user model we are using, and we are calling this create method. In that we have to simply pass the data. We already have this particular user model, and we are calling this create function. This is the one we have. All of this function and model we have built, that we have already on that as a, which we can simply call it. Pretty good. Come back here. Now we have to simply pass all the information. So this is the one. We have to pass the name, which we have in the request body dot name. Simply replicate this one, and we already have the email in the body. We have the password, and we have the confirm password. And this data is coming from the body, because when the user will provide all of this data, is going to be available in the endpoint in the body, and that's what we are getting. So once we have all of this, and that's what we are taking. We are taking the name, we are taking the email. This is already defined. and we are defining the role as well already, but we are taking password and password confirm. So come back here on the authentication. Once we have all of this information, now we have to simply pass all of this to our create token and send. So let's call this create send token and pass the user, new user. We have to pass the status codes to be 201 for create, and we have to pass the request and response. And that's the only thing we have to do here. So that's the only thing for our sign up. And now we have to work on the login. So let's call this login, export, login. Exactly the same thing we have to do. Request, response, next. Then we have to get the user. So we have to get the data like password and email from the body. So we'll take this email and password, and that's coming from request.body. Once we have this information, now we have to simply validate whether the user have provided these two information or not. We can do this verification in the front end, but I want to keep it more secure, so I will do it in the back end. So let's take this. We'll check if the email and password exist, which we can do it very easily. We'll say if email is not there and the password is not there, then we have to simply send this particular response. Status is going to be 400 JSON, and we'll say status is going to be fail, and we'll say the message call, please provide email and password. That's pretty fine. That's the first check. Now if the user have provided the email and the password, now we have to do the verification with the password we have stored in the database. So we'll take this to check if the user exists in our database and the password is correct. We'll say the user, we'll call the user, and we have to simply call this particular method called find only. This is the method we have in the Mongoose, which is a very straightforward. All we have to do is to simply check, send the email, pass the email, and we have to simply get the password. And here we are using the special method called select, because in the output we are not displaying the user password. So we have to tell that we need to take this password during this function call so we can compare it. So we'll say select and we'll call it password plus password. So this is the method which we can call in the function to get the specific data from the database. So once we have that particular user, you can see this is the function we have called it. Here we have this, and here we are setting the password, user password to undefined, means we don't want to throw this password in the at the successful function call. But here we need, but when it's come to the login, we need that password for comparing purpose. Now once we have that, we can say if user, and we have built this particular method which we're going to call it. So we'll say await user. This is the method I'm talking about. So this is the method correct password, and we have to simply pass this two information. Come back here. We'll say correct password. We'll pass the password of the user which he have written and the password from the database. So we'll say user dot password. Pretty good. Once we have that, here we have to simply send the response. We'll say status 401 JSON, and we'll say status call fail if it not matches, and we'll display the message. We'll say incorrect email or password. So this is the second check. We are comparing the password from the user from the database, or if it's passed this particular condition, at the end we have to suddenly send the successful response. So we'll call this create send token, and we'll pass the user status code 200 for OK, request and response. Pretty good. And that's the logging functionality we have here. So first we have get the information like email and password. We have checked whether the email and password user have provided. Once we done with that particular check, then we are checking whether the password is correct or not. If it's correct, then we have to simply send the token back to the user and log him into our application. That's pretty simple. That's what we are calling here. So this is the login. This is the internal function we have. Sign up, login is done. And now let's build one more endpoint which allow us to buy the membership. So we can come back here. We'll call this membership. It's going to be a very straightforward. We'll say buy membership, async, request, response, and next. First we have to get the update, because that's what we're going to do. Is by default it's not membership. we have to simply update that to the membership the user wants to buy. So we'll call it await user model, and we'll call it find by id and update, because we are updating. That's a pretty straightforward name. All we have to do is to simply pass this request.body user id, then we have to simply pass the data we want to update. So we'll say membership type, what I have called membership type. Simply copy that one, and that's what I'm going to replace, and I have to replace with the data. We'll call it request.body membership type, and it will update the data in our database. And we have to run the validator as well. So let's call this one new true, and we'll say run validators, we'll call it true. So whatever validator we have assigned in our entire model, that's going to be run once again to check all the condition which we have assigned. So that's pretty straightforward. Looks pretty good. Hope things are clear to all of you guys. These are the basics things which I have covered, and that's the only thing we have. So once the user do the update and take the membership, we have to simply send the response. So we'll say status code is going to be 200 JSON, and we'll pass the title. We'll say your account, and I can send the user with the updated information. That's pretty fine. So that's the only thing we have to do here. What we have done, first we have used this method to find and update the user information to his membership, and that's the only thing we have to do here. Looks pretty good. So we have taken this. These are the internal functions: sign up, login, and membership. So far things are clear to all of you guys. So we are done with this user model. We have done with this AuthController. So close that one, and this is what we have. Close this one as well. Now we have to work on the router, and let's work and build the 3 endpoints: login, sign up, and buy membership. So that's going to be a very small one. So what we're going to do is, let's come back here, and first we have to import Express. Then we have to import the AuthController, the one which we have built just now, and that's coming from the, let's say, API controller AuthController. Once we have these two, now we have to build the router. We'll call it router, and this router is coming from Express router. Once we have that, now we have to build the endpoint. So we'll say router.post, because we're going to post the data, and let's build the endpoint. So this is the endpoint /SignUp, and we're going to call the function we have built, and that function is available in our AuthController. So we'll call AuthController.SignUp. Replicate it, change this to login. This one is login, and this one is membership, buy membership, and this one is buy membership. Save it. Pretty good. If I come back to the controller, you can see these are the methods we have built, which we have exported, and that's what we have called. And that's the only thing we have to do here. Once we're done with that, simply export the router. So we'll say model export router, and that's our router is ready. This is pretty straightforward. Looks pretty good. Close that one, close that one. So we're done with this controller, we are done with this, close this one, we are done with this router, and we are done with this as well. So far things are pretty good to me. No issue we have. We are done with all of these model, router, and controller functions. Now we have to work on the AppJS. So let's come back here. Here we're going to receive the Express. Then we have to import the cross, because we want to allow access in all the endpoints, in all the domains. And you can see here we have installed the cross, and using the exact version you have to use. Now we can come back here. We have to do the configuration of the user model. So we need user. We'll say user router, and that's coming from /API router and user router. That's what we are getting. Pretty good. Now we can come back here. We have to run the middleware. So this is the middleware we have to get. So first we have to get the Express. Then we have to call this app.use, and then we have to assign express.json. If you don't provide this, you're not able to store the data in the database, because we have to use this JSON. And here we can define the limit. So like how big file you want the user to upload. So I will go with 100 KB, which is too big. Depending on your application, you can simply provide that one. So 100 is perfect. We have this. Now we have to use this app.use, and that we have to use the cross, and let's provide it on a global object. Let's pass the option. So we'll give this star, and it's going to be a cross as a global one. Now we can come back here. We'll take this routers app.use, and let's build the endpoint. So we'll say /API v1. You can give any version. For example, you have multiple version of your backend, so that's what we generally follow in the industry. v1 for first version, v2 for second version, v3 for third version. So this is the structure I'm building. You can build any structure, but just follow this. This is the v1 version and the user, because that's the data set we are using. That's why I'm giving this user. If I have multiple data sets for the NFT, so I will call NFT. In that, I'm going to store all the NFTs and perform all the authentication related to the NFT in that. But we are focusing on the user authentication. That's why I've given this name. So try to give the relevant name to your project. And I'm going to simply call this user router. So whenever any request will come to the user endpoint, it's going to get through this, and it's going to get into the router, and from there it will automatically take whatever request user have made. So once we have that, now we have to simply export this app, and this app we're going to import in the server file. So that's the only thing we have to do. What we have done, we have simply built the router. You can see when the request will come, it will automatically take any one of this endpoint which user have called. Close that one. That's the app file we have. Now we can work on the server file, because server file is the starting point for our application. So come here and let's work on it. So here you can see that we have used node-mon server.js, means this is the starting point. And this looks pretty fine. Now we can start working on the server straight away. So come back here. First thing we have to do is we have to import the Mongoose, and that's coming from the Mongoose. Then we have to import the Next, because we want to run the backend and the front end in the same route, in the same domain. So that's the configuration we're going to do. So it will start the backend and the front end in the same domain. Because sometimes what happens that you want to run your backend to different endpoint, means different domain, and front end in different domain. But here I'm focusing in one particular domain to run this backend and front end. So we'll take this required Next, and we have to do a couple of configuration. We'll take this dov env, because we are using environment variable. Let's import that particular package. Then we have to do the configuration. We'll take this dev if process.environment is .env. If it's not production, then it will take the development. Simple. We can come back. We'll take this next server. We'll take this next, and that we can simply pass the variable we have created called dev. So it will take whether we are in development or production automatically. Now we can come back here. We'll take this handler. We'll take the next server get request handler. So we got our handler. Now we can come back here, and now we have to configure our .env file. So we'll take the package, then we have to configure the path. So ./config.env, because it's in the root directory. Now we can come back here. Now we have to import our app model. That's coming from our ./app. Once we have our app model, now we have to build the connection. So building a connection with the database. So we'll say db stand for database, and we're going to say process.env. And now we have to replace the password with actual password. So we'll take this data. This is the exact variable we have to take. Simply copy, and that body we have to pass. And on that we have to call this particular method replace, and we have to pass the variable which we want to replace with the variable. So I'll take this string, and now we have to simply copy this portion, because this is what I want to replace with the password. And we already have the password in the same config file, so simply copy, and that's what we have to pass. So what this particular function will do, it will replace the password with the actual password. And now we have to simply call a couple of methods on that. So we'll take this mongoose. Okay, I call this mondu, so simply change this to mongoose, and that's what we have to call here. we have to call this connect function, and we have to pass this database string, and we have to also pass the configuration, because this configuration is very important, and the package version we are using for Mongoose, this is the exact configuration you have to do. If you go with the updated one, it has a different configuration. So this is the exact configuration you have to do as per the package we have used. So we'll say use new URL parse to use create index true, and the last one is going to be use find and modify false. So this is the exact configuration you have to do as per this particular package. So this is the package we are using, and this one has this particular configuration. Looks pretty good to me, no issue we have so far. And I can see here we have this user, so we have to simply replace this one. So this one looks fine, new user, and replace this one, use create index. It's going to return a promise, we have to resolve that, and we'll say then, and that we're going to simply receive. We'll console log out this particular message, database connected successfully or successful. You can type whatever you want. So in this way, if our database is successfully connected, we're going to simply console log out this particular message in our terminal. Once we have built the connection, now we have to simply define the port, that what port we want to use, and this is the port we're going to use it both for production and development. Now we can take this next server, in that we have to define the prepare then, and in that we have to define both the server and the front end. So we'll take this app.get, we'll define this star, and we'll say request response, and that we have to simply call this return handle, and we'll pass this request and response. So in this way, what will happen, that our server will start and is going to have all the requests which user going to make on the endpoint we have developed. So this one is for the server, and now we have to work for the front end. So we'll take this app.listen port, and it's going to take the callback, and we have to simply start our server. So we'll say console.log app running on port, and I'm going to show the dynamic. So change this to template literal, change this one as well, and we can display our port. So our port will also run. So this is the exact configuration you have to do. In the first one, we are running the backend, and the second one, we are running our front end. So that looks pretty good. We are done with this entire server file. No issue we have so far. Everything's working absolutely fine. All of this configuration we have done successfully. And this is the .env database connections and the server and the front end. Close this one. Now we are done with this entire API section. So this is the AuthController, this is the user model, and this is the router. And we have the app and the server. So we are done with this entire front backend API. Now what we can do is we have to start this particular server file. So open up your terminal, and if I come back here, you can see I'm using this particular command to start the dev environment. So all we have to do is to run npm run dev. It's going to start our application, and here I'm getting some sort of error. So it says database name must be a string. Okay, I know what is the problem is happening in our database string. So come back here in the database, and you can see this is the name of the project I have given, project 0. So make sure to give this particular name. This is the name you have to provide in the database string. So come back here, and here we have to type project 0 and save it. Once you do that, it will fix the issue, and simply start the server one more time, npm run dev, and this time you can see things are looking fine. Database connection successfully, and app running on port 3000. So far things are pretty good. Our server is running fine, and we have successfully connected. If you make a request, you can see this is our front end, and our back end is also running absolutely fine. So that looks pretty good. No issue we have so far. Definitely we're going to test all of this functionality, and we're going to connect in our front end, but it's working good. Now what we have to do is come back here in the server file, and this is also looking good. No issue we have here. So we are done with all the functionality in our backend. Everything's working fine, and now we have to work on the front end. So what we have to do is come back in the component, and we have to work on each one of this component one by one. So template type RAFCE, it will generate this boilerplate. And if you want to know that how I'm generating by templating this particular command, because I have installed a particular extension. So if I come back to the extension, you will see I want you to install this 3 extension. The first one is this one, auto rename tag. If you click, you can easily able to rename any of your HTML tag. For example, if I want to rename this, so if I rename this h1, it will automatically rename the close div, close tag. You can see if you change one, it will change the other one. So this one is pretty good extension. Then we have to install this env.env, because you can see that in my .env file I have this colorful code because of this particular extension I have installed. And the next one, you have to install this one, ES7 React Redux React Native snippet. So I have simply typed RAFCE, it will generate the boilerplate for me because of this extension. So install these 3 extension. This will save a lot of your time for generating the boilerplate. So this is the boilerplate we have generated for the add token. Looks pretty good. Simply type RAFCE, it will generate the boilerplate. Let's do the same thing for all the component. RAFCE, home, network, price, profile, setting, token exchange token, top exchange token, then we have trade, and we have trading. So we have generated all the boilerplate. Now simply close all of this open component. So if you want to close it, simply type press command W, it will close. So let me close that very quickly. So we have done with all that. Now we have to work on the global one. Let's do the same thing for footer, header, loader. We have the login, moving submenu, preloader, we have search, and we have sidebar, sign up, and use timeout. So all of this hooks looks pretty good to me. So we are done with that. And now what we have to do is we have to import all of this component in this index file. So let's do that. So first we have to import the body, then global, all of that we have to import. So let's call this global component. We have to import first global component. So say import, give the name of the component and the file. So this file is coming from the /global, and we need this header. Simply replicate this couple of times. So duplicate all of this, and now simply change this one to, let's say, footer. This will be the loader. This one is login. This one we have moving submenu. This one is preloader, search, sidebar. We have this sign up, and we have this use timeout. So all of these components are imported successfully. Looks pretty good to me. Now simply copy and change one by one. So this one is footer. So do that for all of them. We got to do it very quickly, so just wait. Now come back here. Let's do the same thing for the body component. We'll say body components. Let's import the home, and that's coming from the body/home, and replicate this couple of times and do the exactly what we have done above. So this will become our top trade token. This one will be top exchange token. This one network. Then we have AddNetwork, price, profile, setting, add token pair, and the last one we have is trading. So all of these components are look pretty fine, and now we have to simply export the component. So let's do that. We'll say export. We have to export the header, then footer, and now we have to simply change the name. So let's come back here. So let's change this to copy and paste here. Copy and paste here. This one is network, paste. Add network, paste here. This one is the price, paste. Profile, paste. Setting, add token pair, and trading. And we have to do exactly the same thing for all of the global one. So simply copy, and we have to paste here. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, and copy and paste. Now we have to export all of the components. So this one is the search, then we have moving menu, then we have preloader, sidebar, home, trade token, top exchange token, networks, add network, price, login, sign up, profile, and we have this setting. We have add token pair, then we have trading, and the last one we have is the loader. Save it, looks pretty fine. And this one is token pairs, so copy and paste it. So we have imported and exported all the components. So this is the general convention which we follow in the industry for exporting the component. In that way, when someone else will review your code, they can easily be able to identify that what exactly you have done. So this is the exact tree you have to follow. So we are done with this component structure, and now we can start working one by one. So before we start working, come back here in the global CSS file, and this looks pretty fine. We have already done the setups. Come back to the pages, and now we have to do the setup in the pages. So go to the app.js, and here we can do the configuration. But before we do that, let's do the setting in the context. So remove this, we'll come back to the context, and let's do the setup. So come back here, and this is the ABI and the routers which I have provided already. So don't need to do anything in here. Come back to the context, and let's type RAFC. This will generate the boilerplate. Simply remove this particular section, and now we have to import a couple of things from React, like use state, use effect. Let's do the setup. So once we connect our context management to our application, after that we're going to work on each one of the functionality which we're going to connect with the front end. So we got this. Now we have to import the ether, then we have to import the XCS package, then we have to do the internal import. In that we have to simply call export context, because this is what we're going to call in our component to get the data from our context management. In that we have to simply say react.create context. Now we have to build the provider. So we'll say export const, and I call it provider. In that we have to simply pass the children. So we'll say children, and we have to simply return this particular section. We're going to define all the variable, all the function, and we're going to export it. Now let's take a variable called, let's call this trading bot, and it's going to be trading bot. So this is the variable I have taken, which I will show you how you can display and get this particular variable. So once we have this variable, now let's just write down all the functionality. Let's build the boilerplate for the functions which we're going to create for making the trade possible. So this is the one function we're going to create. So let's call this load initial data, and it's going to be an async type. We'll have to catch the error. We'll take this try and catch, and we'll simply console log out the error object. So this is the function we have to build, and now we have to work on the other function buy. Simply call buy token. It's going to be an async, try and catch, and console log out the error. So this is another function we're going to build. So this is the second function. Simply copy this one, and now we have to work on the sell function. This will call sell token, change this to sell, And the last function we have to build called trade. We'll call it trading. So these are the 4 functions we're going to create, and after that we're going to simply return that. So here we have to take this context. On that we have to call the provider, and let's close this context provider. We'll say provider. Okay, not from here, just provide this here and remove this one. Inside that we have to pass the children, and this is the exact setup you have to do. Now if you want to access the variable and the function, you have to simply pass here. We'll say value, and here we're going to simply pass down all the function variable, all the function which we want to receive in our application with the help of context management. So this is the variable I have created, so this is the one. Let's pass that one. So we'll say trading bot, and let's pass the trading function, because these are the 2 functions we're going to use it. So whatever you will pass, whatever variable and function you will pass into this value, that would be available in your context management, and you can simply call it. So this is the exact setup you have to do if you want to use for context management. Now we have to simply wrap this entire application with our context, so we'll have the data. So let's do that. Come back here in the app.js file, and here we have to simply first import our context. So we'll say internal import, and we have to call this, let's say it's coming from our -- context. In that we have this called provider, and that's what we have to wrap with. And we have to also take the toaster, because we have to display the error message whenever the transaction will complete. We have to display the pop-up notification, and we're going to use this particular library for displaying that. So it's coming from React Hot. It's a React Hot Toaster. React Hot Toast. I guess I have not installed this particular package. Let's come back here. Okay, we don't have this particular package, that's why we are not getting this suggestion. So simply copy this one and install. It's pretty easy. Open up your terminal. You can see this particular library is not there. This particular package is not found there. So simply do one thing, split your terminal and type npm I and paste, hit enter. It's going to install the package. Now everything looks pretty good. Now we have this particular package in our project, so we can utilize that. So it looks pretty good. Now we have to simply wrap this entire application with our provider. So take this fragment. Inside that we have to take the provider. We have to simply close the provider, and we have to simply cut and paste inside this. In that way, what will happen, that whatever data will pass into our context provider, that would be available in our application, because this is the configuration we have done. Now let's remove this. Looks pretty good. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the libraries and the JavaScript file which I'm using for animations and styling purpose. So let's import that. We'll take the toaster, because that's the global. You can attach this toaster individually in the page, but we are going with the global approach, so we don't need to paste this particular component in every single page or every single component. Now once we have that, now we have to attach the JavaScript files. So we'll say, so let me show you the JavaScript files. So right now we have these 3 files, and that's what we have to simply attach. So we'll take this type. We'll say type is going to be text/JavaScript, and now we have to provide the source of the file. So source, first we have to get into the JavaScript /jQuery.js, and we are using this particular version, like 1.0.0. so this is the version we are using. It's a huge package. Now all you have to do is to simply replicate this 3 times, because we have to import 3 files, and change the name to plugins. This is the plugin, same version, and this is the JavaScript file. So let's import that to init, and that's the only thing we have to do for the time being here in the app.js. So this is the setup we are doing, because we want to use external JavaScript library and we want to use our context provider. Now if I reload the page, you can see everything is working fine. We have no issue, no problem. So that means we are going good. Now we can come back here. Now this is done. Simply close this one, and now we have to work on our index page, because that's going to trigger every single component and all the context data. So now what I'm going to do is, so this is the index page we have here, and things are looking good. Now first we have to import a couple of things from React: use state, use effect, and use context, because we are using context for getting the data. Now let's come back. Let's import the Axios. Then we have to import the Ether. Now we have to import the toaster. So we got all of these packages. Now we have to do the internal import. So first let's import the components. So this is coming from our component. So from dot component slash index. Now come back here in the index and simply copy all of this. And that's what we can simply pass, because all of this component is going to be utilized in the home page and it's a single page application. So we're going to make it dynamic. That looks fine. Now we have to import the context. So that's coming from the context. Let's import the context. Once we have that, now we can simply get the data. So we'll take a variable call and we'll pass this use context. In that we have to simply pass the context. In this way, what we'll have now, if I come back to the context, and this is the variable we have exported from here. So if I want to access this trading bot variable, I can simply copy this, or I can copy anything, copy and paste here. In that way, I can easily able to have the access of that particular data. So if I show you, if I take this h1 and if I want to display this particular data trading bot, I can simply pass it as a prop. If I come back to the front end, reload the page, you can see we have the access of this particular variable. So this is really powerful. So we got the data, our context is working absolutely fine, the setup is done. Now we're going to start working on the functionality. So this looks pretty good. I hope you guys have followed so far and things are pretty good to all of you guys. Now simply close all of these open files. This is good. Now what we can do is simply remove that, and now we're going to work on the application, and let's call all the component. So first we have to call this particular component called moving submenu, and we have to call this preloader. So this is the two component. If I reload the page, you can see that we have this two component. We can easily able to import and display. Now let's start working on the moving submenu. So simply remove this, and I will have a class called techWeb -fn -fixed, and it's going to be a dynamic component. We're going to just attach the entire menu list with the help of the JavaScript or dynamically. So we'll take this UL, and that's the only thing we have to write here in the moving side. Everything will make sense. If you save, you will find that this will not display in the front end because it's going to be displayed in the mobile device only. So save it. Now come back here. Now only we have preload, because that's going to be a dynamic component. So if I do the inspect element, you can see we have only the preload. Things good, looks good. Now come back here. Now we have to work on the preload. So let's build this one. So what I'm going to do is let me make it side by side so you guys can see that what we are exactly working on. So let's assign a class called techWeb -fun -preloader enable. You can see we got that in center, and now we have to simply add the CSV file. So simply remove this and add a CSV icon. So this is the icon which you have to create. Let's call this CSV and close that CSV. Inside that we have to take this two line of circle code we have to write. So we'll take this circle and we have to close this particular tag, and we have to assign this particular variable, because most of the functionality will come from the JavaScript files, the external library we are using. All we have to do is to provide the structure. So we'll say class is going to be first circle. It will have the CX 50%, CY means height is going to be 50%, and we're going to have the radius is going to be 110. Simply save. You can see we have this circle. Looks pretty good. Now we have to add the second circle, and that's going to have the animation. So simply replicate this. All you have to do is to change the class. So we'll say second circle and save it. And there it is. The animation is working fine. We got the loader. Pretty good. And this loader will run every time whenever the user will come and reload the page. So that time we're going to trigger this particular loader. So far things are look good. We have done with the loader. Now close this one. Now we can come back here. So we are done with this two component, and now we have to work on the next component. So what I would like to do is come back here, and you can see, let's take a couple of variable. So we'll take a state variable, and let's comment this one. Let's take the variable called use state, and we're going to call this active component, By default, we want to open the home page. Then we'll have another one called use state, and this will call the membership type. And by default, we'll say premium. Then we'll take another one. This will be called auth backend ID, and this will have the empty. And you can see we have this white. And the reason why we are facing this issue, because our backend and the front end is running. And when you are running front end and back end on the same domain during the development, it takes a little bit time to apply the styling and changes you are making in the component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the back end and focus on the front end for a time being. So before I do that, come back here. Let's type hey. You can see nothing is displaying because our backend is running and it's taking a little bit time. Reload the page, and you can see here it is. We have to reload the page because the backend is running, and due to that we are facing that issue. So come back here and open up your terminal and stop the application. We have stopped. Now we have to do the changes in the config file, the package.json file. So come back here, and here we have to do is, so this is the package.json log.json, not in this file, in the package.json. And here we have to change that. Instead of running this nodemon and the server file, we have to run the def environment. So we'll change this to next, replace this one for a time being. Okay, as long as we are working on the front end part, we have to simply disable the backend. We'll say next def and save it. And now you start the application. So this time the front end will start. So we'll say npm run dev, and looks fine. We have started the application on localhost 3000. Now we can simply reload the page and there is no problem. You can see still everything's working fine. Now let's make the screen side by side and drag it here. Close this one, and this is also done. Now here we are in the index page. Now come here and let's take the other state variable. So we'll take this use state. This will call the networks, and it will be an object. Then we'll take another one. This will be the network name. It will be an empty string. Looks good. Now we can come back here. Now let's build the notification. So let's configure that, because we are using the toaster. So this is the package we are using. Let's configure that for the success message and for the error message. Let's call this one notify error. It's going to take the callback function. We'll pass the message, and in that we have to pass this toaster.error, and we have to pass the message and the duration, that how long we want to render the notification component. So I'll go for the 2 seconds. Same thing we have to do for the success. Simply replicate it and change the method. This will call success, and we have to call the success method. So this is our reusable model component which we can simply call. Now simply replace this one, and now we have to work on the component exactly. So first we're going to render the dynamic component, means the sign up page, because that's the very first page a new user will see when he will try to access our application, means account create page or login page. So let's take this active account. If it's equal to sign up, then we have to display the sign up component. In that we have to simply pass the prop, means we have to pass the XCS package, and we have to pass this set active component, because if it's already have an account, then we have to allow them to log in. Looks good. Okay, why I'm getting this one, and let's give this one and save it. So this is our dynamic component, but right now you can see nothing is displaying because we have to change that. So if I come back here in the sign up component, let's import a couple of things very quickly. So we need this use state, we need this use effect back here, and we have to simply receive the props. So we need to receive the, let's say, what are the props we are sending? We are sending the Axios and the set active component. So receive the Axios, simply copy and paste here. Now we have to copy and paste here. So these are the two props we are receiving. Now we can come back here. Now we have to take a variable. We'll say that use user, and it's going to be an object because we have to take a couple of information from the user like name, email, password, confirm password. So let's define that. We'll say name, we'll say email, password, and confirm password. So these are the four information we are taking. Looks pretty good to me. Now let's build a function which allow us to update this particular object. So we'll take this handle form field change. All we have to do is to call this particular function on the input field, and it's going to update this particular data. So in that, we're going to receive the field name, like field name and event. Once we have these two, we have to simply call this set user, and we have to deconstruct the object, and then we have to simply update that. So we'll say field name e.target.value. So in that way, we can easily able to update the data. Looks pretty good. No issue we have. Why I'm getting this particular warning? Let's see. Save it. What is the problem? And here we have to provide this comma, and that's fine. So this is the function. Looks good. So we got the function. Looks good. Now we can come back here and let's build the logic for authentication. So we'll say call create account. It's going to be an async. In that we have to pass the event. Now we have to take this event dot prevent default because we are using the form component to submit the data. So once you're done with that, we have to build a if statement. So we'll say if user dot name is empty and the user email is empty, or user password is empty, or confirm password is empty. In that we have to throw the error message. We'll say user password confirm is empty. In that we have to simply throw the error message. We have to return, and we can say console.log. We'll say please provide all the details. Save it. It's pretty fine. Now what I can do is, instead of using this console log, we already have this toaster, the error component, the notification component. So I can simply copy. So simply pass here in the component, and I can simply copy that. I can receive that as a prop, and I can simply paste here. In that way, what will happen, this will display the pop-up message. And now we can simply do the same thing with the success component, because once the user will create his account, we have to display the success message as well. Let's receive as a prop. Done with that, we'll display this message that wait, creating account. So this is a notification we'll do when the user will when the account creation will take place. And simply close this one, and we can come back here. Let's take a try and catch. In that, we're going to make an API request. So we'll call it API. So before we start working on the API, let's work on the component. Let's build the skeleton, and we're going to simply attach the functionality. So let's come back here. Let's take a class. It will have a class called tech web -fn -sign. And in that we can take this div. It will have a class called sign content. Inside that we'll take a h1. It will have a class called logo, and we'll say design by $. Save it, and simply save this one. And let me change this. Right now you can see this component is not visible because we are rendering the home component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to render the SignUp component. So simply copy this particular one, and let's paste here and save it. And here we have the logo, and this particular logo is getting triggered by JavaScript. Remember that class we have called login, and because of that it's getting triggered. If I change this to home, you can see this is the home component, but if I change it to sign up, it's signage. Looks pretty good. Okay, don't need to worry about that. We're going to simply make it work. If I make on the big screen, this is what we have here. And if I make it side by side, let's bring it here. If I comment this, it's gone. So it looks pretty good. Now this is what we have. Come back here, and we'll say form. Let's remove the action, and let's work on the form component. So let's assign a class login. It will say have another class called form content. Inside that we'll take another. It will have a class called form title, and we'll say sign up. There it is. Then we can come back here and let's take a div. We'll have a class called form user name. In that we'll take the label and we'll assign a HTML for to user login. Inside that we'll take this name, and here we'll have the input field. We'll say text. It will have a class called input. We'll call it onChange, and on that onChange we're going to simply call the function we have built. So we have this handle form field change. In that we'll pass the name of the field which we want to update and the event. In that way it will update the data in our user object. Got it? Pretty good. Now what we have to do is we have to simply replicate this 4 times. So simply copy and paste, paste and paste. Now we have to change the data. So this one is going to be email. Then we have the password, and this one is the password. And this one is the confirm, password confirm. Make sure to give the exact name which we have given in our user object. Simply copy, and that's what we have to simply pass here. And that looks pretty good, but I can see that our design is not that up to mark. Okay, we'll try to fix that. Just let's work on the skeleton. We'll see what problem we have in the code with this styling part. Now we can come back here. Let's take a div and let's attach a button. We'll have a class called form alert. Inside that we'll have a anchor, and we don't need to redirect anywhere. Simply remove that. It will have an onClick function, and on that onClick we have to simply call the account create function. So we'll say create account, and we have to pass the event, and we'll say have a class called tech web function button, and we'll have call span. We'll have say create account. There we have the button. Pretty good. Now we can come out of this form, and we have to display the short notification bar if the user have created their account, so they can simply log in. So let's display that. It will have a class called sign this, and we'll take a paragraph and we'll say not a member. Then we'll take this anchor, remove this one. We'll have an onClick, and we have this particular function. We'll say set active component, and we have to open the login component and save it, and we'll say login. There it is. Pretty good. Now if I make on the big screen, you can see it's not up to the mark. If I reload the page, we have to check the CSS name. So if I come back here, and I found the problem we have in the CSS class name, so make sure to give the double slash. So make sure to do the double slash in all the places. Do that, this one, and this one, and this one. So once you do that, everything will work fine. You can see our component looks absolutely perfect. No issue we have. Reload the page, and this looks good. If I open this and try to write, so let's come back here and let's try to console log out this user object, and let's try to get the data. So we'll say console.log user, and let's test that whether our data is getting updated or not. So right now we don't have anything. Reload the page. Now let's type the name. Okay, I'm getting this error. Let's see what's the problem I have. Let's make on the big screen, and I can see there it is. So I have to remove this M. It's say users. Save it. Reload the page. Now you can type the name. It's getting updated. Type the email. Type the password. So everything's getting updated. Pretty good. Reload the page, and that looks fine. We got all the data. Now what we're gonna do is simply come here, and now we have to start the backend, because this time we're going to simply call the API and allow the user to create their account. So come back here in the package.json file, and let's bring it back. Let's bring it here, and let's change this to nodemon server.js. Save it and stop the application running, and let's restart the server and the front end npm run dev. And here we have started our database and the front end. So it looks pretty good. Close that one. Now come back here, and now we have to build the logic to connect and make a API call. So that looks good. Come back here, we'll take this cons, we'll say response await xcs, and we'll take an object, and we have to provide all the methods and the data and the endpoint. So first is going to be the method, and the method we have to make is the post request, because we're going to send the data to our backend. Then we have to define the URL. So this is the URL we have built. So let's take this template literal, take this slash API slash v1 slash user. So this is the endpoint, and we have to simply call SignUp. I hope you guys haven't forgot that. If I come back here in the AppJS, so first it's going to take this root, and then on that we're going to simply call this, because all of this, in that we have all of these methods: sign up, login, and buy. If I show you the API, this is the route we have built. All we have to do is to simply call. So this is the URL. Now we have to provide this with credential, and the reason why we have to provide this to true, because in response we'll get the cookie, and we want to store that cookie. If you don't provide, you're not able to store the cookie, and it will create a problem. So make sure to provide this with credential true. And we have to provide the data. So the data is going to be the name, and this data will be available in the body. So remember, in the backend we are receiving the name, email, password, and password confirm from the body, because that's how we can send the data in the body and receive in the function. So name, replicate that and change this to all. This will be the email, this will be the password, and this is the password confirm. So make sure you have to check your spelling. So once the API call will be successful, it's going to give us the response, and we have to receive that response. So we'll say if response.data.status is success, because that's what we are sending. If it's success, then we have to perform something. So if I show you the control, once the user will create his account, this is the response we're going to send it, success, and we'll have all of this data, token, and the user information. So these are the information we have to receive. So come here, if it's success, then we're going to simply notify the user that you have successfully created your account. So I'll simply copy this one, and that's what I'm going to simply display and change this to, let's say, account created successfully. Then we have to simply store all of this information in the local storage, so we can retrieve the data into our different component. So let's store the information. We'll say local storage set item, and let's give the name. I'll say user membership, because by default when the user will create his account, he's not a member, he's not taking any our services, so we have to store that information as well. So we'll say user membership, we'll say response.data.data user, and in that we have this membership type. So this will store the data in the local storage, and from there we can simply confirm that. So this is the user membership. Now simply copy and replicate 2 times, and now we have to simply store the token. So we'll say crypto bot and backend. So in that we have to store the user ID. So we'll say user ID. Once we store the user ID, then we have to simply store the token. So simply replace this one, and we'll say crypto auth token, and this will be the token. Save it. Looks pretty good. This is the one which we try to access here. Once we're done with that, we have to simply reload the browser, and that's the only thing we have to do here. Okay, now else, if the response is not in our favor, means if something's went wrong, we have to display this error message: something went wrong, try again later. So looks good. And the same thing we have to do here. Here we're going to simply console log out the entire error object. So we'll say console.log error object. So this looks good. So what we have done, first we have built the user object, then we have built this particular function which allows us to update the user information. Then we have this create account function where we are doing all the check and sending the response and storing the information in the local storage after the successful account creation. So far things are pretty good, no issue we have. Now we can simply test that out. So simply reload the page, and you can see things are pretty good. Now what I'm going to do is, let's test this out. So our application is running successfully, server is also running successfully, no issue we have. Let's save it, so it will restart the server. reload the page. Now let's pass down all the information. So if you come back to the application, these are the old information I have stored in my local storage, so I can simply remove that, and all the information is going to be stored here in the local system. Come back here in the console and let's provide the details. So we'll say Daulat Hussain, I'll say email daulat@gmail.com. Let's assign a password. Let's assign a password 123 and click on this confirm. You can see notification is working fine, but we haven't created the account. Okay, if I come back to the error, there is no error, no information, and here I can see something went wrong in our backend. So if I bring down up here, and here I'm getting this particular one, unhandled rejection Mongo error. DB already exists with a different case, already have. Okay, I do understand that it's there a problem with the name. I have provided this 0 in our project name, and because of that I'm getting this particular error message. So it's not a big deal, and these are the things you have to know, because these are the very important things which you have to know, that how to debug this particular error. So the problem we have is this particular 0. So if you remove, it will fix the issue. So that one we don't need to provide in our database string. So once you save, it will work fine. So simply restart the application, because it's going to read our environment variable. So stop the application from running and let's restart it, and this time we won't have any issue. Save it. It looks fine, no issue we have so far. Now we can simply create an account. If I come back to the database, right now we don't have any information and everything looks fine. Now come back here and let's create an account. So we'll say Daulat Hussain, let's give the email, let's give the password, let's give the confirm password, and call it create account. So here you can see the account is successfully created. We got the notification. If you check the application, the local storage, you can see we have all of this data. We have the user membership, but our token is not displaying. Okay, it says undefined. It says undefined, but the ID and the membership is fine. Okay, maybe I have done something wrong. If you come back to the database, if you go to the browser collection, you will see that we have successfully created one user, and there it is. We have the password is in encrypted form, we have the email, we have the name, we have the role, and we have the membership. That looks good. And this is very important. You have to encrypt the sensitive data in your database. Never ever try to expose the important credential. So if you are using private key of any user for transferring the fund, you have to encrypt those crypto wallets address for being on the safer side. Now what I will do is, I can see the token is getting undefined. So I can do one thing. I can simply come back to my code and I can see the problem. So I know what more problem I have made. So this is fine, don't need to do anything in here. Simply close this one, close this one. Here we are in the sign up, and this is the problem we have. So instead of getting the data access from the data user token, this data is available in only the data. Okay, we don't need to get into the user information. So simply remove this one and remove this, and this time it will work fine. Save it, because this date token is on the out of this user object, and save it. Looks good, pretty good. And now we can simply do that. So come back to the database and I can simply delete this particular user, and let's create one more account and reload the page. Now come back here in the, right now we don't have any user. Come back here and let's try to fill out the details, and I can see the local storage. Just go to the application and remove all of this information, and let's provide this Daulat Hussain. Let's give the email, let's give the password, let's give the confirm password, and create account. And the account is successfully created. If I show you this application, there it is. This is the token we is displaying. This is the backend, this is the user memberships. Looks pretty good. So we have done with the sign up. Now we have to work on the logging functionality. So this is good. Remove that one. We are done with this, and now we have to work on the login. So again, it's going to be a dynamic one. So we'll take this dynamic component, we'll say active component. If it's equal to login, then we have to render the login component. Otherwise we don't need to render and nothing. So we'll say login, and that we have to simply send the props. So we'll say set active component, and we have to send the XCS, and we don't need to send anything if it's not login. Now what we can do is we can come back here, and it's going to be quite similar with the sign up one. So we can simply come and receive the prop, we can receive the XCS and receive this as well. And what I'm going to do is come back here in the sign up, and this is the exact structure we're going to follow it. So what we can do is we can simply copy this. Let's copy and paste here. Let's do one thing, and these are the huge things. Simply copy this entire user object, form field, and the function, and we have to simply modify this couple bit. So if I come back here, we need this notification as well. Simply copy, and that's what we can simply receive. Let's receive that as well. So simply copy this one and paste here. Let's provide this n, and looks good. So we got our login component, and now we have to modify that. So we don't need this, we know in this looks good. And we have this one as well. We'll say API login. We can simply remove this because we have to verify only two details. Remove that one as well. Change this one, save it. This is the notification. Change this information, email and password. Then we have to remove this one. No, let's keep it, and let's change the message. We'll say wait, log into your account, and here we have to change the endpoint to login, and the rest would be fine. And here we have to change the name. We have to change this confirm password. That's the two things we have to send. And once the user will log in, we'll have the same thing. So this is going to be the same. Don't need to do any changes, because when the user will log in, we have to store this information in the local storage, so we can verify another component. And this is fine. So that's the exact thing we have to do. No need to do any changes. This looks absolutely fine. Here we have to check for if condition, because when it's getting failed, we are sending the failed statement from the backend. So we'll take this, we'll say response.data.status is going to be fail. Then we can simply render that. So that's the check we are doing. Pretty good. And status, and this will be the message, because we are sending the message from the backend. And this is the same, don't need to do anything. So our login functionality is ready. Now all we have to do is to work on the JSX part. So that's pretty easy. All we have to do is to simply copy this one and paste here, and we have to simply remove couple of fields. We only need email and the password. So come back here, let's change this particular one name. Email is going to be there. Let's change this to in, and this is the password is going to be there. Let's remove this confirm password, and let's change this particular function name. So this will call API login, and this will call login. Save it, and this will be sign up, and this will be sign up. Save it. Now if I reload the page, you can see we got our sign up component. And if I close that one, and if you can switch click, so this is the problem we have. It's there, sign up. Why it's not in the middle. If you click on this login, it's going to open the login component. Perfect. Sign up and login working fine. So come back here, and this is what I have. Now come back here in the code, and I can see here I have to provide this slash one more, and this will fix the issue. Save it, and here we have the in the middle, and this looks good. No issue we have. Let's do the inspect element. This is 100% responsive for mobile device as well. And come back here, and now let's try to log in the user. So what I will do, I'll simply go back to the application. I'm going to remove all of this information, remove that one, and let's try to log in. So let's pass the name, email, sorry, and let's pass the password. Click on this login. It's saying waiting, but nothing happened. So let's do the inspect element, go to the applications, and we don't have any data. Means something went wrong. Here we got a XCS fail message that incorrect email and password. Okay, so something wrong in our backend in the login functionality. So if I come back to my database, I can see in my collection, okay, my bad, the email is $Hussein. You can do one thing, you can simply validate the email very easily by adding a simple function called email validate, which will validate the email in the front end. You can see I have given the name instead of the email, that's why we are getting the error and we are not able to validate that. So that's a very easy fix. You can do one thing, you can simply delete this one and let's create a fresh account. So come back here, go back to the sign up and let's try to reload the page and let's create an account. So this will say Daulat Hussain. Let's give the email. I'll say let's call it daulat@gmail.com. Then we have the password 123, then we have the confirm password and call it create account. And here the account is successfully created and we have the one user and the data is successfully stored in the backend. Pretty good. We have the user email. Now we can come back here and let's try to log in. So before we log in, we have to remove the information from the local storage. So we have all of this, remove that one. Come back here, let's go to the cookie is also getting stored in the cookie object. So you can see we have this cookie and site data, in that we have the cookie store. You can do the authentication from this particular cookie or the local storage, both are fine. So let's come back to the login and let's pass the email daulat@gmail.com and let's pass the password, pass 123 and login. And finally we have successfully logged in. If you check the application, in that we will have all the details like the token ID, user ID and the membership details. Pretty good. So we are done with this authentication section. Is absolutely working fine. Now we can come back here, close this one, close this one, close this one and close this auth. We're done with all of this. Now we have to build the skeleton, because we're going to have a multiple component on a page and it's a single page application. So we have to open the component based on the user interaction. If it's click on the trading, we have to open the trading component. So let's work on that. So this is where we're going to write down all the component and build the logic. So let's make it side by side. Right now we are open this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this sign home component. Right now, again, I have to simply stop the application, the backend part, otherwise it's not going to refresh and going to create a problem that every time I have to switch my account, I have to switch my screen and I have to simply reload the page. That's, I don't want it. Simply stop the backend part and do the changes here in the package.json file. Simply type next dev and save it and restart the application. So that looks pretty fine. We have started our front end. Now let's split the screen. Let's do that and drag it here, and now we can start working on the front end. So here we are, pretty good. We'll take a div and it will have a class called tech web -fan -wrapper. Inside that, we'll take a div, it will have a class called tech web fan wrap. Inside that, we're going to display our search. You can see there is a search component. Then we'll display, okay, I made a mistake, simply cut this one and paste here, not here in the logging component, but we have to build it here. Save it, and now we have to import the header. There is a header. Let's send the prop, so we have to send the network name. Okay, let's bring it back and we'll pass inside this network name, and we have to set the set active component, because we'll allow user to simply switch from different component from the header as well. So this is the set active component. Then we have to display our sidebar. In that we have to send the props, so we'll set this set active component to set active component, and we'll also take a dynamic block, and that will say if. So these are the three components we have defined, like search, header and sidebar is the global component, and it's going to be in all of the component no matter which page user is interacting with or which feature user is interacting with. Now we have to work on the body component. So if we'll say active component equal to home, then we have to open the home component. We'll say home. If active component equal to TradeTokens, then we have to open the trade tokens component. Inside that we can send the prop, but we'll do it later. Now if active component equal to top exchange tokens, inside that we have to display the token exchange, top exchange token. Then we'll have active component equal to networks. Then we have to display the network component, and in that we can simply send the props, network name, and we have to set this set network name to set network name. Then we can say active component equal to trading. Then we have to open the trading component, so we'll say trading, and let's send the prop. So we'll send the XS prop, and we'll send the function, the trading function we have built in our context. So for the time being, let's call this trading. Let's keep it empty because we haven't imported, and that's what we have. We have to send actually a lot of data, so for the time being, let's keep it as it is. Now we have to say active component equal to pricing. Then we'll say price component we have to reflect. If active component equal to profile, then we have to render the profile component. In that we have to send the prop set active component to set active component, and we'll have the active component if equal to setting, then we have to open the setting component. Simple. And by default, if active component equal to add token pair, then we have to display the add token pair component. Otherwise we have to go with this empty component. So this is the structure which I'm following. You can see it's quite huge, and we have multiple component based on the active component we are opening. And this looks pretty fine. I'm getting this warning. Simply remove this for timing and save it. Right now you can see by default we are opening the home component, so you can see the home component is open. We have search, header, sidebar, and home. Looks good. So far things are pretty good, no issue we have. Now we can do one thing, we can start working on the component. So this is what we have. Now click on the component. So the thing we want to work is, let's see which component we can start working on. So these are the imports we have done. We have taken this state variable, and these are already done. We have done with the sign up and login. Now we have to work on the search and the header on the sidebar. So let's start with the sidebar. Then we're going to work on the other component. So let's do one thing. Let's simply open this one, and let's copy this one, and that's what we're going to simply import and work now. Simply receive the prop. So let's make on the big screen, and now we can simply start working on it. So let's start the application. So click here, and let me take you to the package.json file, and this time we are running only front end because we're going to work on the front end, and we have already checked in the last video that the backend is working absolutely fine. So simply type npm run dev, and it's going to start our application on locals 3000. Reload the page, and there it is. We have the search, header, sidebar, and home. So that looks good. Now what I'm going to do is, let's make this screen side by side so we can see that which component we are working on. So close this one, close this one. This is what we go to work next. Now let's do one thing. Let's come back and import a couple of things from React. So we need use state, and here we're going to create a couple of variables. So let's create a variable called active, and this is going to tell us that which component is active right now, so we can apply the CSS. By default we're going to open the home page, and if I show you the inspect element, let's bring this down and let me try to expand it on a desktop screen. So that's how it's going to look, and this is the first variable. Let's come here, let's create a array because we have to display the side menu, array 1. So we'll have the menu, and this is called home. Then we'll have the icon, and it's coming from the image folder. There we have the icon called light icon and light/17 png. So you can simply come and you can check. I have provided all the icons, like you will have the dark mode and the light mode, but in this I'm going to use the light mode icon. So all of these icons you will have in the light mode, which you can implement. If you want to go with the light theme, you can take the dark mode. So this looks good. Now simply replicate this couple of times and let's change the name. So this one is going to be trade token and change the icon. This one is 14. Change this to top exchange tokens, and this one is 7, and change this to networks, and this one is 15. So we have this 4 menu in the first array. Now let's create another one. Simply replicate that and change this to array 2, and we have to change the name. So this one is going to be called add token. Change the icon to 10. This one is going to be trading, and this one is called pricing, and this is profile. So let's replicate it one more time, and this one is going to be add token pair. Now simply change the icon to 19. This one is 4. This one is 16. This one is 6, and 10 is fine. So we got 2 array. Now we can come back here, and if I go back to the index file, here we have to see. So this is what we have. One thing you have noticed that this is the exact name we have given to the menu. So this is the trade token, because this is what we're going to provide in our active state component. This one is top exchange token, this one is network, and this is the exact name I have given to my side menu. So close this one, and now we have this 2 array. We have the active state. That looks fine. Now we're going to come back here and let's create a function called logout. So user will click and they will log out from our application. So let's create a function, and I will say local storage remove item, and I want to remove the ID, authentication ID, which we are storing for the authentication purpose. So we'll say crypto auth token, and we're going to simply remove that variable because this is what we are storing in our local storage. So that's the logout function, and after that we're going to simply reload the page, and let's save it. Okay, I'm getting this error, not a big deal, and cut this and paste inside the function. That's fine. Looks good. So far things are pretty good. This is how it's going to look on the mobile device. Now we're going to start working on the JSX. So let's remove this. Let's take a class called tech web fan left. So this is the convention I'm following for the main component, so make sure to follow the exact way. And we'll say left panel. You can see you have seen the blink. Then inside that we're going to take a div. It will have a class called mobile dash extra closer. Will come down, and it's going to be a block element. You can see we are not into this particular div. Let's come down and let's create another div. It will have a class called left panel dash logo. If I make on the big screen, let's see, this is how it's going to look, and inside that we have to display our logo. So we'll take a anchor. It will have a class called fan dash logo. Inside that we'll take a span. It will have a class called full logo. Inside that we'll take our image, and the image is already given, image slash light logo png, and we'll have a class called desktop dash logo. So that looks good. You can see this is the colorful sidebar we have. Looks good. Now simply replicate that and change this to retain logo. Okay, remove that one and simply call it retain logo. There it is. You can see the logo we have here. Now simply copy and replicate this entire spam with the image tag, and now this one is going to be the short logo because we have 2 different type of logo, one for the desktop and the other one is for the mobile, and we're going to change this to icon. So we'll say logo dash desktop mini. That's one we have. Now here we have to do the changes, and I'll say crypto .png. So that's for the mobile device. Looks fine. We're done with this, and the logo and the class is going to be the same. So we got this 2 logo for mobile and for desktop. Now come back, we'll take an anchor and we'll have a class called fan dash dash. So here we are using 2 dash That's the thing which you have to keep in mind. When I'm using 2 dash, you have to use the 2 dash. If you use 1, the styling will not work. So we'll say fan dash dash closer, and it will have another class called fan dash dash icon button, and we'll have a desktop dash closer. Inside that, we're going to take the image and we're going to provide the image. So we'll say light icon, light, and 22 PNG. So that's the icon, and you can see that's the arrow we have. So simply replicate this. Let's have a class first. So we call it fan dash dash svg, and now we can simply copy and paste here, and we have to do only changes for the mobile here. So we can call it, let's say, mobile and closer. So there it is. You can see we have this beautiful icon which is working fine. You can click and you can open our sidebar and on both the devices. So if I try to bring it out, you can see here looks fine. So this is the our arrow tab. We got it. Now we can come back here. Let's come out of div. Let me give this comment. I'll call it component. Let's close that one, and here we're going to take a div. It will have a class called left panel dash content. Inside that, I'll take a sidebar. So this is the reusable component I'm going to create, which will allow us to generate our menu, sidebar menu. In that, I have to send a couple of props. So we'll set this set active component to be set active component, and then I have to set this set active, that I will send at a prop, and I will set the active state as well, and I have to set the array. So we have two different array. So I'll say array arm1, and I will set the title, and in that I can call it, let's say, start here. So this is the component which we have to create. So the best way to create, you can create in a separate file, but I'm going to create on top. So come back on top and let's come here. Let's create this particular component. I'll say sidebar component, and it's going to be a normal function. So in that we're going to receive all the props we have sent. So let's make it instant call. So first one is going to be the array, the second one is going to be the title, then we have the set active, and we have the active state, and we have the set active component. So these are the props we are receiving. Inside that, we have to build the JSX, which we're going to render. So let's take a div. I'll take a div, and it will have a class called nav dash group. Inside that, I'll take a h2. It will have a class called group dash dash title, and it will have the title. So we'll say title. There it is. You can see our loader is working absolutely fine. So it's working good. Now let me do, so just me wait. So come back here and let me reload the page, because it will, I have to close this one, reload the page, and you can see we have this sidebar. Everything's working fine. If you click, it will close, it will open, close. So it's 100% responsive. You can see it's getting collapsed and it's getting expanded. So that looks pretty fine. So that's a good starting point. And here it's also working fine in the mobile device. You can see you can simply close and you can open that. Now come back here. Now we can take a UL. It will have a class called group dash dash list. Inside that, we'll take a dynamic because we have the array. So let's render that. I'll call it map. Inside that, I will take the menu. I will take the index, and I have to make it instant return. So we'll take a li. It will have a key. It's going to be index. It will have an on-click function, and on the on-click function, we have to simply change the set active component. So user will click and we'll open that specific component. So in that, we'll pass the menu, and inside that, we'll display the anchor and we'll display the menu. So let's attach our on-click function, and in that, we're going to simply change the state, the active state. So I'll call this menu.menu, and it will have a class, because on the base of that, we have to display the active class. So before we add that, let's display the menu. So I'll take a span. It will have a class called icon. Inside that, we'll display our image, the icon we want to display for each menu. So we'll take this menu icon, and there it is. Now we have to attach a class for the icon. So we'll have a class called fn dash dash svg. You can see it looks pretty good. Now we can come out of that and we'll take another span. It's going to have a class called text, and we'll display our menu. There it is. Looks pretty good. Not a big deal. It's having really great. Now what I'm going to do is let's attach active state. So let's take a class, and we'll take this dynamic class. We'll say that dynamic class will say fan dash dash tool tip, and it will have a dynamic class as well. So we'll say if active is equal to menu dot menu, means whichever the user is clicking, if that's the menu is selected, then I want to apply this particular styling active, otherwise I don't want to apply. You can see the active state is triggered, and we have this highlighted active state on the home component. That looks good. Now let's come back here, and let's that's the active state. Let's come here, let's attach one more class. I'll call it, let's say, menu dash dash item. Let's take this data position, because this is the name which we have to give because in our JavaScript, and I'll call this right, because it's going to be come from the right side, and we'll have the title, which is the menu. Pretty good. And that's our, if you click okay, I'm getting this particular error on the network, so this looks fine, but here we are getting this particular error. So if I click, I'm getting this warning. Maybe I have done some sort of name conflict, that's why we are getting this, but for time being we'll just go like that. So you can see everything's working fine. The active states, all our things look good. So let's bring it here. Now this looks fine. Now what I'm going to do is, this is the component we have built. Now all we have to do is to simply call the component and pass the relevant information. So simply close that one, close this one, simply come back here, and I'm going to replicate the same thing. So I'm going to have one more menu, simply copy this one, and that's what we have to paste here, and change the data. So the only two data we have to change, the title and the array. So let's call this one to user tools, and this will be the error 2. Save it, and here we have the list. Looks fine. It display all the data. So we are done with the sidebar. Now let's create one more component, because it's going to be the logout button. So let's take a div. It will have a class. We'll call it nav dash group. Inside that we'll have a h2. It will have a class called group dash dash title, and we'll display the title called control. Inside that we'll take a ul. It will have a class called group dash dash list. Inside that we'll take a li. It will have a class called, let's say, it will have an onClick function, and on the onClick function we're going to simply call the logout function we have built. So this is the function which we have to call. Simply copy, and that's what we can simply pass. And here we can simply call it the anchor. Remove this one, and it will have a class. So let's call it fn dash dash tooltip. It will have a menu dash dash item. Inside it will have a data position. Let's call it position, and we'll say right. It will have a title called log out. There it is. Now we can simply call the name. We'll take a span. It will have a class called icon. So we'll display our image for the logout, which is inside the image folder. And let's get the light dash 10 png. There it is. And it will have a class called fan dash dash svg, and we'll display our text. So it will have a class called text. In that we can display the logout. Okay, I have to wrap as a string. There it is. Now looks fine. So far things look good. If I make on the big screen, you can see this is the entire sidebar we have. Nice. We can simply scroll down, and we can click all the component, and that looks fine. If we click, you can see the browser reload, means we have successfully removing the key which we are storing in the local storage for authentication. It's also working fine. Now this is good. If I click on the network, we are getting this particular error, and I know why it's happening. So just wait, I'll show you. So here I found the issue. You can see this is the variable I have taken. So if I reload, if I click, I'm getting this error. So if I come back here, this is because of this. So here we have taken a variable called networks, and the component name is also network. So I'm going to make it small n, and that will fix the issue. The moment I'll do it, it will fix the issue. If I reload the page, and now we'll not have that issue. Okay, because we're having the duplicate name, and because of that we were getting that issue. So our sidebar is ready. It looks good. Now we can come back here, close this one, and close this one, close this one, and close this one, and looks good. Now what we can do is come back here, and now we can start working on the search and the header. So before we start with the search, let's click on that, and let's make side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So let's bring it here. Let's open this one, and there it is. Pretty fine. That's the header component. Let's receive a couple of things from React. Use state, use effect. Now we have to import. So let's receive the props. So what we have sent the network name, and we have this set active component, and that's what we can receive. Looks good. Now we can come back here. Let's take a state variable. So we can take this user detail, because when the user will create his account and he will provide all the detail, we're going to store that in the local storage, and from there we can simply get it. So we have this user details. It's going to be an object, and we can come there. We'll take a user membership, and these are the two state variable we have. Now we can come back here. We'll take an use effect, and now we have to get the data from the local storage. So we can take this const user, we'll say json.parse, and we'll take this local storage.get item, and we have to assign the key which we're going to assign to store the data. So this is what I'm going to assign for user profile. So this is the variable which I'm going to assign, and it's going to be have all the data of the user. Let's do the same thing for the membership. So let's call this JSON parse, and here we're going to call this user membership. This is the name what we have given in the login and the sign in. So this looks fine. Now we can come back here. We'll take this set user membership. In that we have to simply pass the user membership, so it will be stored in the state variable. And same thing we have to do with the user detail. So let's say user details. That's fine. So we have set the user details and the memberships, and now we're going to start working on the JSX. So let's take a class. It will have this tech web dash fen dash header, and let's remove this one. We'll have a div. It will have a class called header dash dash left. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called fen dash dash token dash info. Inside that we'll take a span. It will have a class called token dash summary. Inside that we'll take a span. It will have a class called count. We'll say A stand for account, and now we have to display the network which user have connected. So it's going to be a dynamic data, and we have this network name. That's what we will display. Looks good. Let's change this to text. Good. Now if I close, right now you cannot see anything. Let me expand it. Okay, so let's try to continue. Now we can come back here. Let's come down. We'll take a dynamic block. We'll say user membership if it's not equal to not member, because by default this is what we'll have. If user will buy, we're going to change the status of the user membership. So we'll say if user membership is not equal to not member, means user have purchases some of our services. So we'll take this anchor, and we'll say on click, and we're going to say set active component to the trading component. Means user have taken, so he can start trading, and it will have a class called token dash upgrade, and we'll have this tech web dash fan dash button, and in that we can say, let's call it we'll say take a span. It will have a text called start trade. This is when the user will purchase our membership, but if he hasn't purchased our membership, then we have to display the upgrade component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply copy this one and paste here, and all we have to do is to change this to upgrade, and we have to change the component name to pricing. So user can go to the pricing component and they can purchase our membership. So if I make on the big screen, you can see this is the account, and here we have this upgrade because user haven't bought our membership. So that's also working fine. Looks good. Now let's make it side by side. Okay, let me make side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. There it is. Okay, let's do the inspect element, and there it is. We have, let me try to drag it here, and there it is. Now you can see that, so we can see what we are working on. So we are done with the button, and you can simply open, you can close. That's also working fine. Now we can come down, and we have to work on the search and the profile image. So we can come down here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called header dash dash right. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called fun dash dash nav dash bar. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called bar dash dash item bar dash item dash search. Inside that, we'll have an image. So we'll go to the image folder, then we'll go into the image icon folder, and from there we have to get the light dash 5 image. So this is, and we have a class called fun dash svg. So fun dash svg. So there it is, small icon. Now we can come down here and we'll take a div. It will have a class called item dash pop. It will have the data attribute called data position. We'll call it right, and inside that we'll take the input. It will have a placeholder called search. There it is. Right now this is not working, so this is what we have. Now we can come down here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called bar dash item, bar dash item dash user. Inside that we'll take the anchor, and let's remove this one. It will have an on click function, and we'll say set active component to the profile, because we're going to display the user profile, and it will have a class called, let's say, user dash opener fun dash tool tip. Inside that we're going to have the image, so we'll display the user. So we'll have this user detail image. Once the user will upload his image, that's what we're going to display. If it has no image, then we're going to display the default image, means the logo. So we have to get into the image folder, and from there we have to get our crypto.png image. There it is. Now come back here and simply cut this. So I see the problem, so simply cut this particular div, and that's what you can simply bring it here. And from here, so this is the one component. Let's cut this one as well and wrap this in this entire div. Save it, and there it is. The styling is applied. So make sure to do these changes. Okay, this is the entire component, and which is inside the f dash nav bar. So this is the two component. Looks good, and that's the thing we have to do here. You can see everything is looking pretty fine. Our header component is working, but still our click event is not working on the search bar. So there is some problem which we have to look into. So looks fine. Let's close this one, and now we can start working on the search bar, because we haven't built the search bar. So what we expect to open the search component, so we have to work on the first. Now we have to work on the search bar. Now come back here. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. And that looks pretty good to me. Let's bring it here. We have the icon. Everything looks pretty good to me. And let's start the classes. So we'll take this called tech web dash fun dash search bar. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called search dash bar. Inside that we'll take an input, and it will take the text, and it will have a class called search dash input. It will have a placeholder called search here. There it is. Now we can come back here, and we'll take an image, and we're going to have our icon. So we'll go into the light icon slash light, and it's a 5.png. So the search icon. Okay, it's not opening. Just continue working, and that's the image we have. Now it will have a class called fun dash svg, and it will have the search dash icon class. Looks good. Now we can come back here. We'll take a span. It will have a class called search and dash closer. Inside that we'll take an image. It will have the light icon, and we have to get the icon. So we'll say light dash 18 png. So that's our close icon. It will have a class called fun dash svg. So that's the second, the close one. Now we can come out of that div, and let's take the div. It will have a class called search dash result. It will have a div. It will have a class results dash title. Inside that we'll take this result. We'll come out of the div, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called results dash list. Inside that we'll take a UL. It will have a li, and it will have an anchor, and we're going to simply redirect to the user wherever location we want, and we can provide the link of the place where we want to redirect the user about the relevant information. So we can say artificial intelligence. So that's the first thing I'm providing. the relevant resources. Now all I have to do is to simply replicate this couple of times, and I'm going to change the text. So this one is going to be like something: learn about the impact of AI crypto trading bot. This will be the welcome to the blockchain coder developer guide, and this one is the take the blockchain advanced development course. I hope you guys have checked the course which I have, where we have learned every single thing which you have to know about the blockchain development. So make sure to check that out. So this looks fine. That's the only thing we have to do here. We have all the components, and that's the search component is absolutely ready. Now if we come back here in the header, and I have noticed few things. So this is the account, and here we have the sidebar, and here we have to add one more thing. So if I click here, nothing is happening, and the reason why it's not happening because we have to attach a function. So the rest would be fine, no issue we have here. So come back here, let's do one. Come back here and let's take a div. It will have a class called item dash opener, and it will have a title is going to be search. Simply cut this one and wrap this entire image inside the div. Save it, and now it's going to work. You can see the styling is applied, and if you click, it's going to open the sidebar, and here you can simply search and hit enter. It's going to open the list where user can click and redirect and have all the information. Pretty good. I hope you guys can appreciate that. So this search bar is looking absolutely fine. If you check on the mobile device, that's also working fine. You can simply search it. So we are done with this. Looks pretty good, and we are done with this entire search bar as well. So we are done with the most of the important component. So we have done the search header, we are done with this preloader, moving menu, sign up, we are done. We are done with the stew, we are done with the sidebar. Now we have to work on the home component. So get into this, and this is what we're going to work now. So let's split the screen so we can see what exactly we are working on. And looks fine. Let's bring it here, and this looks fine. You can see, pretty beautiful. This one is also good. Now we can come back here, and first thing we have to do is we have to import a couple of things. So let's call it internal import, and we have to import the footer, and that's coming from our index component. Then we're going to simply apply the classes. We'll say tech web dash fn dash content. Inside that, you can see there is a home. Let's remove that one. We'll have a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fun dash page. Inside that, we're going to take the div. It will have a class called tech web dash fun dash home. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called section dash home. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called section dash left. Inside that, we're going to take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fun dash title and dash holder. Inside the div, we'll take a h1, and it will have a class called text. Let's call it title, and we'll call it automate your crypto trading. There it is. You can see we have this nice message. Now we can take a paragraph. We'll come out of the div. We'll take a paragraph, and we'll have the description. This DESC. This stand for description. And then we're going to display our text message. We'll say crypto trading financial bot for buying and selling crypto. That looks good. Pretty good. So this is what we have here. Look good here. Now we can come out of this div. Now let's take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fun dash interactive dash list. Inside that, we'll take a UL. In that, we'll take a li, and then we have the div. It will have a class called item, and inside the div, we'll take a, let's bring it here. That looks good. And we'll take a, let's say we'll take an anchor, and we don't want to redirect anywhere, so let's remove that. Inside the anchor, we'll take a span. It will have a class called icon. There it is. Inside that, we'll take the image, and we have to get into the image folder. We have to get into the folder light icons, and then we have to get the 29 PNG. So this is the icon. Let's assign a class called fn-svg. So this looks pretty good. You can see this looks wonderful. Now what we have to do, come back out of this span, take a h2. It will have a class called title, and let's assign called buy any token. Then we can come out of this h2, then we'll take a paragraph. It will have a class called desc, and we'll display short description. We'll take this lorem dummy text and remove few lines. There it is. So this is the first component. Now let's display the icon. So we'll come back here, we'll take a span. It will have a class called arrow, and we'll have an image /light icon /light icon 22 PNG. So there it is. Now let's assign a class called fn-svg. So there it is. We have the icon. Now we got the icon. Now what we can do is come back here. So this looks good. This is the first component we have. Now I'm going to simply replicate this. So this is the one. Simply copy and replicate it one more time. All we have to do is to change the icon and the name. So there, this is what we have. So this is the second one. Let's change the icon for the $sign, and here we have to change the text. So instead of buy any token, we can call it sell any token. And here we have this is fine, don't need to do any changes here. So this is the to cart component, because this is the to service we are providing. Now come here, let's leave to div after ul end, and we can start working on the next component. So we'll take a div, it will have a class, we'll call it section dash right. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called company dash info. Inside that you can see, I hope you guys can see that it's mostly covered with the download part, but it's there. We are getting some space from the bottom. We'll take an image, it will have a image called light icon light logo .png. So that's going to be our image. Now we can come here, we'll take the paragraph, it will have a class called fun dash animate, and this one is an animating paragraph text. So when the page will reload, this will get triggered. So we'll say text, and in that we're going to simply display our dummy text. There it is. You can see the logo is there, crypto bot. Now wait, this is what I have. If I remove this, you can see this is the text which is displaying. So that's also looking fine. Let's come down here. We'll take a HR, because we have to provide a horizontal line. So that's what we have. Now we can come back here. Let's take a div, it will have a class called fn-members. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called active item. In that we'll take a span, it will have a class called circle. Replicate that and change this to text, and in that we're going to display dummy text, or you can display the number of user you have in your application from your database. So that's what we have here. Let's call this online. So that's one we have. Now I'm going to come here, take a div, it will have a class called item, and simply copy and paste here, and change this to member, and change this number. That looks good. We got our members. Now we can come here and we can display the footer. So there it is. If I make on the big screen, if I see, okay, something's not good, maybe there is problem in the alignment, but things are looking pretty good to me. These are pretty good to me. Okay, the animation, the over effect, all are looking good. And here I can notice the problem. So this is what we have. So this is the section left component. If I take this, I have to cut this one and I have to paste here. That's the first thing you have to do. So this is the main div. Now we have to do is close this one, and we have to cut this div, and we have to wrap this component as well. So this is going to be the two internal component, and this one is the main component. So if you save it, you're going to have the styling perfectly. You can see this is the highlighting, and we have the two services. Now we have to bring this crypto trading bot and text right up here on the right hand side. So this animation is working fine. Now this is the section left is done. Now this is the section home, and here we have this one. So simply cut this one and wrap this inside the section home, and if you do that, we have this perfectly aligned. If you reload the page, you can see the animation is working fine and looks good. Perfect. If you click, you can simply open this, and that looks good. You can switch back to the different components. That's also happening. Now we can start working on the footer component, and fairly is going to be a small component, so let's do that very quickly. Let's bring it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So let's bring that one. It's 100% responsive as well. So there it is. Now let's come here. Let's take a footer tag. It will have a class called tech web dash fun dash footer. Inside that, let's remove this. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fun dash footer dash content. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called copy right. Inside that, we'll display 2024, the blockchain coder, and make sure you have to mention us when you are using this application. That would be great. That's the copyright. And now we can display the, take a paragraph and put this copyright inside a paragraph. Now we can come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called menu item. Inside that, we'll take a UL and it's going to have a li. It will have the anchor and we have to display to menu. So let's display this term of service and replicate this. We're going to have one more one. Simply replicate that, and this is what we're going to call it. Let's say privacy policy. So this is the entire footer menu we have. If I make on the big screen, let's make it. Okay, there is some problem in the styling. That's what we have to fix. It's not perfectly aligned. So things are looking pretty good. I have to see what I have done. So come back here and I notice the problem. It's called items. That's the thing. Simply come here. You can see the styling is applied. And now I have to do one more changes. So the allies we have, and this is what we have called fun cutter, and here we have this one. So this is the tech web, and here I have made the spelling mistake. It's called tech. We have extra a. Remove that one and save it, and that's working fine. You can see we got our footer, we got the copyright, and we got the to menu, and that's, we have done the entire home page. If you reload the page, the animation is working fine, the sidebar, the search component is working fine, the over effect, you can switch to different components, that's also working fine. I hope you guys can appreciate that how things are coming together and how beautiful it looks. It's 100% responsive for all the devices. You can open, you can close, you can expand, you can close that. Looks good. So that's wonderful. Simply close this one, close this one. So we are done with this home component. Now we have to work on the trade, and that's what we're going to work next. So come back here where we left, and that's what we're going to work on. Let me make it side by side so we can work on our front end part. Let's drag it here and click on this trade token. So this is the component we're going to work on it. So what I'm going to do is, let's work on the functionality first, because we have to get the data from our local storage, and that's what we're going to render. So first thing, we have to do the internal import. Let's call this, and this is coming from our index footer. Now once we have that one, we can come here and we want to import the use state and use of it, because we have to get the data from the local storage. So let's take the variable, we'll call it search. Then we'll take this another one, this will say search item, because we are allowing user to search through the token. Then we have to put this tokens, it's gonna be an array type. Then we have to take this called copy token, and it's going to be an array type. So these are the state variable. Let's take one more, and this one we'll call this trade token, and it's gonna be an object. Then we can come here, we'll take another one, this is called active state. So these are the state variable we have. Now this looks good. Come down here. Now we have to build and get the information from the local storage. So we're going to call this use effect hook, and we'll take a variable called token list. We'll get into the json.parse local storage dot get item, and this is the key pair we have given, set tokens. And once we have the data of all the token which user will store, so that's what I will get. And now we have to simply replicate this one, and this time we have to look for the token pair and change this to token pair, and now we have to simply store this to our state variable. So let's take this set trade token to our token pair, and now we have to simply set tokens to token list, and at the end we can simply copy and pass the same thing in our copy token as well, token list, so we can make that filter. So this is what we are doing exactly. We are getting the token, all the token list which user have stored, and we are getting the token pair, and then we can store in the state variable so we can display and provide the filtration. So that's the hook we have, which is ready. This is good. Now we can come back here. Let's console log out the entire array we'll get. So we'll call it, let's say, token lists. So once we have all of this data, now we can simply come down here and we have to build the functionality for the search. So let's call this one const on handle search. So this function we're going to trigger when the user will type on the input field, and on the base of the type we have to filter the tokens. So let's call this value. That's what we're going to pass it, and here we have to simply take a variable called filter tokens. We'll take this tokens, and we have to call this method filter, and we have to filter based on the name. Let's call this network, and here we have to simply take this network dot to lowercase. We have to convert that name into lowercase, and then we have to simply include and check in the data. So we'll say include, and we have to pass the value, and we have to convert this to a lowercase. So in that way what will happen, it's going to match the name with the provided name, and the name is coming from the array. So once we're done with that, now we have to simply come here. We'll take this if filter tokens length, means if it's equal to 0, then we have to call this set tokens to the copy tokens, else we have to simply pass this 1. So we'll say set token to filter token. So if the user have not searched anything, then we have to simply display the entire token, otherwise we have to match in the name and we have to display the relevant name of the token. So this is the very first function we have. Close this one, come here. Let's take another variable called on clear. So when the user will remove all the text from the input field from the search, then we have to render something. So in that we're not going to receive anything. All we have to do is to check for a condition. We'll say if token dot length and copy tokens dot length exist, then we have to simply pass this set token to copy token, and that's a very simple function. Now we can come back here. We have to take this use hook, and here we're going to attach the function when the user will make any changes and try to type something. So let's take this one, and in that we have to simply call this. We'll take a variable called timer set timeout, and it's going to take a callback function. So in that we have to simply provide, let's say, set search. In that we can simply set the search item which user is typing, and we have to define the time. So 1 second, sorry. So this is the timer we have. Now we have to simply return, and I can simply remove this set timer to clear timer, and in that I can simply pass that timer, and I want to call this every time there is a change in the search item. So that's a very simple hook and the function we have built. So this is the what, this is the first use effect, then this is the one we have, this is the on clear, and this is the hook. Now once we're done with that, now we can come here. We'll take another use effect, and in that we have to simply call the function. So we'll say if search is there, then we have to call this on handle search function, and then we have to pass the search because that's what we have to receive in the function. Else we can run this particular one called on clear search. So this will render the entire token list, and in that we have to simply pass the search item. So that's the function we have. Pretty simple, not that complicated. Now we can come back here. Let's take a variable called select token, and we have taken this particular variable because all the token will render, and we are allowing user to select the token which they want to use as a trade. So let's build the function for selecting that token. So it's going to be a normal function. All we have to do is to take this local storage, get set item, and we have to give the token pair. So this is the pair key value, and we can simply pass the data. We'll say JSON stringifier, and in that I can pass this trade token which user have selected. So that's pretty simple. Now if I come back in the home page, looks good. If I go back to the trade, and that looks fine. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of working on the trade token, let's work on the token exchange. So before we start working on the JSX, let's do one thing. Let's start working on the top exchange token, because it's going to have the similar structure and we already have the data. So let's start working on it. So this is the one which we're going to work now, and it's going to have the same search feature we have built, so user can search it. So looks good. Now let's try to import the same thing. So we can come back here. Let's import the use context, use effect, and use state. Here we can come here. Let's do the internal import, and we're going to simply import the footer, and that's coming from our context index. And then we have to simply import the context. Let's go out of that, go to the context, and we have to go to the context. In that we have this context which has all the details, all the functionality, and all the data. So looks good. Now we can come back here, and what I'm going to do is, let's take a context and we can get it. We'll say use context. In that we have to simply pass the context. Let's come back, go to the context. In that we have the data. So like, this is the function which we have to work, load initial data. So let's make on the big screen and let's work on this particular function. So this is what we're going to work on it, and with this will allow us to give us all the top 20 tokens which are there in the Uniswap protocol, and that's what we have to fetch. So let's take a couple of variable. We'll take this use effect and use state, and we'll take this top tokens. It's going to be an array. Then we have to take the another variable called, let's say, trading count, and this will allow us to count how many trades we are doing. So we can simply display in the front end, and we can display and render the component. So by default it will be 0. Now we have to take another use state, and this will call loader, and by default it will be false. So we have all of these 3 variable we have taken. Now we have to work on the functionality. So let's take a variable called let length, and this is the one we're going to update it and use as external variable. Now we can start working on the load initial data. So this one is going to be a quite interesting one. So this is good. Now I want you to come back in the browser and simply reload the page. Let's make on the small and reload the page. So far things are looking pretty good. If I come back to the token exchange, we don't have anything. And now what I have to do is open up a new tab, and we're going to use the Uniswap data provider. So open a new tab and type Uniswap subgraph, and not v2, we're going to use v3 because that's the updated one. So let's type v3, hit enter, and you will come to this very first link. Click here, and here you will find all the data about the Uniswap protocol, including the pools, tokens, all of things you can find. And here they have given the endpoint on which you can make the call. So make sure to come and create your account, and you can see this is the ID, this is the GitHub, and this is the HTTP endpoint, and we're going to use this get method. So this is the endpoint we have to receive. So we are getting the name of the token. You can simply make a call and you will have all of these details. So this data is free, it's not going to cost you anything. So this is really good. You can simply play with different data types and different type of structure. That's all is given here. So I'm going to take this string. You can check example query what you will have here, but I'm interested in this particular string. Simply copy that one, and that's what we're going to utilize it. And that we have to build the query that what exactly data we want. So let's take this particular string. So I'll come here, we'll take this variable called URL, and I'm going to paste it. And now comes the most important part. You have to build the query which you're going to pass into this request. So we'll take this call and we'll say query. In this query, you have to define that what data you want to take about the token, because we are looking for the token data. So first thing I'll say, I'll define a couple of variables. So I'll take this token, because I need tokens. That's why I've given this tokens. In that I have to mention that what are the things I want. So first thing is going to define the order. So I'm going to have the order by volume in USD. Then I'm going to have the order by direction, and I'll say description. This stand for description. And the last one is going to be that how many tokens you want to display. I'm going with 20. You can display with 100. It's totally up to you. So this is the variable you have to pass in the token parameter. And now you have to define all the data you want about a single token. So let's try to define that. So first one is going to be the ID of the token. That's the first. Then name. Then we have to assign symbol. Then we have to assign the decimal. Then we have to assign volume. Then we have to assign volume USD. Then total supply. Then we have fee USD. Then we have transaction count. Then we have the pool count. We have the total value locked USD. Then we have total value locked, and this is what we have. Let's try to check the spelling. It's simply copy this one and provide this, remove this E, and looks good. Now we have to provide the drive ETH. So these are the query we have to assign into the endpoint, because I want to have all the details about a single token. So that looks good. That's the query is ready. Now we have to simply make the request. Now I'm going to take this call, this XCS data, because I'm using XCS. You can use fetch method as well, and we'll say await XCS, and we have to simply post the URL, and we have to assign the query in the request. So it's going to give us the response. So once we have the response, we have to set the data into our state variable. We'll take this set token top tokens, and that I can get this XCS data. I have to get into the data, then I have to get into the data, then I have to take the tokens. So this is how I'm accessing the data. If I do the console log to show you that what exactly I'm getting, so let me do that. So let's come here. Now we have to simply call this particular function whenever the page loads. So I'll take this initial data and I'm going to simply call this one. So this is the exact thing you have to do. Now come back here. If I reload the page, no issue we have. If I do the inspect element, let's make this side by side so we can see. And here I'm getting some sort of error. It say cannot read properties of undefined token. Okay, maybe the query I'm passing, there is some problem. The rest would be fine. So this error is coming from the request we are making, context 41. So now I see the problem where I made this particular mistake. So this is fine. The problem I'm having is this is also look good, so no issue we have. And what I can do is let's comment this one and let's try to reload one more time. And here I'm getting the data. If I open that, inside that I will have the details that what exactly went wrong. So if I open that one, here we have the data. If I open that, in that I will have this error, and it says that we have this two error. So it's a name, so I have given the wrong field name. So it has field name to value locked. So let's drag it here to see what is the name. It's called value locked. Okay, it's a spelling mistake. So now I can simply come and you can change this. So let's remove this and we'll say total value VALU value locked USD. So this is what I have to type. Simply copy, and we have to do the exactly here as well, and this is fine. Now if I reload, I'll get the data. You can see I got the data and I have all the data. So I have all the 20 tokens which I have defined, all the details. If I open in that, you will find the decimal point, derivative, ETH, fee, ID, name, count. That's all I will find. So once I have the data, I can simply enable this, and if I simply paste here, you can see I'll have the data only. So this is the 20 error we have got. All the tokens looks pretty fine. So this is good. We got the data, and now we can simply render this data in our front end. So that looks pretty good to me. Now what I can do is, so this is the one we have, in that we have all the tokens. Simply copy, and that what we have to export from here, so we can receive in our component. Simply copy that one, and now we have to come back in the top exchange token, and we have to receive this particular variable which contain all the data. So once we have that data, now we can, let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So let's close this one and let me reload, and this is where I am. Let's make it side by side, drag it here. So that looks good. Now We can come back here in the trade token, and we have already built all the functionality for the search, so we have to simply copy. So this is what I'm going to take it, the entire state variable, and I'm going to paste here, state variable. So we got the state variable, and here I'm going to need few things. I'm going to simply take this is what I have, and I don't want to display this active state and trade token, remove that, and this is fine. So these are the 4 state variable we need. Pretty good. And once we're done with that, so we have the search, because we are providing the search functionality as well. So these are the 2 things we're going to have it. And here I can pass the top token. Okay, straight away you can pass. Do the same thing for the copy token as well. So we have the data. Now we can come back here. We have to get this search features. So simply copy this portion, and that's what we have to paste here. So looks good. Now this is what I have here. Simply copy that one, and we have the token which is already given. We have the use effect and use state. So everything looks good. No need to do any changes. If we find we need to do any changes, we definitely do that. So that looks good. This is fine. Now we can start working on our JSX. So let's come here. Let's take a class. It will have a tech web dash fn dash content. There it is. You can see top exchange token. Inside that, remove this one. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fn dash page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web fn dash community page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called fan dash dash title dash holder. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that, we'll take a h2. It will have a class called title, and we have to display our text called top tokens. There it is. And let's change this to h1, and that's good. Now we can simply come out of it, and now we can take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fn dash feed. We'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called feed dash dash filter. Inside that, I'll take a div. It will have a class called filter dash dash search. Inside that, we'll take an input field. Type is going to be text, and I'll say placeholder is going to be search token, and it will have a on change function. In that, we have to simply call this particular function. So this is the function we have built called set item. In that, we have to simply pass this e.target.value. So all we have to do is to update the set item, and that will pass down to the function we have built. So that's what we have here. Now on that, we have to assign the value. So its value is going to be the search item. So this is fine. Now we can come here. We'll take a anchor, and we do need to redirect anywhere. So we'll take a class called tech web, and we'll have a button tech web dash fan dash button. And now we can simply give the name of the button. So we'll take a span. It will have a search. There it is. So that's the input and search button we have. So we got with that search. Now once we're done with that, what I can do is, so this looks fine. Now we have to simply come here, leave 3 div after the anchor, and we can start working on the body component. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fn dash pricing. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash tabs. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing and dash dash tab and active. So pricing dash dash tab is a different class, and active is a different class. Inside that, we'll take a mobile, because we have two different type of component, and that's the strategy we are following in almost every single component. One component is for the mobile device and the other one is for the desktop. So this one is going to be the mobile one. Simply comment this one and I can bring it down, and I'll take a div. It will have a class called fn dash dash mobile pricing. Inside that, I'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash items. Inside that, I'll take a div. It will have a class called, let's say, pricing dash dash items dash header. Let's call it holder. Okay, holder, holder, holder. Inside that, we have to take a we can take a div. It will have a class called, let's say, pricing dash dash item dash heading. Inside that, we'll take a h2. It's going to have a class called title, and we have to display our message called to top 20 tokens. If I save it, you can see there it is. Looks fine, but there is a problem in our text. Why it's so big? Okay, we have to see. So let's continue ahead, and I can see what's the problem. So here is the problem. Price dash dash item. It's 2 dash. So give one more, and there it is. Looks fine. So that's the top 20 tokens. Now we can simply come out of that div and we can start taking, let's say, take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item dash list. Inside that, we'll take our dynamic block. So we already have the data. Now we have to simply render that. So we'll take this tokens, and I can take this map. We'll take this token index, and it's going to be an instant return. And we'll take a div. Let's close the div. It will have a class, and let's call this class pricing dash dash item dash list dash item, and it will have an index. So sorry, key. So we'll pass the index. There it is. We got a nice box. In that, we're going to simply render all our component. So we got our main div. Now we can come inside the div, and we'll take a, let's say, h4. It will have a on click function, and we have to simply do one thing. So when the user will click, we have to allow them to copy the address of the token. So let's take this navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and we have to simply provide the token ID. There it is. So once we got this h4, and let's apply the classes. So we'll take this title. So we got this, and now we have to simply render the token name. So we'll take this token name, and there it is. We got all the token and their name is displaying, and let's give some space. So this is the HTML space tag I'm using. It's called and nbsp comma. So this is the HTML space. Simply copy and paste here, and then I'm going to simply render the icon. So the copy clipboard icon. So I'll take this FAG copy. So maybe I have not imported this icon. So let's come on top and let's import this from React icons. So we'll take this import, and it's coming from React icon slash FA6, and this is the name of the icon. Looks pretty good. So come back here, make on the big screen, and looks pretty fine. So finally we got all this particular icon, which you can see the user can click on the icon. They can simply copy the token address. Pretty good. So once we're done with that, now we can come back and take a p tag. It will have a class called dis. Inside that, we have to display the token dot total supply. So there. So on mobile device, we are displaying only these two information: address, name, and the address user can simply copy, and we are displaying the total supply. But on the desktop mode, we have to display more information. So this is the entire mobile component. So looks pretty fine, no issue we have so far. So let's format this, and now we have to start working on the desktop. So let's call this desktop. I'll call it desktop, and it's going to be quite similar, but we have to do the changes in the stylings. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash content. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash heading. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called item. Inside that, we'll take a span. It will have a class called title. Inside that, we'll take the top 20 tokens. Let me show you that we are working absolutely fine. So this is good. Let's come down here. So let's do one thing. Let's bring this to C. Let's do the inspect element, make it side by side, and let's make on the big, and there it is. This is how it's going to look on the desktop. I hope you guys can see that. So this is the 20. Now let's come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called item white, and there is a line you can see. Let's come down out of this div, and now we have to work on the body. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash fields. Inside that, we'll take a dynamic block and we'll take the token, and that's what we have to render. So we'll take this map token index. It's going to be an instant return. Inside that, we'll take a div. Let's close that one, and it will have a class. Let's call it item dash row. Inside the div, we have to take a div. It will have an on-click function, and we have to follow the same logic. So we'll say navigator, clipboard, write text, and we have to allow them to copy the ID. Inside this div, let's assign a class to this particular div. It will have a class called item dash dash call. Inside this, we have to take a, let's say we'll take a so this looks good. Now we have to take a span. It will have a class called heading dash text. Inside that, we can display the token name, and we have to simply slice it down to 0 to 12 characters. We don't want to display the entire big string. We want to limit it that. So that's what I have, the name. Now I can display the HTML space tag. So let's provide one more. Once we have that, now we can display our copy token. So there it is. Pretty good. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called item column. Inside that, we'll take a span. It will have a class called option dash text. In that, we can display the data. So we'll take this token dot total supply. There it is. Now pretty good. What I can do is, now I can simply replicate this. So take this item column and replicate it, and all I have to do is to change the data. So I'll say total value locked, and we have to simply slice it to 12. So there is it. Now I have to render one more. So I can simply copy this one. I can paste here, and this time is going to be we'll call this, let's say, symbol, and remove this one. There is the symbol. So things are looking good, and at the bottom we can simply display our footer. There it is. Now if I make on the big screen, you can see that's how it's going to look. Let's close this one, and here we have all the data. So no problem, we have, so far we got all the top 20 tokens, and user can simply put, and they can go to the different, and looks pretty good. Now I can simply type and I can search for the token. Okay, so there is a problem. It's called network. Okay, I have to change it. It's a token, not a network. So if I open this one, here you can see this is the problem we have. So let's we have the token, and this is the token. Looks good. I can change this network to name. So this is the one. First, let me check the spelling. Is it right? So we have two lowercase, two lower case. Okay, it's fine, no problem in that. And this is good. This is also good. Let's change this to name, and change this to name, and save it, and that will fix the issue. Reload the page, come back to the top exchange token, and let's search it. So I'll take this USD, and there it is. We can easily able to search it. Let's type to something else. We'll take this wrap. This is all the wrap, and I can say ED. This is all that ETH, and there it is. So we can easily search, and we can simply copy, and you can see this is the address. Pretty beautiful. Hope you guys can understood that everything's working fine. So that's all good. Simply copy and paste. That all the address is also looking fine. So we are done with this top exchange, and we have to do with the networks a lift, and now we have to start with the add token pair. So this is what we're going to work next. So this looks good. Now I can simply close this one, come back to the index page, and now we have to work on the add token pair. So user can come and simply add the token, and it will be reflect in our token pair list. So this is the component we have to work on now. So this looks good. Let me make side by side so we can see what we exactly working on. So this is what we're going to work on it. So let's make on side by side, drag it here. Let's start working on this. So first we have to import few things from React use state. And now we have to do the internal import. So we need the toaster so we can display our error or success message. Once we have that, now we can take this notification and let's build this out. So we'll take a variable called notify error. It's gonna take the callback function, in that we have to pass the message, and it's that we have to simply provide the details to our provider. Toaster error, the message, and the duration. I'm going to go with the 2 seconds, simply replicate that. And this one is the success. So I'll call the success method and I'll change the variable name to success. So this is the notification component for the error and for the success. Now I can come down here. Let's take a use state, the variable. So it's going to be called token, and it's going to be an object because we have to take the information from the user about the token which they want to store. So first thing is going to be the token 1, token 2, because we have to allow them to make the pair of the 2 token which they want to provide the trade. So this is the 1 token, 2 token, then we have to take the token address of 1 and the token address of 2, and we have to take the network, that which network they want to perform the trade. Then we have to take the fee, that how much the pool fee is. Then we have to take the buy amount, that what amount they want you to set. If that particular token reach that particular amount, they will buy the token. And then they have to take this target amount. So this particular price is the user will set if the amount will reach certain amount, so they can sell the token. So first one is the buy amount for buying, and the target amount is for selling the token. Because if you look at the liquidity pools, there is all of this data. They have the 2 token, they have the address, they have the network, they have the fee, because we have a multiple fee ratio like 330.330%, 1%, 0.005%. We have multiple ratio. So that's all data we are providing. And now we have to display this particular small message, this which they want to provide, so they can view that what strategy they have included for making the trade. So that these are the information we are taking from the user for creating the pair which they want to perform the automated trade. And that's generally what happened when you will look at the other trading bots like in the Binance and other trading application which you will find. So these are the information we have in the token. Now we can come back here. Looks good so far. And now we can come back here in the component, and I can go back to this particular one called SignUp. And here we have built this particular function called handle form field change. So this is the one we need to update our token variable. So simply paste here, and all we have to do is to change the token, and we have to change this set token, and that looks fine. Got this function. Now what we can do is let's try to so we got this function. Let's build a function which allows us to save this particular pair, the token which the user wants to save. So it will call this token store token, and inside that we're gonna let's make on the big screen, because this is the function we have to build. There's no involvement of the front end. Definitely we'll switch back to the front end pass as well. So come here, we'll take a variable, and first we have to deconstruct all the data. So we want to take the token 1, token 2, token address 1, address 2. We need the network, fee, message. So these are the information we are getting from the token. Now we can simply check whether the user have provided all of this information or not. Token 1, token 2, token address 1, address 2. We'll have the network, we'll have the fee, and we'll have the message. So if user not provide any one of this information, we have to throw this error message, and we have to fail the function. So we have to simply return and we'll take this notify error component, and in that we have to simply pass the message to provide all details. So user has to provide all of this detail, then they can successfully save this token which they want to save. Now if they provide all the details, we have to simply save it. So let's take a variable called let token array. The reason why I'm taking this strategy is because when the user will save for the very first time, there is no data available in the local storage, because all of this data is storing in the local storage. So first we have to check whether the data is exist in the local storage or not. If it's not exist, we have to store it, but if it exists, we have to simply push as a form of array. So that's why I'm taking this particular variable token array. Instead that, we're going to simply push and store all the token list, because user can have multiple tokens pairs. Let's take a variable called this token list, and first we'll try to get the information from the local storage. We'll take this local storage get item, and I have to provide this. So this is the token pair, the key name which we have given. If I take you here in the trade token, that's the name I have given, set token, and that's what I'm simply providing here. So in that way, we'll have the data available in the local storage. And here I have to build a condition. We'll say if there is a list, token list means the token is available in the local storage, then we have to simply call all of these things. So we'll take this token array, and we have to simply get this JSON parse local storage get item, and we have to get this set tokens. We'll get the tokens. Once we have that, we have to simply take this token array, and we have to call this push method, and I have to simply pass this token the information. Then I have to simply store this data, the newly array, into our local storage. So we'll take this set tokens, and we'll pass JSON.stringify, and we'll pass the array token array. Pretty simple function. I hope you guys have understood that what logic we are following. First we are creating an empty array, then we are fetching the available data in the local storage, and if there is a len, then this is the action we have to perform. We have to simply store it, then we have to push into the array, then we have to store that particular array in the local storage. That's pretty simple. So this is the first thing. Once it's went successful, we have to simply reload the window. Or I can do one thing, let's reload the window, and we can take this message and we can display the success message. So this is the one we have, notify success, and that's what we can simply call it, and we'll say like token added successfully. And after that, we can reload the window, or I can simply remove this. You don't need to reload. So this is the first if statement. Else we have to simply store the information. So simply take this one and paste here. So this condition will run when there is no data is available in the local storage. So that's fine. So this is the only thing we have to do. Got it? Once we're done with that, now pretty good. I hope you guys have understood that what logic we have implemented. So it's a quite huge function. Getting this, then we are checking condition and then storing. Now we can start working on the JSX part. So let me split this screen, make it side by side, so we can see what exactly we are working on. Now we have to work on the JSX part. So let's take a class. It will have a tech web -fn -content. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web -fn -page. Inside that, we'll take the div. It will have a class called tech web -fn -content -page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web -fan -page title. Inside that, we'll take a h2. It will have a class called title, and we can display this title add trading token. There it is. So we got our heading. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called, let's say, contact page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called container small. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called fun contact form. Inside that, we'll take a form element, and it will have a class called contact form. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class, let's say, input list. In that, we'll take this ul Inside that we'll have a li, and then we'll have the input type is going to be a text, and we'll say placeholder is going to be the native token name one. So always remember we're going to have the native token first. Then we'll take this on change, and in that we have to simply call our handle form field function we have killed sorry build, and in that we have to pass the name. So this is the one which we want to update, token one, and we'll pass the event. So far pretty simple. Now this is the first input component you can see, and I can see there is a problem, and this is the one which we have to face. It's called form, form, not FROM. So we'll say FORM. There it is. Pretty beautiful. So this is the first input field. We have simply copy and replicate it couple of times, and all we have to do is to change the placeholder, and we have to change the name in the on change function. So this one is going to be address. We'll say address token one. Then we have to call this one as well. So this one is going to be name, token name 2, and this is one is the token 2. Change this to token address 2. There it is, and change here as well. Once we got with both the token and their addresses, now we have to move here, and we have to change this to fee, and it's in the percentage, so that's the thing you have to keep in mind. And this will be the fee. This will be the token address 2, and we can come back here. This will be the network name, and this one is the network. This is the name we have given in our token, so make sure to give the exact name which we have provided in the tokens object. So let's replicate it 2 more time, and this will be the message. Sorry, by amount. We'll say by amount, and we'll have the target amount, target price, and this one is the target price, and that's the target price. Simply copy and replicate it. This will be the message, and this one is the message. Now we have to take one more, and this time is going to be the button. Let's change this input to text area for the message, and this one is going to be the button. So remove this input, and we'll take a div. It will have a anchor. Remove this. It will have a on click function, and on the on click function we have to simply call the function we have built. We'll say store token, and it will have a class called tech web dash fan dash button, and there it is. Now we can simply display the message. We'll take a span. It will say save token, and that's the only thing you have to do here. So that's the form component, and now we can simply come out of this just above the form closing tag, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called return message. So once it's successful, we have to return the message. We'll say data success, and it will be the thanks for submitting the form. Now we can simply come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called fun dash dash space dash 30. We'll have some space from the bottom. Now we can come out of this disk, and this particular div is a block element. Now we'll take a HR for a horizontal line, and we'll have this data called height is going to be 2. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called fun dash dash space dash 10, and it'll come out of div. We'll take a paragraph. We'll say kindly add your token which you want to use for automating trading. There it is. We got the name. So we have all of this. Let's make on the big screen, and we have all of this. So like you can simply switch back to this. User can click, and they can provide all the tokens details, the 2 token details which they want to perform the swap. And I can see here it is the problem. It's called contact page, so we'll have some space, so make sure to do the changes. Contact page, and there is a space from the top. This is fine. Okay, this looks good. You can simply log out. Now here we have, so this is the token name one, we have the address, and let's try to perform the information. So this is the extra field I have, so this is the one. So let's remove that extra field. So this is the first token, and this first token address, and this is the first token, yeah, this is the first token address, and here the third one is the extra one. So like this is the one, it's called, this is the one, remove this one, save it. This is the second token and their address. So simply come here and let's call the token. I'll say USD, I'll paste the address which I have copied, then I will take this BTC, I'll give the same address, it's just testing purpose, and I want to say the fee is going to be 3,000 because it's in the percentage, and I want to say network is going to be Polygon. I want to target the buy amount, just a random number, same for the target, and here you can display the message. So I'll say thanks for this. You can give whatever message you want to do when you are trying to build the strategy for your token, so you can take the reference when you will do the trade, and click on this save token, and there it is, token added successfully. If you reload the page, now if you go to this inspect element, and if you go back to the application, let's make it side by side. If you go to the console, there is the 20 token data, but we have to go into the application, the local storage, and there you will find the token we have stored. So here we have this, let's call this one set tokens, and this is the token we have stored. You can see all of this information is stored in the local storage, and now we can simply get this token to render and allow the user to simply find on the front end. So you can simply perform all of that. You can save as many token as you want. Let me create one more, just a dummy one. Let's give the price Polygon, we have the buy amount, and we have the target amount, and we have the message. Thanks, save. The token is saved. Now we have to display all of the all the token which user will save for trade. That's all we have to reflect here in this trade token, and that's the one we're going to work next. So simply close this one, and now we have to work on the trade token. So this is what we're going to work on it. We have already built the functionality. All we have to do is to simply work on the JSX. So that's what we're going to work next. So let's make side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's drag it here, and let's go back to the trade token. Here we are in the trade token. This is the trade token, and that's what we have to work now. Looks good. Now let's take a class. It will have tech web dash fun dash content. There it is. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fun dash page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fun dash community dash page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called fun dash dash title dash holder. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. In that, we'll take a h1. It will have a class called title, and we have to display the tokens. There it is. Now we got the token. Now we can come back here and we'll simply go to the component. So we already work on some of the functionality. So come back here in the top exchange token, and here we have this one. So just do one thing, simply close and copy this entire one. Copy it in the dialog, come back here and simply render this. So out of the div and simply paste here. And that's all we have. Now first thing, we have to get the icon. Simply copy this one, and that's what we have to import. So it's coming from the React icon. Let's give the name, and that's coming from React icon. We got that icon. Now let's see what else we have to get it. So here we have the input field. So this is fine, don't need to do any changes in here. So like this is good. Then we have the tokens. We don't need to do any changes. This is also fine. And here we have the key index. This looks good. No need to do any changes. And first we have to do the changes in the onClick function, because this time the data name is different. So simply cut this one and call this particular onClick function on the div, main div. And here we can take this set trade token. In that we can take this token and we'll take this select token pair. In that we can simply call the function, so it will automatically take that particular token. Now once we're done with that, this is fine. And okay, let's see what else we can do. We can display the name. So just do one thing, let's change this to network and remove this one and remove this as well. So this is the network, and instead of the turtle supply we have the fee of the token. We have a lot of data, but here I'm going with this common data. So that one is for the mobile device. Now we have to work on the desktop. Now we can change this name. It's not top 20 tokens. We have to say tokens pair list, and here we'll say token pair list for the desktop. Done. Now we have to provide all the details. So remove this one, and first thing we have to display the remove this network. Then we have to display the change this particular function. So this is the function we have, and that's what we can simply paste here. So this is the function we have. Looks good. We have the set trade token and the pair, and we have to add one more. So this one is going to call set active, because when the user will click, we have to simply active that particular token. So looks good. Network is there, no problem in this. Here we have the item. Simply cut this, and this is what I have. So what else I can do the changes? So here we have the on click, and I can simply cut this and call on the main div. So here we have to call it. Okay, make sure to do the changes I'm doing. So this is the on click function, and this is the item column. Looks fine. Here we have the row. Simply cut this and paste down below here, so we can arrange in proper one. And here we can take this template and I will say item row, in case if we want to make it dynamic. So let's make it item row, and let's make it dynamic. So we'll say if active is equal to index plus 1, then we have to simply make this particular row active. So we'll add this pricing dash dash heading, else we don't need to add the classes. So this is dynamic class we have added. Now this is fine, and the network is good. Now we have to change this to token 1. This is going to be, remove this one, it will be token 2, and here we have this symbol, it will be the fee. So that's the changes you have to do. Make sure to do that, all of this. Simply reload the page, and here we are. Now we can go back to the trade token, and here we are getting this particular error is too many render, limited number of rendering. Okay, this is the error we are having. Okay, not a big deal. Let's try to find out that what mistake we have made. So here you can see we have this use effect, and here we have to simply call this because it's going to keep rendering. So save it. This is the one fix you have to do, and we can come back here and let's see. This is the data set. There's no problem in that. I can simply remove this because I don't want to have the logs. And let's do, we are still getting this two data. You can see we are successfully fetching the information from our local storage that pair user have created. So we have created this 2 pair, and that you will find all the information of the 2 pairs the user have created, but still we are getting this error. So let's try to find out, and that looks good. I'm having this issue. Now click here, still we are having the same error. Let's come back to the code and let me try to debug. So let's do one thing, let's comment this portion to see like in which component we are having the problem. If I go back to the mobile, it's absolutely fine. You can see the data is rendering there, means we have a problem in the data in the desktop component. So this is the 2 token data is displaying here. In the mobile is absolutely fine, but when it's come to desktop, it's not good. So simply uncomment this, and here we have this is good. Let's me close all of this div, and let's try to find out that which area we are having the issue. Close this one, and simply this is what we have. Let's assign a key index, and let's comment the div, and let's try to see, and I can see the problem. So this is the bracket. So this is the one, we have the bracket. So simply cut this one and paste here, and this will fix the issue. Save it, and now we don't have any issue. So if I reload, come back here, you can see the token pair list and the line is working fine. Now we can simply uncomment this one, and we have the data. There it is. There it is. User can click and they can select. You can see our selecting is also working fine. So we are done with this. Looks pretty good. User can click and they can select the token which they want to trade and create the trading bot. So that looks fine to me. We can see easily able to render the data and we can display. Now we are done with this. Close this one, close this one, and we are done with the context as well. We have to work on the functionality. So come back here in the index. So we are done with that, and now we have to work on the network, because user going to select the network, they can create the network, and on the network which they want to perform the trading bot, they can simply select and they can simply run their bot. So that's what we're going to work next. So we are done with this token, add token pair, and these are the, we are done. Now we have to work on the networks, and we have to work on this trading. So we have so many works to do now. So that looks fine. This is the one we're going to work on. It's add network. So user can simply come and select the network image and the pair, all of these things. So come back here, close this one, go to this add network, because that's what we have to work. So this is the one we're going to work on. And I have noticed this one, that it's not there here. So we have to attach this particular component. So let's do one thing. We have the network, but we don't have the add network component. So not a big deal. Let's create this, and here we can build this condition. We'll say active component equal to add network. Then we have to simply run the add network component, and we can remove this and format this one, provide this conditioning and save it. Looks good. And we can send the XCS package in case we want to make a API call. So that looks good. Simply receive that one and save it. And that's what we have. If I come back to the add network, currently we don't have anything, and that's what we're going to work on it. So first we have to import a couple of things from React. So we need use state and use effect, use callback and use effect. We got all of this. Now we have to import the React drop zone, and in that we need this use drop zone. Then we have to import the toaster, because we have to display the success and the failure message, and we are receiving the access package. Now we have to take this notified error component we have to create. So we'll take a variable called notify error. It's going to receive a callback function. Actually, instead of creating, we can simply take it as a prop. So if I come back here, we have already built this. If I go back to the global one, and here we have this one. So not in the component, sign up component, we can go back to the pages. Inside the pages we have the index, and here we have built this one. So this is the notified component. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply call it here, paste here. So this is the two component, we got it. So all we have to do is to simply call this particular variable, and we have to pass the message, and it will display in the front end. Pretty good. Now we have to take a state variable. We'll call it, let's say this one is going to be the display image. By default it will be empty. Then we have to take this another one. We'll call it this network. In that we have to pass all the data which we want to assign to a particular network. So it's going to be an object type. It will have the name, network name, and it will have the RPC URL. It will have the API key. It will have the wallet address, and it will have the private key, and it will have the image of the network. And the reason why I'm taking this information, because user can pick any network, and maybe user have a different wallet address which they want to use for different networks. So that's why we are taking the wallet address and the private key, so he can trade with multiple accounts in different network. So this is what we have, and generally this is what strategy I follows, because I have couple of accounts which has some real value in them, for different accounts and for different network. So this is the strategy I follow to keep my account secure and my fund secure, because if I keep all my valuable assets, all my Ethereum and Bitcoin which I have in the same addresses, if someone's get my account, they can simply drain out of my all the assets, all the funds. So that's the strategy I follow to simply spread my all the digital assets in different accounts. So if one get hacked, my other asset would be in safe place. So this is what I have. Now I will change this to display. We have to add a. So this is the one we have, and now we have to simply build the function which allow us to update this, and we already have that. So come back here in the index, and if I go back to this sign up, and this is the function we need, simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply call it, and paste here. So we got this one, looks good, and I can come back here. I need few things. So this is the add token pair. Come back here, and this is the function we need because it's going to have the similar strategy. Simply copy this particular function from add token pair, and that's what we have to paste. All we have to do is to change the data. So this one will be the network name, and let's change this to network name. This will be the RPC URL. This will be the API key. This is the wallet address. This is the private key, and we have the image, and remove this one. And this particular data is coming from the network. Simply copy that, and that's what we have to paste here. So we got this one, and the same thing we have to do with all of this data. So this one is the API key, this one is wallet address, and this one is the private key, and this is the image, and remove this. So that's what we got it. So far things are good, and we're going to display the same error message, and we're going to follow the exact strategy. So instead of going with this name, I have to change this to, let's call it network array. Select all and change this to network array. Okay, to select multiple name, simply press Control and D and tab. It's going to select all the variables. So we got this network array. Now I have to change the name. So this will call this set networks. Simply copy and replace in all the places. So this will be set network, and set network. And here we have the networks. Simply copy that one and change this to network added successfully. So we're done with that, and now we have to simply change the data. So here you can see it's token, but we have to call this network. So here we have the network, copy, and that's what we have to pass and store. Save it and paste it. So that looks good, and change the name. I'll call it network instead of token, and we have the network list. So this is fine. Copy this one, and that's what we have to replace here in the handle form field change, and same goes for this particular state variable. Selecting. So we are done with all the setups. All the setups looks pretty fine, and now we have to build the functionality which allow us to upload the image to the IPFS. We are using Pinata, so that's the same strategy we're going to follow it here. So we'll take this upload to IPFS. It's going to be an async function, and it's going to take the file. So if file exists, then we have to perform all of this action. So inside that, I'm going to take this try and catch block. It will first take a variable called form data, because that's how we're going to pass the data into our Pinata endpoint for uploading the image through form data. And this is the exact configuration you have to do to upload the data to the Pinata, and that's I'm telling you from their documentations. I'll try to keep it simple. There is a lot of information which you can add, but I'll try to keep it simple. So first take a form data and call this new form data, call it, and then we have to simply append the file. So we'll say append, give the name of the file, and call it file. So this is what we have. Now we have to simply make the request to the endpoint. So we'll say response, we'll use the XCS, and in that we have to simply pass all the data. Like first is going to be the method. So call this method. It's going to be the post method. Then you have to give the endpoint on which you have to make the request. So let's build the URL, which I will build. Then we have to provide the data, and we have the data from the form data. Then we have this max body length, and in that we have this particular variable called infinite. You can define to a particular number, but I will go with the infinity. Then we have the header. In that we have to provide the security, the API and the secret key. So we'll have this pinata dash API dash key. Here we have to paste. Then we have this pinata dash secret dash API and key dash this. So this is the exact name you have to give. It's all coming from the documentation. So you have to paste the URL, you have to paste the API key and secret API key. Once you get that, now it will give you the response. So when you will get the response, it will have a lot of data in that, but we have to get the image hash number, hash string. So I'll call it image hash, and let's construct the endpoint, because this is the global endpoint for pinata images. So all you have to do is to take this template literal and take this HTTPS, and we'll say getway dot pinata dot cloud slash IPFS. Then we have to get the data from the response. So we have the response, it will have the entire data. From there we'll get into the data, and inside the data we'll have the image string, and this is what we have to get, hash IPFS hash, which is the image hash. So this is the exact endpoint which we'll construct and will simply update in our network. So we'll take this set network, we have to deconstruct the network object. So what we have called, it's a network, copy, paste here, and then we have to simply update the image. So we'll take this image hash, and that the image will be available here. So once we set the network, now we have to simply set the display image, so we can display in the front end and display to the user that it's successfully uploaded. So that looks pretty fine. In case our request get fails, we have to simply catch an error. So we'll check this notify error and we'll say the error message. Let's take a string. We'll say unable to upload image to ipinata, and we'll simply console log out the entire object to see that what exactly went wrong. So this is the exact setup you have to do. Now you have to provide the pinata API key and the pinata secret key. So I'll show you how you can get that pinata API key, pinata secret key and the URL. So just wait, let's work on the basic functionality. So what we are done with the upload to pinata, now we can come back here and we have to work on the next function called onDrop. It's going to take this use callback, and in that we're going to have this async function. So we have to accept the file, and it will have a first indexed. So we'll say accept file, and we'll say await, and all we have to do is to call the pinata function. So we'll say upload to Infura, and that we can simply pass this accept file and 0, and this function will call and it will upload the data to the pinata. Now we can come back here, we can call this drop zone. We'll say use drop zone, and in that we have to receive couple of things. So drop zone, and it has couple of method which we can simply call. So let's call this on drop. That's the function we have built on top, and here we have to set the max size, that what are the max amount of size we want the user to upload. So far things are looking good. So we have provided the relevant information in our drop zone. So on drop we have defined the file size. You can go with bigger than this, but this is the ideal size you can provide. It's totally up to you and the kind of application you are building, but I will go with this particular value. And now I have to receive couple of props, because in this drop zone we have couple of prop which we can utilize it, and we're going to utilize 2 of them. So the first one we have is the get input props, which we're going to attach on the input element. And now we have the root prop, so we'll say get root props. It also has couple of props which you can use it if you want to change the styling and check the status of the drop zone file, whether the file is accepted or rejected or is it active. You can check that. So let me show you. Let's import that as well. Is drag accepted, is drag rejected, and is drag active. So these are the 3 different state we have in this drop zone which you can use to perform certain actions, but we're not going to use it in this. So we have this drop zone, we are ready with that. Now we can start working on the JSX. So far things are looking good, and now we can start with the JSX. So what we can do is we can come back here in the index file, and let's come back to the token pair, add token pair, and here we have this particular setup we have. So we need to get this one. I don't need to write the same thing. Simply copy this first portion, and that's what we can simply paste here. Simply copy and paste here, and we have to close those div. So let's close one. Let's close one. And how many we have? We have to provide one more div. Okay, one more div. Now it looks fine, but I have noticed one thing, that this particular component is not displaying. It's not opening. Why? So this class is fine, this one is fine, this is good, and we have this one, and here we have to make the changes. So this is going to be fn-user setting page. So this is a change you have to do, and this is okay. Here we have the title, and this title is also good, no problem in that. But if I click here in the sidebar, and if I click on this component is opening, if I click on this add network components, nothing is happening, nothing is displaying. So if I come here in the index page, and I can see the problem which I have here. So this is the component I have, and here I have called this AddNetworks. So both the word is attached, so I have to provide some space, because this is what I have assigned. You can see in my sidebar, so there is a space. So let's provide this space. If I save it, if I click, if I go to my add network, here we have the component. So now it looks pretty good. So make sure to do this change, and this looks good, no problem we have. Let's come back to the sidebar, and you can see this is what we have provided here. So that looks good. Now we can come back here, and now we can start working on the JSX. So let's leave the div, come back here, take a div. It will have a class called container small. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fn dash user, and this one is setting. Inside the div we'll take a form element. We'll remove this action. It will, inside this form element we have to take a div. It will have a class called user dash dash settings. Okay, we have to add s. So make sure to add s in all the settings. Change here, so it looks fine. Do these changes. Let's go into this particular div, and now we can build our form. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called settings dash left. Inside the div we'll take a label, and we'll call this input. We'll have a class called form dash dash upload. There is it. Now inside this label we have to take a dynamic block, because we have to display the uploaded image. So if display image is equal to empty, means there is no image, then we have to display this particular component. So let's take that span, and this particular span is going to be the root domain. So we'll close this span. Let's assign a class called title. Let's remove this one. Upload dash content. So this is the root component. So this is the inside this span. So before we go into this span, let's do one thing. Come back here, and let's attach the drop zone root prop. So we'll take this, we'll spread this one, and we'll attach the prop. So we'll say get root prop. So bring it back. Let's call get root prop, and call the function. So this is what you have to call it. So this is how we have attached the root prop of the drop zone. Looks fine. And inside this span, so let's attach the classes for the span. So what I can call it, looks good. So let's take a class called title. Inside that we can call it drag and drop image. Let's come out of this span. Now we'll take another span, and it will have a class called fn dash dash lined dash text. Inside that, before we add this particular text, let's come here and let's take the else statement. So for time being, we're going to go with the empty string. That's how our component is looking. Now we can start working on it. So inside this span, we're going to take another span. It will have a class called line, and replicate this 3 times. We'll say okay, change this to text, and change this to line. There it is. So this is our component. Now we can come out of the span main component. Now we can come here. We'll take a span. It will have a class called title. Inside this span we'll call browse. So user can click and they can browse and pick the image. Let's take another span, and we'll have a class called, let's say, describe. We'll say support JPG, and all the format which you want to add. So generally we are selecting all type of images, so that's what I'm going with. Looks pretty good, no problem we have. come back here, and here we have to take the input, and in that we have to attach the input prop. So let's call the type is going to be the file, because we're going to receive the image. Let's have a accept file type, so we can call it image, and we'll give this star so we can accept all type of image. Then we can simply come here and we can define our get input props and call the function. So if I click, it's going to open my local system and I can simply upload the images. So that's the only thing I have to do. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to take an image tag and I'm going to display the image after the successful upload. So I already have this display image which is going to be updated after the upload of the image. Let's assign a class called preview image, and that's the only thing we have to do. Click, open and upload. Pretty good. Now we can come back, we can come out of this label, we can come out of this div, and now we can start working on the other part of the application, the form, all the information we want to take. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called setting dash right. Inside the div, we'll take a div, it will have a class called item. Inside this div, it will have a call label, we'll say data, it will remove this one, we'll call it name. We'll have a class called input dash label, and this is the class for the label, and inside this label we're going to take this network name. There it is. Now we can come out of this div and we're going to have the input field. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called input dash item. Inside this div we'll take the input and it's going to be a text type. It will have a class called input. We'll take the placeholder and we're going to say network, and here we'll have an onChange function because we have to update the information in our network object. So we'll get this event and we have this particular function handle form field change, and that's we have to pass the network name and we have to pass the event. So that's the very first our form component, the input field we have. So this looks fine, and here we have the input label, looks good, and this is the input item, and we need to have a couple of more. So let's close this one, and I guess one thing I have to attach. So let's cut this one and simply bring it here and paste here. So now it looks good, and here we have to come here, we'll simply close this one and I'm going to replicate this, close this one. Here I have to do the changes, so it's going to be the, let's change this to Acme provider. You can literally take any provider, it's totally up to you. You can go with Infura, you can go with Ankmer, there's tons of provider, you can pick anyone, but here I'm focusing on Acme so you guys can get an idea. So we have the Acme provider, let's change this to RPC URL. Make sure to give the exact name which we have in the network object, and here we have this one. Close this one, simply copy, paste here, and here we have to call it, let's call it Acme API key, changes to API key, and here we have to do the changes API key. So we are done with this. Close this one, copy, paste here, and here we have to do the changes. So this one is going to be the wallet address, it's going to be API key, sorry, wallet address as a placeholder, and now we have to provide the wallet address. Let's make it capital, and here we'll say wallet address. So we got the function ready. So this is the wallet address, simply copy and paste here, and this time we're going to simply remove it, and this will be called private key, changes to private key, and here we have to make the changes called private key. Looks good. Close this one, copy, paste here, and we're done with the private key. Now simply remove this portion and simply select all of this and remove that one. So we have taken almost all the data like network name, provider, API key, wallet, private key. Now we're going to take a div and we're going to attach the button. So let's take a anchor, it will have an onClick function, and we have to simply call the function we have built above, save network, and call it. So this is the function we are calling, save network. So simply make the change in the function name. There it is, save network, and looks good. Now we can come back here, let's call the name, let's have a class called tech web dash fn dash button, There it is. And now we can give the name to our button called Save Network. There it is. Pretty beautiful. No issue we have so far. Things are looking good. Now let me make on the big screen to show you that how things are looking fine. So it looks absolutely gorgeous to me. We can go to different tabs. This is the network. User can click and they can upload their images. Pretty good. Let me do the inspect element and see. Let's clear. That's good. Now pretty good, no problem we have so far. Things are looking pretty fine. Now I want you to open a new tab and we have to provide the credential, API key and the secret key. So open a new tab and type Pinata because this is the provider we are using. Click on the very first link and it will take you here. So make sure to create your account. I already have an account, so I will simply click on login and here I'm back into my dashboard. So make sure to create your account and verify your account. It will ask you a couple of questions, provide all the details, and you can simply create your account. So let me create my account and finally I have logged into my application. You can see here I am. It's giving me this particular notification that Pinata is out of office December 22, 25 and our service will be remain fully operational. However, support will resume on December 26. So don't need to worry about that. So things are looking pretty fine to me. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply close this one and now I have to create my API key. So here they have a bunch of things. If you want to use Pinata, you can deploy the entire files straight away from their dashboard, but we are using our key application. So click on this API key and here you can simply generate. So I already have a 2 API key, you can see that. So I'm going to create a new API key and here you will have this option as well. So give the name of your project. So give the name whatever you want to call it. I'll call it like crypto bot. Once you give your name, you have to select on the admin. So you can go with a specific service which you want to use. Like if you want to use hash meta or you want to use upload files, you can pick any specific one, but I will go with all the services. So I'll click on this admin and it will select all this one. Once I'm done with that, and from here you can set the limit that how many images you want to allow user to upload to this particular API. So they will give you the maximum limit to 1000. So you can turn it or turn it off and you can set the limit. So I will go with 1000 because that's the maximum limit they provide in a single API key. Looks good. Click on this generate API and it's going to generate you this. So they will give you a bunch of options. It will give you a couple of methods which you can use it. You can go with the token or you can go with the API key and the API secret keys. And that's what we're going to utilize it. So simply copy this one and come back to your project and that's what you have to provide here. So open up this and there you have to provide it. Simply provide the API key and now you have to provide the secret key. Simply copy and paste here. So we got these two things. Now we are ready to work and deploy this one, and this is going to be the absolutely same, no need to do any changes. Now we have to set the content type, that what type of content we want to allow to update. So that's what we have to define. So let's come here, we'll take this and we'll say content type. So what type of data we want to push on this particular endpoint. So here we can call it like multi/form data, because we are using form data to upload our data. So that's what you have to provide, multi-part form data. And that's all I'm getting from the documentation they have explained. So things are look pretty good. Now we can come back to our application and now we can ready to test this one. So come back to the add network and click on this, pick an image of your choice. So I'm going to get with the network image which I have provided to all of you guys. So I'll go to the not public folder. Inside the images we have the network. In that I have this two network. I can simply select this polygon and just wait. Nothing happened. Okay, there is some problem. Let's go to inspect element and let's test this out. So what happened here, there is no error object. Okay, that's weird. You don't have any information about the error which occurred in our while uploading this one. So let's do one thing. Let's come back here. This is look good and this is fine. This is the hash string we have built up. There is no problem in that. I can come back here and let's check the response. I'll do console.log image hash and copy and paste here the response, and this is fine. So this is good. Now what I'm going to do is let's come here and take this particular success notification, because once the file gets successfully uploaded, we can display the notification that file is uploaded, so user can know the file is uploaded. So I can come here, I can simply paste this notify success and change the message to loading file. Simply copy, and that's what I can simply call it at the end after successful upload. I'll say, let's call it uploaded successfully. So that's the message I can display as a notification. So reload the page, and let's come back to the component, and let's try to upload the image. So there it is, it's successfully uploaded. You can see I got some error, so we haven't uploaded that, but we got at least some error. So if I open that one, and here you can see that we have the data. In that we have this HTML, and I notice, and I know why we have this particular issue, because we have to provide the URL. So let's come here, HTTPS, then we have to call it api.pinnata.cloud/pinning, because that's what we are using. We are simply pinning our image. So this is the method you have to call. You can check the documentation. We'll have this /pin file to IPFS. So this is the exact endpoint you have to provide for uploading. And now things are looking good. And here you have to face this particular small error. It's called form data, FORM. Looks good. Now we will not have any issue. So if I reload, looks fine. If I come back here, if I click on this upload image, you can see file is uploading. It's taking a little bit time, and finally it's uploaded, but it's not displaying what's happening again. So let's do the inspect element, and let's try to check that out. So here we got the object successfully. So if I open that, in that you will find that we have this data, and we got that the data is successfully uploaded. We have the IPFS hash, and this is the image hash we have uploaded. This is the file size. We have the timestamp, and we have is duplicate is true. Yes, because we have already deployed. Is duplicate is true because I already deployed the same image multiple times. That's why it say is duplicate is true. So you can simply ignore that. Our data is deployed, but why the image is not displaying? So come back here, and I can come back here. So this is the image. The display image is not displaying here. So what I can do is come back here, and I can simply console log out this particular display image, paste the variable. I'll come back here, I'll type simply copy this dude, and that's what we can simply paste here and save it to see whether we have this string or not. So here we are simply updating our state variable for display image, which is going to be available here, and that's what we're trying to simply display. So save it, looks good, and come back here. You can see here we have the URL, so it's working. If I click here, go to the AddNetwork, click on this, deploy one more time, and just wait. And finally the data is coming. We have deployed, and I found the problem. I waited for 10 minutes to find out that what went wrong, and I made a simple silly spelling mistake. So come back here, and this is the fix you have to do. It's gateway. So this is the spelling mistake I have. Change this to gateway, and now it will work fine. So Pinnata cloud IPFS, and we have to provide the image hash. Now I can come back, reload the page. Looks fine. Now I can simply come to this and reload the page, come here. Okay, now let me see why it's not there. So I know, so remove this one because I was testing. Remove this one. Now I can simply reload the page. Still I will have the same issue. So come back here. I need to remove from one more places. So from here I have to remove because I was testing, and remove this one, empty string, and now it will work fine. Let's test this out for the beginning. Come back here, let's click on it, let's deploy and here it's deploy successfully, and here we have the image. Now let's give the name. I'll call it Polygon Mumbai. I'll give this random text. I'll show you how you can create your account in Acmeli and get all of this data. So just follow along with me. And let's give the private key all the setup data. Save network, and here we have successfully saved that network. Beautiful. Now if I do the inspect element, go to the application, you can see there we have this information stored in this set network, and this is the network we have stored with the image and all the private key, API, everything looks fine. So the logic we have implemented is working absolutely fine. So looks good. Now we have these three components left: trading, price, and profile. This is done. Now we have to work on this one, network, where we're going to display all the network which user will store or create. So this is what we're going to work next. Come back. This looks fine, no problem we have here. This is absolutely fine. Make sure to do all the changes, all the small smelling fix we have done. Make sure to do that to make it work. Pretty good. Now close this one. Now we can come back here and now we have to work on this add network. So display the network which is added. So simply copy and receive the props. Let's get this set network name. That's what we can simply receive it. Pretty good. Now let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Click here, go back to the add network. Here we are. Now we have to receive a couple of things from React. So use state, use effect. Now we have to do the import. Let's import the React icon FA6 and we need the copy icon. So we'll say FA reg copy. That's the icon, we got it. Now we have to simply import the, let's come here, let's remove this and we can do one thing. Let's do the internal import and in that we can simply get the footer component. So let's get that from the index, we'll call it footer. And now what I'm going to do is we have this notification component, so notification prop. So copy this one and that's what we can send as a prop. So we can display the notification, copy, let's receive this prop. Do the same thing for the success. So this is the props we receive. Now it looks good. Now we can come back here. Now we'll take a variable call, let's say, what's the name we should give? Simply remove this one. We'll call this use state and we can call this networks because we're going to store all the networks. It's going to be an array. So it's going to be an array type. Then we'll take another state variable and we can call this user details. So we can show the user details who have added this one, including the image. It's going to be an object. And now we can come back here. We'll take this another one. It will call active because when the user will select, we have to change the state of the selected network. So it's going to be an active as well. So these are the three state variable we have. Now we have to take another one. Let's take another one and this will call active. So we have two active network. It's going to be an object which user will select. That's all information we're going to store it in that active network. And this one is, this active is for changing the state, means the styling bot. So these are the state variable we have so far. Now looks good. Come back here. Let me give this comment calling hook. We're going to call this use effect and we have to get the data from the local storage. So we can call it network list. We'll say json.parse. We'll call this local storage get item and we have to give the key. So it's a set networks. So we'll have all of the data. Now we can simply set this data to our state variable. We'll say networks list. So we have this data stored. Now we can simply console log out. Now we have to get the user data. So we'll simply copy and paste here and I can call it to user profile. Soon we're going to start working on a user profile and this is the exact name I'm going to give when we'll store the user information in the local storage. So I'm just giving this particular name straight away. Now we're going to simply store this information, the user information, right up here in this state variable. That looks good. Now we have to call this whenever the component get opens. So this is the hook which will give us all the data about the user and the network. Now come here, let's build the function called select network. And it's going to be a normal function. So when the user will click and select the network, we have to simply update that information in our active network. So we'll take this local storage dot select item and in that we can get active network and we'll simply pass the data. We'll say json.stringify and we'll say active network. So on the click event, this particular information will store in the local storage. So this is the select network function we have. Pretty good. We have got this hooks, imports. These are the props, this state variable, this is the effects, and this is the function. If I click here, if I go back to the networks, right now we don't have anything. Let's start working on the J6. So we'll take a class called tech web dash fun dash content. Inside this, I'm going to have a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fun dash page. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fn dash model dash page. Inside this, will take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called models dash dash content. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called models dash dash results. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called fn dash dash tab dash content. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called by, let's call it tab dash dash item active, and it will have an id, so we can detach. We'll call it id1. Inside the div, we'll take a ul. It will have a class called fn dash dash model items. Inside that, we're going to display our the components, the card component for the network. So we'll take let's say the entire network. We have an array. This information we have in a form of array. We have to simply loop over it. So we'll say map network index. It's going to be an instant return. Then we'll take a li. It will have a on-click function. So this is the function we have built. So in that, we have to build a couple of functions. So we'll build this. We'll say set network active network. In that, we have to simply pass the network information. So it's going to have all the information, including the API key, RPC endpoint, private key, address, name, all the information. It will be updated in the object. Now we have to simply call this particular one, selected network. This information will store in the local storage, this particular function. Now we have to simply call this set network name, and we have to provide the name. So this will reflect in our header bar that this is the network is selected. Now we have to display the notification success that you have successfully selected the network. So we'll simply say network name. Pretty good. Looks good. Now we can come here. Let's take a key. It's going to be an index +1. Then we'll take a class call, and we can call this, take a dynamic one. We'll say fn dash dash model dash item. Get into this li, and here we have to take a div. It will have a class called image. Inside that, it will have a class called image. It will have a class called item. It will have a on-click function, and here we have to simply set active. In that, we have to simply pass this index I +1. Inside the div, we have to take another div. It will have a class called image. In that, we have to take the image tag, and we have to provide the image of the network. So that's available in the network.image, and you can see the image is displaying fine. Now we have to come out of the div, and we have to take a div. It will have a class called item dash dash info. Then you can take a h3. It will have a class called title. Inside that, we can display the name of the network. There it is. And we can also take a paragraph, and we can display the short descriptions. We'll say your wallet details is private to you, address and span. In that, we can take a on-click function, and will allow user to click and simply copy the details. So we can allow them to copy this. We'll say navigator clipboard write text, and we allow them to copy the let's say private key, and we can display the icon, so they can click and they can copy. So we'll take this private key, and it will have this particular icon, so they can click and they can copy. So that's the text we have. Now we can come out of this div, and we'll take another div. It will have a class called item dash dash author. In that, we'll take an image, and we'll display the user information, user image. It will be a dynamic one. We'll say user, because this is the data we have. We'll say user detail image. So if the user has an image, we have to display that, and it will have all text. We already have that. So let's do one thing. If the user has not created his account, so if the user has not uploaded his image, we have to display some sort of default image. So let's display that. So I'll display the logo. So we'll say image /crypto.png. There it is. So if user uploaded an image, it is going to display their image. Otherwise, it's going to display the default image. Pretty good. Now we can come back here. We'll take a h3, and it will have a class called author-name. Inside that we can display, it will let's have an onClick function, and on the onClick function we have to allow them to copy their addresses. So we'll take this network dot wallet address, so they can click and they can copy, and I can simply call this to user detail name. So I have to display the username, and I can display the icon. So there it is. So user has, if user has their name, it will display, otherwise we have to display the default message. We'll say update name. There it is. Pretty good. So that looks good. Now we can display the footer, and we are done with this entire component. So you can see it's a dynamic one. If I make on the big screen, so this is the one network we have added, and the moment you can simply switch back to different one. Let's create one more, and I can simply just wait. Then here finally it's uploaded. Let's call it Ethereum. So make sure to wait first, let the image upload successfully, and once the image display, then you can start providing all of this information. Let's give the RPC URL something dash, do the same thing for the key and wallet and the private, and save. And here we have saved the network successfully. If I come back to the network tab, and you can see this is the network, it's displaying fine. And if I copy, I can is able to copy the address, and I can double click it, and it will select the network. So make sure to double click it. So pretty good. So we're done with this network. No problem. We have successfully completed this part. Now we have to go ahead and work on the other component. So things are looking fine. So this one is working fine. Trade token is also working fine. We can select. This is the top exchange token. This is the network. You can click and you can select, double click, and it will select and update all the information. Here we have the token pair. Now we have to work on the profile, pricing, and trading. So we have a lot of work to do. Let's start with the profile first, because it's going to be quite similar with the network one as well. So come back here in the profile, and here we have to receive this particular prop. So get into the profile, and we have to receive the prop. Now let me make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's drag it here on the right hand side, and I can come back here. Now we have to get these two as well. So let's simply copy, and we have to send it as a prop, and that's what we can simply receive in the profile. So let's receive this notify error and notify success. Copy, and that's what we can simply paste here. We got this three props. Now come back here in the profile. Let's import the use state, use effect. Now we have to do the internal import, and in that we have to simply import the footer component. So it's going to be from the utils, and now we have to import the utils functionality, because we're going to create a function which allow us to short the address of the user. So we haven't created that function, but we'll create soon. So just give this demo import. Looks fine. Now this is good. Come back here. Now we have to create a couple of state variables. So this one is the first one, called, let's say, user detail. It's going to be an object. Now we have to take another use effect, and here we have to get the information. So if the user already provided all the details about his profile and save in the local storage, so we have to get it that, so we can display that you are already provided the information. So let's take this user, and we have to get the information from the local storage. So this is the same thing we have to do. We'll say local storage get item, and this is the key pair we have provided, user profile. So this will give us the data from the local storage, and then we can simply set that to our state variable. Pretty simple. And we have to give this empty array, so whenever the page reload, it's going to call this particular hook. Looks good. This is fine. Now what I'm going to do is, we can start working on the JSX, and it will have a class called tech web fn dash container. There it is. Let's take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fn dash page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech fn dash user profile dash page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tech web dash fn dash page title, and it will have a, let's take this h2, and it will have a class called title. It will say user profile, there it is, looking fine. We'll come out of the div, it will take a div, it will have a class called container small. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called techweb-fn-user profile. Inside that we can simply take a div, it will have a class called user profile, there it is. Then we can take a div, it will have a class called user avatar. Inside that we'll take an image and we can display the user image. So we'll say dash user details. If there is an image, then display the image, otherwise we can display the default image, which is the logo crypto.png. There it is. Now we can come back here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called user details. Inside the div we'll take a ul and it will have an li. Inside the li we have to take a div and it will have all the information. So we'll take this item. Inside that we can take this h4, it will have a class called subtitle. This will call name, and here we can come here, we'll take this h3, it will have a class h3 and we can call it the user detail name. If we have the name we can display, otherwise we can say update. So this is the first items. Now what we're going to do is simply replicate this one and paste here, and we have to change the name to user name, and here we have to change the data to user name. There it is, looks fine. Copy, paste here and change this to address, and here we can display the wallet address. Close that one, and now we can come back here, we'll take this anchor, it will have an on click function, and we'll say set active component. In that we can say setting. So in this setting component will allow user to upload all the information. In the profile component we are just displaying all his information. So we'll say setting. Now it will have a class called user edit fn icon button. Now we can display the image tag and we can display the setting icon. So we'll have this light icon / light -4, that's the one. We can click and we can go to the setting component. Now we can come here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called user panel. Inside that we can take a div, it will have a class called plan -left. In that we'll take a h4, it will have a class called subtitle. We'll say your key, there it is. Now we can display the paragraph and it will have a class called info. In that we can take a span, it will have a call private key, and we can display the private key of the user, and this data is only visible to user. Okay, we'll say private key. If we don't have, we can say update. Let's give this span, looks fine. Now we can come back here and we can display the description of the user. We will take a div, it will have a class called user interest, user interest. Inside the div we'll take this h4 and we'll take a class called title. We'll say your biography, and we can come here, we'll take a paragraph and we can display the user biography, the detail he provided about himself. We'll say biography. If it doesn't have, we can say update. So this is the entire profile component. Hope it makes sense to all of you guys. Right now we are displaying all the information about the profile page. If the user have updated, we can click and we can go back to the simply setting component where user can simply upload all the information. So right now we don't have anything because we haven't worked on that, but this looks fine, looks good. Click, we can go to the setting page. Now we have to work on the setting page, so simply close this one. We can get into the setting page, so click here and here we have the setting. So what we can do, simply copy this one and copy the entire one, copy this too, and send this as a prop and send the XCS as well, in case in future if you want to store this information in the backend, we can do that. So simply take it as a prop. So we'll take this notify error, let's take the success, and we can take the XCS as well. Copy, double check the spelling, looks fine, no problem in that. Now things are looking good. And this particular component is going to be quite similar to the upload one, the upload network one. So we can come back here and we can go to this add network. It's going to be quite similar. So we're going to receive all of this. So simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste here. We got the drop zone. Now we're going to take all of this. So like we need this portion. So simply grab, close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one. We need this as well. We need the drop zone, these hooks, and all of these things we need. So simply remove this one, and now we can simply select all of this portion till here, the display image, copy, and that's what we can simply receive here. So receive, and now we have to do the modification in the variable type. So this is the network. So first thing, we have to change the name and the data we want to take in. So looks good. Now we can come back here and we are receiving all of this. Let's get into the profile, and from here we have to get this particular function as well, because we need still user information, and that's what we can simply call here on top. So if the data is already available about the user, so that's what we can display in the setting component as well. So that's what we are getting. Now we have to change this to name. This is going to be the user name. This will be the, remove this, we don't need this. This one is the wallet address and private key. We're going to have this one. We're going to have the image, and we're going to have the biography as well. So user can explain about himself. So that's the one we have. Now we can simply rename this. So we can call this to user. This will be the set user, and same thing we have to provide here, and we have to provide this set user. So this looks good. Now we have to do the changes here as well. So in this one, so this one going to be the name, this will be the user name, the wallet and the private key is going to be there, image is going to be there. Now we have to attach the biography. Looks good. Copy, and that's what we have to do here as well. Change this one, and what else we need to change? This looks fine. So we have the name, we have this RPC URL. Actually we don't need this RPC URL, so we can remove that. Select this one, remove this one, and remove here from as well. Looks good. This looks good, no problem. So far things looks good. Let's check for the biography as well. So this is fine. We have this notification error message if the user not provide the detail. Looks good. Now, and this looks good, and this is the exact thing we're going to have here as well, because user need to update. So this portion we're not going to have. Remove this one, remove this portion. We're going to have this two only, because we have to store the user profile in the local storage. So first thing we have to do is simply remove this one. We'll take this local storage set item, and we're going to simply call this user profile, and in that we're going to simply pass the user, and here we're going to change this profile updated successfully, and that's the only thing we have to do here in this. Let's change the function name. So it's, instead of calling this save network, we can say save user. So this is the function we have updated. This is going to be the same. There's no changes you need to do here, because we have to upload the image of the user, and here we have to do the changes. So this one is the user, and this one is the set user. Looks good, no problem. This is the same. This one, this is the drop zone, we're going to have the same, and this was fine. Looks good. Now we can come back here at the add network, and we need the JSX as well. So we need all of this JSX. So simply copy, and that's what we can simply paste here. Paste here. Now we have to close the div. So close this one, close this one. There it is. We have all of this. Now come back here and reload the page. Go to the profile. Click here. Okay, something went wrong. Why this particular setting component is not displaying? So things are looking good. Now I can click on profile, click on this, but it's not opening. So come back here, and now I have to check the spelling. So come back, close this one. This is the setting I have. This is fine, no problem in that. Like fan page is there, tech fan user setting page. Okay, no problem in that. This is the tech fan page title. That's good. This is the title we have, and we can simply change this particular text, and let's call this settings. If I reload, if I try to click on this, like come back here in the index, and I can see that this is what we have, SCTTING setting. This is fine, no problem in that. Let's go to the where we can go. We can go to the sidebar, and we can check here as well. So like we don't have anything. the setting component here, so there is no need to check here. Simply come back here in the setting, go back here in the this one is good, come back to the profile, because there we have a button for opening the setting component. So let's come here. Okay, there is a mistake, it's not M, it's N. So make sure to check this spelling and save it, and now it will work fine. So reload the page, come back here and click here, and there it is. At least we got something, means our component is try to rendering. So this is the fix we have to do. Okay, I know what's the problem. We have to simply provide this user detail variable as an object. So come here in the setting, and I can simply, this is the particular one we have to come. So come here and let's take a state variable. So this is the one we have, but we haven't declared that. That's why we are getting this particular error. So that's a very easy fix. I hope you guys have noticed that. So let's take this use state, and we'll take this user details, and that's the only thing. It's going to be an object. So save it. Now we'll not have any issue. Come here, click on this. It's going to open the profile setting component. Looks good, no problem. Now we can come back here. Let's do the side by side and see how we are exactly working on the front end. So this looks fine, no problem here. That's good. Now I can do one thing, come back here, and like we can go into the network component, add network component. So before we go there, like this is what we have here. Like this is the add network component, and it's going to have the similar structure. So simply copy this one, entire JSX, and that's what we can simply paste here and change the just the variable. So simply change, paste here, and we have all this structure. Looks good. And now we have to simply change the variable type. So first thing, we have to change the name. This will be the setting. There it is. Now we have to change the input field and the name. So this looks fine. The bloat component is absolutely fine, don't need to do any changes, but we have to do the changes here in the name. Instead of network name, we have to go with the normal name of the user. Same thing we have to do into this onChange function and the placeholder. So let's change this to, okay, let's come back here. This is the one. Let's change this to, so if already user updated the information, so we can display his information. Otherwise we can say update. So we'll say user detail. If the data is already there, we can display their name, and we can simply pass the name. Do the same thing for the user name. If it's there, then we can display their called user name, and change this to user name. Let's call this. So come here, if the data is there, then we can display, otherwise we can say update. Same thing for the username, update. Now let's change this to like wallet address. Change this one, user detail, we can say wallet address, otherwise update. Change this to user wallet address. Here we have to remove, and we have to call it private key. This will be the private, we'll say user detail, not private key, and we'll have this update. Change this to private, copy and paste here, private key. That's good. And remove this to biography. Change this to biography, copy and paste here. And here we have to change the function name to save user, and this will say save profile. Looks pretty good, and we're done with this. Now make on the full screen and simply reload the page, and let's try to update the information. Click here. Now we can simply give the name Hussein, give the username, address, private key, and the biography. If I open the blockchain coder, you can come back to the courses. So this is the course which I have launched. Make sure to check this out. It will teach you every single thing which you have to know as a full stack blockchain developer. We have built one of the biggest project in that. So we have 100 plus videos. So make sure to paste that, and this looks good. Now I can come back here, and let's convert it into a text area instead of input field. So we'll have a like big box for the biography. So this is the one. Let's convert that to text. Let's text area. Let's save it. Now you can come back here and you can simply drag and make it big. Pretty good, and paste here. If I save, you can see I'm getting this particular error message. Means our data validation is also working fine, because I have not uploaded the image, and because of that I'm getting this error. So not a big deal, it's working absolutely fine. So simply reload the page. Now we can come back to the profile, go to the settings, and now let's simply update. I'll come here, I'll pick the image. So this is the one I want. It's uploading, and just wait, and finally it's uploaded successfully. Here we have the image. Let's provide all the detail. So Daulat Hussain will have the username, Daulat, address, we'll have the private key, biography, and save. And profile is uploaded successfully. You can see all the data is changed, like in the header, in the profile, all the data is updated. So that's looks absolutely wonderful. Pretty good. I hope you guys can appreciate that how things are coming together. Like everything looks fine. You can go back here and you can see the data is defined there. This is the profile, pricing, and this is the setting. Below the page, everything is working fine. You can open that and you can see the data is available in the input field and the profile. So that looks fine. Now the only two components we have left, that's the trading and the pricing. So we are done with this. No need to do too many things here. So looks pretty fine. Let's have a look. Now we can come back here and now we can work on the pricing before we start working on the trading and its functionality. So it's going to be mainly really related to the JSX. So we can simply make it side by side and start working on the JSX straight away. So let's make on the side by side, drag, go to the pricing, close this one, drag on the right hand side, and let's work on it. So what we have to do is we're going to receive the prop because we need to have the buy function. So if I come back here, right now we haven't built the buy function, so just skip that for a moment. But let's give this object type because we have to import the buy membership function and we have to build that. So that looks good. Come back here, we'll take this class. It will have this tick web dash fn dash content. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called tick web dash fn dash page. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called tick web dash fn dash pricing page. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called tick web dash fn dash pricing. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash tabs. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash tab active. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called fn dash dash mobile dash pricing dash pricing. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item dash header holder. There it is. Inside the div we'll take a class pricing dash dash item dash header. Inside that we'll take a h2. It will have a class, let's call it title. Inside that we'll say personal. We'll take this h3. It will have a class called price. In that we can take a span and we'll take this $10. It will have the month. So there it is, quite big. Let's come here, let's take a paragraph. It will have a class called description and we'll say bill yearly. So there it is. Now you have to do one more fix. So come here and take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item. Simply cut this div and paste here. So that's the first thing you have to do. Now second thing you have to do is you have to provide this dash in the header and that will fix the issue. There it is, perfect. So that's the personal one, and we can take this break and we can display the information. So we'll take the span and we can display the other balance like $15 for the monthly. Pretty good. So this is the first personal one and we can display more information. We'll take a p tag. It will have a class, let's call it purchase. Inside that we can take this anchor, and we can display the button for buying. So it will have an on-click function, and we have to simply attach the buying membership function here. So inside that, we'll call it like buy personal. Save it, and let's take a class, and we can call this, so let's call tech wave. Okay, let's bring it in and wrap that one. There it is. So purchase and take wave fan button. So this looks pretty good. No problem. We have simply copy that one, and that's the class we have to attach on the anchor. So paste here. There it is. Looks pretty good. So this is the button we have. Now we can simply come here out of the div. We'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item dash dash heading. Inside that, we'll take h2. We'll take the class called title. It will have called main features. There it is. Now we can come out of the div. We'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item dash list. Inside that, we'll take the array. So this is the dummy information I'm displaying, but you can add as per your information. So I'll say crypto DH token, we'll say running bot, and we'll say Matty trading, and we'll have this any exchange trade and unlimited data. So this is the array we have. Now we have to simply render this. We'll take a map. It will have the item, it will have the index, and we have to make it instant return. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item dash list. Inside that, we'll take the h4. It will have a class called title. Inside that, we can display the item. There it is. You can see it's working absolutely fine. Then we'll take a p tag, and it will have the description. So we'll say 20, and we can simply increase the number. So we'll say I plus 10. It's not I, it's index. So that's changes to index, and there it is. Simply looks fine. You can see this is the first card component for our membership, and we have to create 3 more. So this is the first one. We are done with this entire card. Let's have a look one more time. Are we missing anything? Come here, and now we have to build the second one. So come here. This is the first one. Let me call it first, and this is the second. Simply copy and paste here, and here we have to do this couple of changes. So like I can come here, take a div, like after the pricing dash dash item dash holder, you have to take a div. It will have a class called popular. Inside that, we'll take a span. It will have this called most popular. There it is. Looks beautiful, and that's the only thing you have to attach to make it most popular, and change this text to premium. You can change the all of this data, and this looks fine. So this is the second pricing component we have. Close this one. Now we have to take the third one, and simply take the first one, copy first one, and paste here. This is going to be quite similar. The only thing we have to do is to change the name. This will be enterprise. Copy, and that's what we can attach on the button. So this is the enterprise. Let's change as well for the premium one as well. So this one is the pricing, and looks fine. No need to do any changes. So I can come here to the and paste here premium. Looks good. So this is how it's going to look, our card component on the mobile device. Pretty beautiful. So let's call it mobile device, and as I told you that it's going to have 2 versions, one for the mobile and one for the desktop. So come here and let's build for the desktop. Next, we'll say desktop, comment this one. Now we can come here and let's take a div. It will have a class, so we can check in the desktop mode. Let's expand this one. So that's how it's going to look. So this is how it's going to look. Let's expand a little bit. So right now we don't have anything because we have to build for the desktop. So let's call this pricing dash dash content. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash header. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class call item dash row. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called item dash call. It's going to be a block element. Then we take another div. It will have a class called item dash call. Inside that, we'll take this h2. It will have a class called title. And that will say personal. There it is. We'll come out of this h2 and we'll take a h3. It will have a class called price. In that, we can display the span and the price. We'll say 5 medi. And we'll say monthly. Now we have the 3. We have the price for the monthly. Now we can take a p tag and we'll have a class called description. It will have a limited trading and looks good. No problem we have. Now we can simply come back. We'll have this break and we can take a span and we can display this additional pricing for the yearly plan, or you can call it monthly. So that looks fine. Now we can come here. We'll take a p. It will have a class called purchase. Inside that, we'll take an anchor, and in that we'll have an on-click function. So on that, we can simply attach the function for the buying the membership, and let's have a class called techwave-fan-button, and let's assign this called buy personal. Let's make on the big screen, and that's how it's going to look. You can see it's a beautiful design. That looks perfect. We have the card on the right hand side, and we have the first personal one. Very good. Now we have to create 2 more just like this. This is the personal one. No problem we have in it. So this looks good. Now what I'm going to do is come here. Let's try to let's call this first and simply replicate this 2 times. Change this to 3. Copy, paste, and here we have to make the changes. So let's come here and at the top, and we can take a div. It will have a class called popular, and we can say take this span and we'll say most popular. Save it. There it is. And you can change all the information as per the pricing. So this will be the premium. It's a premium. Now close this one, and what else we need to do the changes. So this is the buy premium. Copy and paste here. So this looks fine. Personal and premium. Close this one, copy the first one and paste here. Then move this enterprise and copy this one and paste here. So that's the enterprise component. So this is the card component, which looks absolutely perfect and 100% responsive for mobile devices. You can see looks absolutely beautiful. So we're done with this. Now we can display the what are the features they will get. So we're done with this card. Now we can simply come here. This is what we have. Simply okay, good. Or let me have a look. This is the first section. Simply get this portion. So simply copy this too, and that's what we can paste here. And we have to do a couple of minor changes. So we can come back here. So here we have to change this to pricing heading, and this class is going to be span instead of h2, and here we have to take a div. It will have a item. Simply cut that one, and that's what we have to paste here. So that's the div. Now we can come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called item wide. Then we can come back here, and that's the pricing we have. We'll take this item list. We'll say filled, and I can simply remove because I want to display more data. So change this one. We'll say item row. We'll take a div. It will have a class called item dash call. Inside that, we'll take a span. It will have a class called heading dash text. Inside that, we'll display the item. So that's the first set of data we have. Simply copy, and we have to replicate a couple of times. So you can display multiple data, but I'm going with the simple approach. So here, instead of displaying the data, I can display the number. I can simply increase the number by 1. Or if you have any specific service which you want to provide, you can give that information. So that looks fine. And that's the only thing we have to do here. So this looks good. That's the entire pricing component we have. I hope you guys have followed me that what exactly we have done. Here you can see it looks absolutely beautiful. So we got the pricing, all of these components are coming together beautifully. This is the component, and you can see it's 100% responsive if on all the devices. So it looks wonderful. Close that one. Come here. Check all of the things. Looks pretty good. You can simply double click and you can select the network. It's getting updated in the header and all the places, including the local storage and all the component which you are taking. Now we have to work on the trading. So simply close this one. Now we have the final component which is left, and we have to build the functionality. So looks good. So this is the one which we're going to work now. So come back here in the context, and now before we actually start working on the component, let's work on the functions: buy, sell, and trading. That's all the things we have to work on. So let's start with the very first one, the buying one. But before we start working on the buy one, let's get the Uniswap APIs and the addresses of the contract which is deployed on the text network. So simply copy this one instead of import. Let's go with the simple approach. So copy paste here, simply remove, close all of this, and simply format this and remove this export. And let's take it as a function and a variable. So that's what we have here. Now we can simply call this in the function. So it looks good to me. Now we can receive a couple of things, because in this buy function we have to receive a couple of data. When the condition will fulfill, we have to send all of this data, and then the buying token function will call and it will make the purchase of the token. So let's receive the data. So we have to receive the token address 1, token address 2. Make sure the order is very important. So this is the order which we are following to get the data. The exact order we have to follow when we have to pass the data into the function. Then we have to provide the fee, address, buy amount. Then we have to pass the router. That's all we're going to receive. Now we can come back here. First thing, we have to get the deadline, because that's what we have to pass, and that's what the Uniswap contract will take. So we call this math.flow. In that we have to pass the date.now, and we have to simply convert that. So we'll say 1000. We'll add this 6. So this is the simple conversion we are doing. Now we'll take a variable called transaction, and we have to take the router. So that's router, Uniswap router we are using, and on that we have to simply call this particular function called exact input single, and in that we have to simply pass the data. So we have to pass the data like in form of array. So first is going to be the token address 1. Make sure the order is very important. Then token address 2. Then we have to assign the fee. Then we have to assign the user address. Then we have to assign the deadline, and then the buy amount, and this 0, the tick. And then we can simply send the buy amount as a form of value. And that's the only thing you have to pass in the transaction, exact input single. Once the transaction will complete successfully, we have to wait for the transaction to be completed on the blockchain, and then we can simply console log out the transaction hash, and that's what we can simply store in the local storage and display in the front end. So it will say return, and we have to return the transaction hash, and that's the only thing we have to do for buying the token. It's quite simple. That's the simple function where we are calling the router, we are passing all the information and making the transaction possible for buying token. Now we have to work on the sell token. So click on here. In that we need a lot of things. So again, we have to receive the data. So we need to receive the token address 1, 2. We need the fee. We need the user address, buy amount, and we need the router. We need the sell amount, and we need the account. So these are the things we need. Now we have to get the token. So we'll take a variable call, let's say token, and we already have the token, the API. This is the one we have to call, and with that we have to pass the provider and the address. So let's call this account is the provider, and we have to pass the address to of the token. In that way we'll have the entire object of the token which we can use it. So let's come here. Let's check for allowance, because that's how our function is going to work. First, it's going to check the allowance, whether that particular token has allowance or not. If doesn't have allowance, it's going to request for the allowance, then it's going to make the transaction. So allowance is very important to check. So let's check for the allowance. We'll take await token dot allowance. In that, we have to pass the information. We have to pass the user address and we have to pass the router address. In that way, we can easily able to check the allowance. Then we have to simply console log out the allowance, that how much allowance is there. So we'll say current allowance is going to be the allowance. Then we have to build a condition. We'll say allowance is there. We'll say if allowance is less than the sell amount, means whatever the token allowance is there, if it's less than the sell amount, then we have to call the allowance function. So let's build that function. So we'll say const console, we'll say approving spending, and then we can say bulk approve in production. That's the simple message. You can display anything that approving allowance. So let's change this to console. That's the message we're going to print. And then we can simply build the function. We'll say transaction await token dot approve. In that, we have to pass the data. We have to pass the router address and we have to pass the sell amount which we want to approve. Then we have to wait for the transaction to be complete. Wait, and once the transaction is getting completed, then we have to simply go next. Then we can simply come here. We'll take a variable called deadline and it will have this math dot floor. We have to build the same condition which we have built in the buy one. So 1000 plus 6000. Once we have the deadline, this deadline is totally up to you, but make sure to always give this particular range because this one is more compatible and most of the contract just work around the same deadline timing to be on the safer side. Now we can take this transaction and we'll say await router dot, and we have to call this particular function exact input single. In that, we have to simply pass the data in form of array. So we have to pass the token 2, token 1, then we have to pass the fee, we have to pass the user address, deadline, sell amount 0 0, the tick, and it's going to make the call and we have to wait for the transaction to be completed. So we'll say transaction awaits. So this is what we are calling, and we have to simply console log out the transaction hash, and we can simply return at the end after successful of buying. So we'll say transaction dot hash. It's going to give us the hash of the transaction. So it looks pretty impressive. Looks good, no issue we have. This is the sell function we have, and now we have to work on the trading function. This is going to be a quite huge. So this is the trading function. Now what I'm going to do is first we have to receive the data. We receive the active network and we're going to receive the trade token, and all of these two data is going to become as a form of object. So it will have all of this information about the network, including the RPC URL, API key, in this active network, and this trade token. So once we have these two information, now we have to simply deconstruct that. So once we have this two information, we have to simply set the loading state to true. So it will display the loader. So we already have here, you can see that's already we have here. Now we can simply first get the Web3 provider. So let's build the connection. So we'll take this provider, we'll use this new ether dot JSON RPC, and this particular provider we have already here in the network. So we'll take this dynamic just template literal, and we'll take this active network to be the RPC URL, and we have to provide the API key. So we'll come here, we'll take the second one is the active network dash API key. So this is the one we have built. In that way, we'll have our provider. Now we can come back here. Let's take a variable called wallet because we have to generate the wallet, and we are not using any MetaMask or any third web provider to make the transaction. So let's build the wallet. So we already have the private key of the user. So I can call this ether.wallet, and then I can pass the private key. So I can take this x0x and I can provide the private key, so which is available in the active network private key. So it's a private key. So in that way we'll have the wallet. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable called buy amount, and we have to do the conversion before we actually pass the amount. So here we have this ether. We'll say parse utils. In that we can simply pass the trade amount. So we'll say trade token. In that we have the buy amount, that when they're going to buy, what the buy amount is set by the user, and we have to convert it into ether. So this is the buy amount. Now we have to take the target amount which the user have set when he or she wants to sell his token. So we're going to take this big int, and in that we can simply pass the target price which user have set. Okay, once we got the buy amount, target price, and here I'm saying target exchange rate. Then we can take this target amount out which we want. So we already have the buy amount. We can simply multiply, and we can multiply with the target price. So we'll get the target amount out, and here we can take this sell amount. So when they want to sell it, so that's a very easy. We take this buy amount and we can divide by the target price. So we are setting up the pricing. You can go with multiple pricing, but make sure to do the conversion exactly the way we have done, because we have used the big int, and you have to make the conversion of the amount in the ether. So those are all the conversion very necessary. Now we can come here. We'll take the account, and this account we are getting from the wallet. So we already have that wallet dot connect, and we have to provide from which we have to connect. We have the provider, and that's what we're going to simply pass it. So in that way we can easily able to make the connection with the particular wallet and the provider. So once we have that, now we can come back here. We'll take the token, and we have to simply call the function we have built, and that we have to pass all the relevant information. So we'll pass the account and the token, trade token address to. Then we have to pass the router. In that we have to pass the provider. Then we have to take the quoter, and in that we have to simply pass the provider. So account. So we got all of this. Now we can come back here. We have to check for the price, that what is the current price which is going on, and based on that we have to decide that which function we have to call. So let's check the price of the token. So we'll take this amount out. We have to say await. We have the quoter. On that we have to simply call the quote exchange input single, and we have to simply pass a couple of information. So we can come back quote exchange input, and that we have to pass the trade token address 1, and we have to pass the token address 2. Then we have to pass the fee. So we'll say trade token dot fee. We have to convert into a number. Then we have to pass the amount by amount, and the 0, the tick. This will give us the price. So this is the amount we are displaying. So this will give us the output amount, and here I can display the output amount which I will get. The price is getting right now, the output amount. And now let me check that what the price I have set. So simply replicate it and change this to like current exchange rate. So this is the current exchange rate. We have to convert it into a string, and here we have to simply, and here we have to provide it. Replicate that, and this will be the target exchange rate, and we already have the target amount out. Pretty good. Now we can come back here, and first is going to check the condition, and we'll give you the what is the amount right now and what is your target, and based on that we're going to simply make the transaction. So let's come here. Let's take a variable called transaction hash, and this is the variable which we're going to update, because every time a transaction will take place, means buying or selling, we'll get the hash of that particular transaction, and that's what we have to store here in this particular one. So let's take a variable. Now we can build a condition. We'll say if amount out is less than the target amount out, then we have to simply call the buy function. Means whatever our amount which we are targeting, if it's less than that, then we have to simply call the buy function. So we'll say transaction hash, because the buy function is going to return the hash. So that's why I've called transaction hash above, and I call this buy amount, and let's send all the data. So make sure I have to send the data in the exact order the way I'm receiving. So this is called, let's say, token 1. Then we have to replicate it and change this to 2. Let's remove that, and this will be fee, convert into a number, and remove this one. This will be the wallet address. Then we have the buy amount, then we have the router, and that's the only thing we have to do here. We have to do exactly the same thing for the cell as well. So we'll come here, we'll take a address, user address, and that's what we are getting from the, let's say, active network.wallet. In that, the user address is there, so we are getting the address from there as well. Now we have to build the condition for the cell. So if amount out is greater than the target amount, we can simply call the cell function. So we have to do exactly the same thing. We'll say cell token, and in that we have to simply pass all this information. This is the function we are calling. So copy, paste here. Let's send the prop. So we have the address of the 2 tokens and the fee, and change this to fee, convert it into a number. Then we have to pass the user address, we have to pass the buy amount, we have to pass the router, cell amount, and we have to pass the account. So all of this data we are passing, and now we can come back here. So like this is, first we have taken the provider, then we have get the wallet, then we have set the pricing, the buy amount, target price, target output, and sell amount. That's all we have perfectly set up. Then we have the account, then we have taken this quarter, the React contract, then we have this particular checking for the price, that what is the current price of the exchange of the 2 token. Then we are simply console log out there, and here we are making the transaction based on the price of the current token, based on the price of the token right now. Now we can come back here. Now we have to simply store this data whenever the successful transaction will take place into our local storage, so we can display in the front end. So we're going to take this, we'll say storing data. We're going to take this called live transaction. It's going to be a kind of object. So in that we're going to store 3 data. So we'll take the current rate. So we already have the data available, amount output, we have to convert it into a string. And now we have to display the target amount, what is the current rate and what is the target. To target amount output, change this to target rate, and we can display the transaction hash. So we already have, that's coming from above, transaction hash. So these are the data we're going to store in our local storage. Now let's build the condition. We'll say let transaction array, the same logic we have followed above, the same thing we have to do here. So let me do it very quickly. So I'll first check for the data which is already available or not. So we'll say transaction list transaction, we have to get the data from the local storage. We'll say live dash transaction. Now if we have the length, so copy and paste. If we have the length, then we have to do this. We'll say transaction array, we'll say json.parse local storage.get item, and we have to get this live transaction. So it will give us the data. Once we have the data, we have to simply push the data in the array. So we'll say transaction array dot push, and as the name suggests, this is what we have to push in that array. So this list live transaction, that's what we have to push, copy, and that's what we have to push in the array. Now we have to simply set the data to the local storage, local storage dot set item to this. So this is the exact logic we have followed, and we have to simply convert this to JSON stringify to transaction array. Else we can simply do this. So we can simply copy this portion and paste here, the same old logic we have followed above. So simply copy and that's what we can paste here. This is fine. So in that way we can store the data in the local storage, and now we can simply set the, let's say, set the couple of variable. So like we'll have this set trading count is going to be on based on the length of the array. So we'll take this transaction array plus 1 because it will start from 0. So set trading count is like, now we have to simply console log out the entire array of the transaction. Now at the end we can simply turn this to false, and that's the only thing we have to do in this huge function. So make sure to keep it as it is, the way I have it written. Try to recheck all the spelling, all the variables, all the price conversion we have done, because these are the very important things which you have to do to make the transaction. So make sure to go with the exact one, then you can build your own strategy on top of this. So that also looks fine. We are storing all of this information, and then we can simply rendering. So we are done with this entire feature of making the transaction. Now let's try to export the data. So we can export the transaction count, length, and we can simply export the, what else we have, this trading count, and we have the loader. So things are looking pretty good. And the last one is the loader, set loader and loader. So these are the information we are exporting, and the rest would be fine. Now we can come back to the index, and we can simply come down all the way. We can simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply receive in our context, because we need all of this function. So we need all of this function, paste here, and now we have to send some of the function in our trading component. So we have x's, let's send this trading, then we have to send this to trading count, and we have to send this length, then we have to set this start trading count to be set trading count, then we have this set active component, and that's all we are sending. Simply copy all of this, and that's what we can receive here. So simply take this object, and that's where we can simply pass it. So paste here and replace this one. We don't need this. Simply replace this one, replace this one, and change this one, and save it. This looks fine. So these are the props we are receiving. Now we have to receive the hooks, use state, use effect. Come here, we have to import the icon. So that's coming from React icon /fa6. Then we have to import. What else we can import? Let's come back here. We need this notification. Simply copy and send that as a prop. Let's receive that, and let's receive the success one. Good. Now we're done with that. Let's do the internal import. We can say this is coming from our utils, so we have to build that particular function, sort address, which we build shortly. Now what we can do, things are looking pretty good, looks fine. Now we can start working on the features. So come back here, we'll take a state variable, and we can call this active network. It's going to be an object. Then we'll take another state variable, in that we can call this token. Then we'll take another one, this will call trade token. It's going to be an object. We'll take another state variable, and this will call active. By default it will be false. Then we'll take another one, this will be called live transaction. In that we're going to store all the transaction from the local storage. It's going to be an array. So we can come back here, we'll take another one, this will call user membership. So we have to check the membership before we allow them to make the transaction and use our bot. And we can come here, we'll build a call trade frequency. So this is the time which I'm going to assign for my trade. So I would recommend you to go with maximum 1 hour. It's not good idea to make the trade every minute or every 3 minutes. It's better to set the trade timing for half an hour or to 1 hour. So I'll set the trade frequency is going to be like this particular 1 minute. I'll set just for showing you, but if I go with 1 minute, my transaction will fail because the transaction takes time to complete on the blockchains. But for the demo purpose, I'm going to go with this one, but later I'm going to change this trade frequency. Now we can come here, we'll take a use hook, and we have to get all this information from the local storage. So first thing, we have to get the token list. We'll say JSON parse local storage get item, and we have to get this set tokens. We have the tokens. Now we have to replicate this, change this to active network. Now replicate this one, and we have to get the, let's say, token pair. Then we have to get the, let's call this user membership. So these are the data we are getting. Simply remove this one because this user membership is just a string, not an object. Now change this variable type is going to be active. This will be the token pair, and this one is the user. So these are the data we have. Now we have to simply update to our state variable. So we'll take this set user memberships to user. Then we can come back here, set, we'll say active network to active. Then we'll say set token to token list. Then we can say set trade token to token pair. So in that way, we'll have all the data about from our local storage to our like trading. So if I reload, if I come back to the trading, and this looks fine, no problem we have in here. So we have all of this data from our local storage. Let's come back here and we'll take a user effect. In that we have to build a condition. So we'll say if active is true, then we have to call our trade function. So we'll say if it's true, then we can take a variable called your function, and it's going to be a normal callback function. So in that we have to simply call our trading function, and we have to simply pass the data, the active network and the token pair, trade pair, trade token pair, and we can simply notify the success message to be like transaction completed. Okay, let's bring it back and let's wrap this into a string, transaction completed, dot dot dot. So, and we can simply console log out the, let's say, function call for the time being every 1 minute, or you can call it second. So this is the function we have. Now we can come back here and we're going to simply use this one interval id, and we have to simply call this, let's say, set interval, and in that we can pass, and we can simply pass the trade frequency, the timing we have set for the function to be called. Now looks good. Now we can come back here, we can simply return the clear interval after the successful call, and we're going to simply call this whenever there is a active state. So that's what we have to call it. Looks good. For the time being, I'm going to comment this function because we are just working on the feature. So when we test, then I'm going to simply call the function, so I don't exhaust my entire font which I have in that particular wallet. And it's not going to make the transaction because we haven't provided the details, and it's going to throw an error. So for the time being, just comment that. Now come here. Now we'll take another use effect. In that we have to do one thing, simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply call it. And let's change this to, what else we have? We have this live transaction, because we have to display the transaction which is taking place and render the data in the front end. Let's set this data to the state variable. We'll say live transaction. So all the transaction object which is coming from the local storage is going to be set in the array, and we're going to simply render that. So we can simply call this to trading count, because whenever the transaction will take, this number will go up. So that's why we have provided that. So trading count, and I can say length. Simple. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable called stop trading. So once the user will click, it will get activated, and user can simply click this button to stop the trading. So it's not going to call. So we can come back here and we'll say set active false, and by default is going to be false. But here we're going to change the condition, and we're going to simply call the function. So this is the function which simply turn the active to false. So let's build another function called select token pair, and it's going to be the normal one. So like We'll take this local storage dot set item, and that we can take this token pair. And once we have that, we have to simply convert that stringify, pass the token trade, and it's going to be simply stored in our local storage. So that looks pretty fine. And now we have to work on the JSX. So let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's bring it here and let's come back to the trading. We are here. Now let's work on the JSX. So first thing, we have to take a class called techweb-fn-content. There it is. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called techweb-fn-page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called techweb-fn-user-profile page. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called techweb-fn-page title. Inside that, we'll take h2. It will have the class called title and we'll have the trading crypto. There it is. Now we can come back here. We'll take it will have a class called container small. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called techweb-fn-user profile. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called user-profile. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called user-avatar. And inside that, we'll take an image and we'll display the image. So we'll display this active.network image. If we don't have the image, we can display the logo. There it is. So we already have the active image, so that's why we're displaying that, because we have selected the Ethereum for the now as an active network. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called user details new hide. Inside that, we'll take the UL. Inside that, we'll take a li and we'll have a div. It will have a class called item. Inside that, we'll take a h4 and we'll have our information. We'll say, let's say subtitle will be the network. Inside that, we'll take a h3. It will have a class called title and we'll have the active network. There it is. Network name. Otherwise, we'll say select network. Select. Make on the big screen, reload the page. If I come back to the trading, there it is. Looks pretty good. Now let's make it side by side. Let's bring it here. Let's drag it here. Now let's create the second one. So this is the first. Let's simply copy, paste here, and we can display the address. This will be the wallet address. So that's the second one we have. Now what else we have to change? So this is the one we have. Simply take this. If active network wallet address is equal to undefined, then we can say select. Otherwise, we can display the active network wallet address. So simple condition we have built. Now we can simply take this span. It will have an on-click function, and on the on-click function will allow the user to copy the address of the wallet. So we'll pass the wallet address. There it is. And inside the span, we can display the icon. So we'll take this FAREG copy. Simply close that one. And that's the icon we have. Okay, we haven't imported that, so let me import the icon. There it is. Let's come here, reload the page, and there we have the address and the network. Let's bring it here. So we have the address. Close that one. Simply copy, paste here, and we have to change this to private key. And this will be the same. Replace all the address to the private key. So that's look good. Now copy and paste here and change this to like RPC URL and change all of this to RPC URL. So user can click and they can copy the URL starting point. Copy and paste here, and here we're going to display. Let's bring it back. We don't need to display that. Looks good. So that's the entire data for the network. Now we have to work on the like the token, trade token pair. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called user dash dash plan. Inside that, we'll take a div, it will have a class plan dash left. Inside that, we'll take a h4, it will have a class called subtitle. In that, we'll say token a. We'll take this info, and that we have to display the token, first token address or name. You can display that. Simply replicate that for the 4 times, and this will be the token b. Change this to 2, and this will be the fee. Change this to fee, and this will be our network, and change this to network. So there it is, we have all of the data. So this is displaying that this is the network user have selected, and this is the token pair he or she has selected, so they can make the trade. Now we can come back here, we'll take a div, it will have a class. Let's take a div. Inside the div, we'll have a dynamic block. So we'll say if user membership is not equal to not member, then we can allow user to simply use our trading bot. So we can simply allow them to call the function. Otherwise, we don't allow them to call it. So let's build this particular one. We'll take this fragment, remove that one. Inside that, we'll take a conditioning block. We'll say if active is true, and then we can simply take this anchor. It will have an on-click function, and we have to simply call the function we have built, stop trading. If it's true, okay, if it's true, then we have to call this stop trading. So we'll say take a class, it will have a take web dash fn dash button, and we'll say stop bot if it's true. But if it's not true, means it's false, then we have to simply do in other way. Simply copy and paste here, and here we have to simply change the state. So instead of calling this particular function, we can say create trading, or you can say start trading, and we can change this to, let's say, trading, and we can simply call this active network. We have to pass that object, and we can simply pass the trade token pair, because that's what we are receiving in our function. So that's one, and now we have to simply call, and then we have to call this set active to true. I hope you guys can understand the logic that what exactly we are doing. So make sure to do this. Looks pretty fine. This is the first condition we have. Else we can tell the user to buy the membership. So simply copy this portion, and that's what we can simply render here. Here we can say that buy membership, and here we can simply redirect the user to the pricing section. So in that we can say pricing. So the user can click and it will go to the pricing section, and they can take the membership. So that's also looking fine. So we are done with the basic one. Now we have to simply display the live transaction which is taking place. So that's pretty easy. So what we can do is, so we are done with this. Now all the logic looks good. Now we can come back here, and we can simply start working on the component. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called tech fn pricing. Inside that, we'll take a div, it will have a class called container. In that, we'll take a div, it will have a class called pricing dash tab. Inside that, inside this we'll take let's say div, it will have a class called pricing dash dash tab and active. Inside that, we'll take the mobile view and the desktop view. So let's work on the mobile view. We'll say if live transaction equal to null, means there is no transaction, then we don't want to display anything. Otherwise, we have to display the transaction component. So what logic I have followed? If there is no live transaction, means display nothing. Otherwise, we have to display that. So let's take a class. It will have this fn dash dash mobile dash pricing. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item dash holder. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item dash dash heading. Inside that, we'll take h2. It will have a class called title, and we'll display this live transaction dot dot. So this is not displaying. Okay, so because we don't have any transaction, that's why it's not displaying, but I can do something. So right now it's not displaying because we don't have any transaction. You can see all the things are looking fine, but the transaction is not displaying. So what I can do, let's make it side by side, and you can see I'm getting this infinite running. Okay, something's wrong happened. So let's come back here. Let's have a look one more time. There is no problem in here. Like we have all of this empty array. Looks pretty fine. Let's comment that. Okay, still it's happening. So let's bring it back. Let's comment this one. No. So this is also working fine. What else? Something's wrong. If I comment this, still it's keep going on. So this particular error is maybe happening in the header section. So let's bring it back. Let's go to the header. So this is the header component, and here we have to provide this. So let's provide that and save it, and that will fix the issue. You can see right now it's not working. So it was rendering infinite time. So that's why we are having that issue. Looks good. Now we can come back here. Let's make on the little big screen. That looks pretty good. Beautiful. Now we can come back here, and I'm going to turn this around. So come back here in the trading, and right now we don't have any transaction, but we want to display this particular component. So let's do one thing. Let's change this to, so we have to make a couple of changes. First, you have to provide this space dash dash tab. That's the one change, and here you have to say like false. Just give this exclamation mark. This will turn around, and here we have that component with which is visible, and now we can simply design that. Looks good. Now we can come here. We'll take a dynamic block, and we'll have an array live transaction, and we have to simply render that. So we'll say transaction index. It's going to be an instant return. Then we'll take a div. Let's close the div. It will have a key index. It will have a class called pricing dash dash item dash list. Inside the div, it will have a class called pricing dash dash item dash list dash item. Inside the div will have a h4. It will have a class called title. Inside that we can display the index plus one, means the one transaction, and then we can say target amount. So this is what we're going to render, the target amount and what the amount we have achieved. So this is the target amount we're going to render. Target. Okay, so let's give this, remove that, and now it's working fine. So target amount, what is the target amount? Now we can come here. We'll take a paragraph. It will have a class called dis. Inside that we're going to display the target amount, the current amount. Simply copy and paste here, and we have the current amount. So it will display the first, it will display the target amount, then we'll have a current amount. Paste here. So here we have what we have called, it's a current amount, current rate, sorry. So target rate and current rate. Now we have to display the like transaction hash. So I can come back here. So these are the two data only I'm going to display on the mover device, but on the desktop device I'm going to display the entire data. So let's come back to the other one. So we'll say that if live transaction equal to none, then display nothing, otherwise we have to display our transaction. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing dash dash content. It will have a class called pricing dash dash heading. Inside the div will have a class called item. Inside that we'll take a span. It will have a class called title. We'll say live transaction. There it is. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called item wide, and come out of the div. We'll take a dynamic block. We'll say if live transaction means there is a transaction, then we have to simply render that. So the same thing which we have done above. So as a transaction index, it's going to be an instant return. We'll take a div, and it will have a class. It will have a key index. Let's assign a class called pricing dash filled, Inside that, we'll take a class called new dash flex. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called item dash call. In that, we have to display the span, and it will have a class called heading dash text. Inside that, we'll display the index, the ID, and we'll say target amount, and we'll display the amount transaction dot transaction dot target rate. So target rate, that's the first one. Now we have to get the second one. So this is what I have. Simply copy this one and paste here, and all we have to do is to change the change this one. It's going to be called option text, and this will be, we'll call it current amount, and change this to current rate. So that looks good. Now this one is the optional text, and that one is the heading one. Now simply copy this one, and we have to display the transaction hash. So what I can simply change this to hash, and we can say come back here and copy this one, transaction hash, and paste here, and that looks good, and it will display the transaction hash. Looks fine. Let's have an on-click function, so user can click and they can copy the address of the transaction. So sorry, transaction hash. So we can say transaction hash, copy and paste here. So user can copy after clicking on that. Then we can simply display our copy icon. Good. And that's the only thing we have to do. This looks pretty beautiful. Let's make on the big screen. So let me take you through this, that what we have done. So we're going to build this particular functionality. So we have received this prop. We have taken this trade variable, and we have the first function, the hook, which allows to give us all the information about the network and the token pairs. And we have the trade frequency. Then we have this function which allows to set. Then we have this particular function which we're going to call it for making the trade, passing all the details. Then we have all of this. Looks good. We have this one. Beautiful. And this is good. This is the desktop, and this one is the mobile device. Let's come back to the browser. Let's make on the beautiful. We can simply go to the different components. This is the trading, and here we have, you can double click and you can select the network. Right now we have taken this 2 pair of the token. You can upload. This is the pricing. Now we have done with all the component. Now it's time to test the network, and let's find out the bug. So if I click, I can select, and all the things are looking fine. Beautiful. You can click and you can select the network, reload the page, and things are looking good. You can search. You can see. Look. Hi everyone, welcome back once again. So this one is going to be the final video in our project, and we're going to test our application, and we're going to fix a couple of bugs. So this is where we left in the last video. This looks fine. So these are the imports, package import, and this is the internal import of all the component, and this is the context import. And here we have declared a couple of variables. We're going to create more function here, and here we have the notification. And this is the entire JSX we have written. Now come back here in the utils, and here we have to build one function. And the function we're going to build is, it's going to short our address, because our address is quite huge, and we don't want to display the entire address, and that will ruin our entire structure of our front end. So let's build that particular functionality. First, we're going to say export const short address, shorten address. In that, we're going to receive the address, and we're going to perform simple slice method. So take this template literal. In that, we're going to take this address, and we'll say slice, and we want to slice 0 to 5. So the first five character of the address, and now we're going to give this dash, and now we have to slice it from the last. So we will say slice, and that will pass the address dot length, and we'll simply save it. And that's the only thing we have to do. This will give us the short address for our user, or wherever we want to use it. So we are done with this. Now we have to come back here in the index, and here we have to build a couple of functionality. So the very first thing we have to do is we have to detach. So when the user will log in, we have to open up the home component, or when the user is not logged in or he has not created an account, we have to know that the user have not created an account, and we have to display the sign up component or the login component. Okay, got the point? Now we can start working on it. So let's come here, let's take an effect. So these are the notification we have, and we're going to take a use effect here. So come back here, and when the user will log in, that information we are storing in the local storage. So we have to get that information. If it exists, means the user have logged in, or if it's not exists, we have to simply store that information. So let's come here, let's take this use. It's going to be enter return, and now we'll take a variable called user back end ID, and that's what we're going to get from the local storage. Get item, and this is the name we have given. So if I come back to the login or sign up component, you will find that this is the variable we have given, the key pair. So let's scroll down, and this is the name I have given. It's crypto backend. So copy that one, and that's what I'm going to receive here. So this is the name I have given, and simply replicate that. And now we have to get the token. Simply copy this one, and that's what we have to simply replicate, get that information, and we have to change this to auth. So we have this two information. Now what I'm going to do is, so we have this two information about the user. Let's replicate that, and we have to parse this particular information. So we'll take this JSON dot parse. Let's wrap this in this bracket, and we have to change this. This will say active network, because the network is also stored in the system, in the local storage. So we got all of this. Now we have to simply store all of this information in the state variable. So let's do that. First is going to be the set network, and we have to simply pass the network. So where it is, network, simply replace this one, network, and that will work fine. Once we have the network object, now we have to simply set the network name. So that's already there. So we have this network dot name, network name. So in that way we'll have the network name, and that's what we can display in our header. Now once we have that, this two, now we can simply come back here and take this one, and let's set this particular information. So I can come back here. So we got all of this. Now we have to build a condition. Based on this authentication, we have to identify whether the user is logged in or not. So we'll say if auth is equal to null and user backend ID equal to null, that means the user had not created an account, or maybe he's not logged in. So we have to simply open the sign up component. So we'll say sign up. So this particular component will open. Otherwise we have to open the home component. So we'll say set active component is going to be the home component. That's a pretty simple logic, and we can simply set the, let's say set auth backend ID to the ID. So we'll say user backend ID, this is the ID we have, and that's what we got to simply set it. Simple, pretty. I hope you guys have got the idea that what exactly we are doing, and we have to give this empty string, empty array, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So what we are doing, first we are getting the information, then we are checking the condition whether we have the auth or backend ID. Based on that, we are opening the login and the sign up. Home and sign up. So we are done with that. If I come back here, let's start the application. So we'll say npm run dev, and it's going to start the front end because I'm not starting the back end. So if I reload the page, and right now you will notice that if I do the inspect element, if I go to my local storage applications, here you will find all the information we have about the user. So this is the membership, and if I click on this crypto, it's already there. What I'm going to do, I'm going to simply replace this one. So like all of this thing we have. Now let's do one thing. Let's remove this crypto auth, remove that one. And if I reload the page, you can see now we have this sign up component which is displaying. So the logic we have built is working absolutely fine. So this one is looks good. If user have an account, they can create, or they can go with the login component and they can simply log into the application. So this looks fine. The logic we have built is working absolutely fine. And this is good. Close this one. And now we have to work on the buy membership function. So let's create that very quickly. Then we're going to simply test that out. So we'll say membership is going to be quite similar one. So we're going to do it very quickly. So we'll take a variable called buy membership. Let's call it ship with a capital. Inside that, we're going to receive a couple of data. So it's going to be an async function because we're going to make a call to our backend and we're going to do the transfer of the fund. So we're going to receive the membership type. So we'll say member type and we're going to say price. So these are the two things we're going to receive. Then we have to simply set the information. So we'll say there we have the variable call. This is what we have, notification simply. and display the notification. So we can say transaction is processing. This is the notification. Then we can come back here, we'll take this set membership type, and we have to simply update the type which user have selected, whether it's a personal, premier, or enterprise. Then we have to set the loader to true. These are the three things you have to do. Now this is the loader we have. Now we can come back here. Now we'll take a variable, we'll say provider, because the strategy I'm following here for taking the fund for the membership is that I will take only in Mati. It's up to you that what option you want to provide depending on the type of membership you want to offer, but I will go with the hardcore data that if anybody wants to use my service, they have to pay me Mati, not any other token or not any other. So I will go with the hardcore data. You can make it dynamic because you already have the data about the networks, but I will go with the Mati because I want to charge fixed amount. So we'll take this JSON. So let's simply remove this one. This is the JSON RPC provider, and in that I have to simply provide the string, which I will do it. So this is the provider. Now we can come back here. We have to take the wallet, and we already have the information about the user. So this is the ether.wallet, and we have that particular information in the network. So let's call it, this is the private key, and we're going to pass the provider. So in that way, we'll have the wallet of the user and all the methods. So we can simply transfer the fund. So we can come back here. We'll take a variable called transaction, and in that we have to define the transaction is as a form of object. So first is going to be the to, that where you want to receive the fund. So I will go with the particular account in that I want that all the fund will be transferred and the membership will assign. So here I'm going to assign the account address and add the value, and this particular value is coming from the membership type. So let's convert that first before we pass. So come here, let's call this amount to send. We have ether.parse unit, in that we have to simply provide the price, convert into a string, and we have to call ether. So this is dot. So this is the converted price, and now we can simply assign into the value. So this is the dynamic price based on the membership user picking. Now once we have the transaction, now we have to make the transaction. So that's fairly easy. So we'll call it sign the transaction, and we're going to take a variable called sign transaction, and it's going to be a wait, and we call this wallet dot send transaction. In that we have to simply pass the transaction object, so it will transfer the fund. Now we have to wait for the transaction to be complete, or we can get the response. So we'll say receipt, we'll say receipt, we'll say await sign transaction dot wait. So we have to wait for the transaction to be completed. So once the transaction is completed, then we're going to make a call to our backend. So let me log out the receipt, and now we can come here, we'll take a try and catch, and we're going to make it to call to our backend to update the information about the user. So this is what I have. Let's come back here, let's check for a condition. So we'll say if we have receipt, means there is a receipt available, then only we have to call this particular function. So we'll say if receipt is available, then only we want to allow the user to simply update. So we'll take this const, we'll call it response await XCS, and in that we have to simply provide all the information. So first is going to be the method. So the method, I want to go with the patch method because we are updating the status. Then we have to provide the URL on the which we have to make the call. Then we have to provide the with credential because we want to store the cookies in the local storage in the browser. Then we have to simply update the data. So we have to pass the data, and this is the exact data we have to pass. So we have to pass member, let's say membership type is going to be the membership type. So we already have the data, so we can come take this one, membership type. Then we have to simply pass the user ID, and these are the two information we have received in the function. So if I show you, if I go to my backend into the controller, this is the function we have called by membership, and here you can see we are getting this user ID and we are getting this member like on the body. So these are the data available, and it will simply update. So that's what we are doing here. Looks fine. Now once we hit the request to our backend, and if we get success response, so we'll say request dot status code is going to be okay. If it's okay, means there is the updated data is successfully, then we'll receive, then we have to simply update the information in our local storage. We'll say local storage dot set item, and we have to take this user membership to the updated membership. So we'll have that information here, membership type. Then we have to simply notify success. We'll say welcome to pro membership, and that's the notification. Then we have to simply make it false the loader. So in that way the loader will close. Then we can reload the browser. We'll say window.location.reload. So that looks fine. So this is the only thing we have to do. Now we have to provide the URL which we have built. So these are look fine. And now we have to simply console logout if anything goes wrong. The entire error object, and I can simply throw the notification that the transaction failed. Looks good. So these are the things are looking pretty good. Now we have to get two things. We have to get the RPC endpoint, and we have to get the user address where we want to take the fund, and we have to provide the URL. So let's start with the URL first. So if I come back here, if I go to the sign up, this is the URL we have construct for sign up. So simply copy this one, and we have to simply paste here. And all we have to do is to change the router. So we can come here. Here we have built this particular router called by membership. Simply copy this one, and that's what we have to provide here. So this is the endpoint for our backend. Now we have to get the address where we want to receive the fund. So you can make it more dynamic, but I will go with the simpler approach. So I come here and let me get my address from here. So I'll go to my Mumbai because that's what I'm using. Let me log into my application, wallet. I can simply go here. I can pick the account number 1 where we want to receive the fund. So I'll say copy. Now I can come back here and I can simply provide the address. So this is where I want to receive all the fund, which user will transfer. Looks good. Now I have to get the RPC URL. So I'm taking only on Mumbai, but it's totally up to you wherever you can take in the fund. So now I have to get the RPC URL, and I'm going to use a particular provider which allow me to get it. I'm not going to use Acmeli. So simply come and open a new tab and type ankr.com RPC. So simply type this particular website and you will come here. And I have already made a video on this where I have explained that why it's such a good platform if you want to build a multi-network application on the blockchain. So this one is really great. So I will click on this polygon and I will go with the test because I'm not deploying the contract on the mainnet. So I will do everything on the text. Simply copy that one. And that's, I have copied, that's what I'm going to provide here. So let's simply provide in the JSON RPC. And that's the only thing you have to do here in the buy function. So make sure you have provided all this information perfectly. Right now I have this much fund, but whenever someone will transfer by the membership, that fund will go up. So this looks fine. No more problem we have here. So these are the basic setups we have done. Now, if I come back to the application, if I reload the page, so let me do one thing. Let's come back and let's close this one, Now we can start the backend as well and we can test this out. So open up your backend, stop the application from running. Now we have to do the changes in the packages on file because we are running the front end. So we have to call nodemon server.js. So this is the one, copy, and that's what we can simply pass here. So save it. Now it will start our backend both and front end. So here we have started our application, everything's working fine. Now we can start working ahead. So simply reload the page. Right now you can see I don't have the authentication, so either have to create my account or I have to simply log in. So what I'm going to do, I'm delete all the information from here and I'll show you everything from scratch. So all the information gone from my local storage. Now I have to provide all the information. So let's close this one. Now I can reload the page. I can simply create a new account. So I'll say, let's say the blockchain coder, then I have to give the email, I have to give the password 123, password 123, and hit create account. And here I have successfully created my account. You can reload the page, you can check the information is stored in our local storage with all the data. So right now this is the token, this is the backend ID, and right now this particular user is not the member. So far things are good. So now what I'm going to do is, let's come back here, click on the network, and this token, top token, is also working. This is the home component. All of these are looking good. Now we have to update a lot of information. So first let's start with the network. So first we have to simply upload the image, then we're going to work on the profile. So let's start with profile first. Click over here and let's upload the profile information. So I'll get the image, so I'll get my image. So you have to wait, let the image deploy successfully and then start updating this information. So let's type this, call Daulat Hussain, give the username, let me get my address, copy. Let's change the account. So this is what I have. Let's change the account because all the liquidity I have created on the test network, that's from my account number 6. So let's copy this particular account, copy there and paste here. I'm going to use the private key, this one. So let me get the private key. Don't use it. I'm showing you just for tutorial sake, don't use that. And replace this one, and I'm going to simply provide the biography. So come here, type the blockchain coder, and this is the course I have launched. I hope you guys have followed that. Simply copy this particular test, check all the modules I have here. That will teach you everything about the blockchain development. So come back here, let me give this particular and drag it here. So you can see you can expand this one. So we have provided all the information. Now click on the save profile, and here we have save the profile. So simply come here, and if you reload the page, you can see the image is updated in our browser. We're going to change this behavior. You can simply reload the page as soon as the user save the profile information. You can do that. We have the trade token. Right now we haven't provided any token for trade. Right now we have this top 20 token, which we are getting all this from the Ethereum, Uniswap. And right now we don't have any network. We have to add the network. So we have added our profile. Now we can add the network. So this looks good. And we have all of this, and you can see all of this information are updated successfully. So let's do one thing. We already built this particular function which allowed to sort the address. Let's apply that function here, because this looks quite awkward and maybe this username is not working properly. If I come here, why it says update? So that's the small fix I have to do. Cut this one, go back here in the component and go back to the pricing. So there it is, not profile, not pricing. And here I have to do the update. So open up this. Okay, this one is name, this is fine, and this one is username. So open up this, and here it says username. So it's a, I think it's a capital one. So let me check, let me do the inspect element, and let's see what variable name I have called. Let's go here, let's do the inspect. Come on, application, and here we have the profile. If I open that one, it's a capital username. So change this to capital, it will update the data. So save it. There it is, the username is reflecting. Now I want to sort the address both for the private key and the address of the user. So this looks good. Let's import that address we have built. This is the utility function we have built. So simply copy that one, and that's what we have to simply call here. So this is what we have here. We can call it paste and simply wrap this entire in this one and save it. And that's the only thing we have to do. Come back here and you can see the address is sort. If I go back to the profile, and there is some problem in our function, which I will see, you can see, but we are getting the first 5 character, but the other 6 characters is not working. So let me have to check. So that's the fix we have to do in the short address. But let's apply this particular function here as well in the private key, and let's wrap this one, wrap this, and this looks fine. Now come back and let's see what went wrong into our utility function. Come back here, and I can see the problem. Okay, my bad. We have assigned the first 5 characters, but we are not assigning the last 6 characters. I hope you guys have probably noticed that. So all you have to do is to simply say -6, and that will fix the issue. And you can see we got that one. You can keep as big as you want, it's totally up to you. So that's also working fine. Let's change the spelling to private key. This also look good. Reload the page. Come back here, and we have all of this data. Looks absolutely wonderful. If I click here, you can see all of this data is already pre-filled in this, but user can still update that information. But the one thing you have to keep in mind that when they want to update the data, they have to update the entire data, like all the data they have to update, not individually. So that's the logic I have included to keep the things safe and secure and taken as a group form. And this is what you generally find when you will start working in the real world trading bot. They want to take the data entirely as a set. So this is what we have. So let's find, now we have to add the network. So click here. First, let's upload the image. Just wait, let the deployment complete. And here we have the image. Now let's give the name. We'll say Polygon Mumbai. Let's give the RPC URL, and we're going to use Acme. So click here, open acme.com and click on the sign in. It's going to open this. And I believe that you know how to create your account. So you can simply come and create your account and you can use their service. So here I'm into my dashboard. And right now you can see I have already created multiple projects. So if I open this view all app, so they are limited to 6 and I have already created 6. So I cannot create any more. But in your case, if you have a fresh account or if you have created 1 or 2, you can still create like 4 if you have created 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a network which is a polygon. So all I will do, I'll simply come here, I'll pick the polygon, and simply copy from here, simply copy, and that's what I have to provide here in the RPC. Then I have to get the API key. So simply copy this one, double click, and that's what you have to provide here in the API key. So we got the RPC, we got the API key. Now we have to give the wallet address. And this is the reason why I have included this particular functionality, because this is the multi-network trading bot. You can trade on Ethereum, Solana, Polygon, like any network, but make sure any network. So all you have to do is that whenever you pick any network, you have to get the information about the private key and the addresses relevant to that particular network, because this one is the safest way to deal in multiple networks. So you don't need to refill and memorize that what network you have used in this particular token, and you have to provide that. Okay, at the time of updating the network, you can simply update the information about the a specific network and the accounts which you want to use it. So let's get the address copy, and that's what I can provide. Now I can simply go, I can get the private key, click here, show private key, let me give my password, and I hope you guys can hear my niece. She is shouting, she wants to enter into the room. So I can hold this one, I can simply copy, and I can simply paste here. So we got all of this data, click on the save, and network is added successfully. If I come back on the home, looks fine. If I go to the networks, there it is. You can see the image is also updated, the username is also updated, and everything is updated fine. If you click, you can easily able to select, and this particular information is also updated in the header bar. You can see the active network. There it is, the active network. Looks fine. So we have the network, we have updated that. This is also good. Now I can come back to the home. Now let's add the the token which we want to trade. So that's what we're going to simply add. So let's come back here, close this one, and close this one, close this one, close. Come back to the globe, come back here, and what we can do is come back here in the add token pair, and there we have to simply I noticed few things that in some of the component we have not provided the footer. So let me attach that first. So you can see this token trade doesn't have a footer. That's what I have to add, because the footer component is going to be in every single component. So this is the one which I want to get it. And let's assign that first, start with the trade token and simply provide it. If I save, if I come back, there is a footer, and that's the same thing we have to do in all the components. So let me do that very quickly. So we have here network, we don't have here in the add network. So let's attach here. So I'll go all the way up, and I'm going to simply copy this portion, and let's get into this add network, add token pair, and paste here, copy, and that's what I can call right down in the bottom here. Just call the footer, paste, close, and there we have it. And let's go to the profile, we don't have. Let's do the same thing in the profile component, copy. Let's go to the add network, copy, paste here, copy, and let's open that one. Let's go all the way down and simply paste here. So done with that also. So this looks fine. Now trading is not there, pricing not there, profile not there. So these are the 3 places we have to add. Simply copy this one. Now I can go to the profile, simply post, copy, and that's what we can simply attach here. Got it? Now we can come back to the pricing, copy, and we can come back here, paste, simply copy that one, and let's attach here, close that one, save it, simply copy this one, and now we can go back to the settings, because we have to attach here as well. Copy, and now simply scroll all the way down, and we have to attach here as well. So this looks good. Now this is good. So we have here in the profile, we don't have, we have in the price, we have in the trading, no, we don't have in the trading. So let's attach in the trading as well. Copy, go to the trading, import. So let's import here, that's internal import, and we have to import the shortened address, copy, and let's call that as well, paste, and save it. There you can see that in the trading component we have those addresses. So all of this looks pretty good. You know, the page, everything is pretty updated, and if I click here I can come back to the pricing and I can simply take the service. I can simply close it, open it. So far all the structures looks fine. This is the search bar, and I can come back to the add network. This is the top, so looks good. Okay, that looks good to me, no problem. We have token pair, this is also good. Now let's take the membership. So let's check that membership functionality we have built. So we can come here, you can click anyone because we are charging the same amount for all the membership. So let's do one thing, save it and close all the open tab. I believe that you know how to close it. Simply type Control or Command W. It will going to close off all the window. So looks good. Close that one. Now I can come back to the page, and we have to test this particular functionality we have built. So simply copy this function, and that's what we have to send in the price component. So let's scroll all the way down, and here we have the price component. So in that we have to send two things. So let's send that as a prop. Let's paste that, and now we have to send the membership as well, that what type of membership user will selecting. That's also we have to set. So where it is, let's come here, we'll say set membership type, and that's also we have to send as a prop, set membership type, so we can update in the component. We have multiple way to component. We can update in into the function, or we can update into the component. So I come here, receive the functions. So let's come here, let's receive that as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to update this membership type inside the function, the buy function we have built, and we are updating as well also. So let's come here, and I have this buy function. Let's try to attach. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach this function in one place in the desktop. You can simply attach in the mobile, but I'll test on the desktop. And here we have that one. So let's attach that. In that we have to pass two things, the type and the price. So this will be the personal. So let's come back here, and here we are receiving the type and the price, and that's what we have to simply pass it. So come here, let's send the first thing is the type is going to be a personal, and the price. So the price I'm going to go with like this particular amount because I don't have, and it's going to happen in the test network. So I will go with this demo, this small amount with all the membership type. So simply copy this one, and I'm going to charge the same amount in all this. So simply copy and paste here. This one is going to be premium. So copy, and that's what we can simply update. Copy, and that's what we have to update in the last one. This one is going to be the enterprise. So copy this one, let's update that. So we got all of this. So our function is ready. I'm not attaching on the mobile. You can simply attach it. So come back here, looks fine. We're going to receive this data, then we're going to set this as a membership type and the notification and the loading, and then we're going to make the transaction, wait for the transaction. At that end, we're going to simply call our backend and store the information in the backend. Pretty good. Now we can come back here, leave the page, and now we can ready to buy the membership. So if I click on this upgrade, or I can click on the pricing, click on this, it will take us here. Now you can see this address is quite big. So before we buy the membership, let's fix this three. Let's use the short address. So we can come back here in the trading, and here we have this address, and let's attach that. So simply scroll down, and this is the place we have all this one. This is the live transaction component. So I think here we don't need to do anything. So simply close this one, come back here, open this one, and then we have this image, then we have the LIs, and these are the things we have to update. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply wrap this particular variable in the short address. So simply wrap it and close it from here, and that's the one thing you have to do. So if you save, it looks fine, no issue we have. Now we can go to the here, and you can see it's shortened and looks pretty good. Now let's do the same thing with the next two, the RPC URL and the private key. So let's provide this short address. Let's say short address, cut this one, and simply wrap that one. Save it, looks fine. Let's do this here as well. The last one is the RPC, and this looks good. Let's change short address, wrap this one, wrap it here, and fine. So this is what you have to do. Now it looks quite pleasant. So this looks good. Now I can come back here. You can see this is the address we have copy. She's crying. So within a minute I have to stop the recording and I have to get her. She wants to go out now. So let me do it very quickly. So looks fine. Now I can come back here in the upgrade and I'm going with the polygon, so I can simply click whichever plan I want. You can see the transaction is processing and I'm going to display the loader. So just wait, I'm going to create a loader which we have built and the transaction is failed. That's quite weird. Let's do the inspect element and see what exactly went wrong. And here the transaction got failed. It say that 404. That's not good. And if I check here, you can see the transaction went through, but our backend still got failed. So somehow our backend is not working properly. And let me see. Okay, so finally I found the problem. I searched for 5 minutes and I find the issue. So if I save it, if I come back and take you to the router, here we have to make patch requests, not post requests, because we are updating the data, we are not posting the data. So we have to change the method to patch, because this is the method we have called here in the buy membership. You can see patch method. So this is the only change you have to do. So sometimes you have to do this kind of debugging. It took me 5 minutes, but in your case sometime it will take longer. So reload the page, reload the page. Just wait, it's going to open. Let me click one more time. Okay, finally it took, and here the application is working fine. Now come back here, go to the pricing, and let's click on that one more time. There is it. I'm going to display the loader. We're going to start working very soon. It's going to be a very few lines of code we have to add. And finally the transaction is completed. You can see we have bought the membership, and here the status changed to start trading. If you look at the local storage, you can see the membership type is changed. This is the membership type is premium. That's what we have selected, and we have all of this information. Pretty amazing. Got it? If I close this one, this particular state is also changed, called start trading. If you click here, you can simply start trading. So we are done with the network, we are done with the memberships. Now we have to simply set the pair of the token. So that's the only thing we have to left. So reload the page. Still things are looks pretty good. Now I'm going to simply come here, close this one. So make sure to do this change. Simply close this one, close the pricing, and close this one, and this looks pretty good. Now we comes the star of the show, our trading, the tokens. So this is a good. Now I can come back to the network. Let's add one more network for the testing purpose. Let's add, you can add as many as you want depending on the service where the network you want to do the trading. So let's add one more. This time I will go with the, let's say I can go with the gorilla. Click here and we can come here. Let's me call this Ethereum, and what is the name? Come here, copy this portion, and that's what I can simply assign here. And as you all know that I'm very bad with the spelling, so I don't want to take any chance. Let's simply copy and paste, and let's copy the URL, paste here. Now we have to give the wallet address. This is the account number 6 I'm using. Paste here, and I'm going to use the same and get the address. I know it feels like repetitive things, but you have to do for the very first time, but after that everything will be smoothly. And here we have added the network, looks pretty good, and we have the two network. You can select whichever you want, like the state is also changing. If you select this and if you come back to the trading, you can see here it's also updated. If you select this, come back to the trading, here it's also updated. So all the information is updating successfully. Now let's add the token. So I will stop the recording for a while and I was testing something like all the feature is working or not, so I can make recording further. So let's start with the fresh. Okay, so let's do the inspect element and let's quickly remove all of the data. I don't want to create any mess so you guys can miss something. So let me do everything from scratch for all of you guys. So here you can see we have successfully create, or you can simply log in. Let's come here and let me simply give me the email ID and the password. So simply log in, and here we have successfully logged into the application. It looks fine. Come back to the network. Right now we don't have any network. Let's upload that. So I'll click here, and here we have. And the reason why I'm doing this, because when I added the network for the very first time for the Polygon, by mistake I took the mainnet, and I hope you guys have noticed that. But we have to deal in the Polygon test network. So here we are. Now I'm going to simply take this Polygon. If I close this one, if I come back in the API key, you can see this is the Polygon Mumbai. So I have to take this portion. Let's take this from slash copy. Make sure you have to provide the right information, the RPC URL and the API key. So let's call it Polygon Mumbai, paste the RPC URL. Now I have to get the API key. So simply select it from here, paste here. Now I have to provide the address. So I'm going to go with the 6 one, and I'm going to simply paste here, copy. I'll simply click here, go to the account. Let me pass the information, hold it, select, copy, and I can simply paste here private key, and I can click on save network. So here we have added this particular network. Now we have to update the user information. So let's quickly do that. So I'll click here. I'll go to this document. I will pick this particular image, the blockchain coder. I hope you guys have went to the website. And let's provide the private key because this is what I have copied last time. And let's give the name. So I'll say Daulat Hussain. I can give the username. Let's copy the address. This is the one I have taken. And I'm going to simply provide that. And let's give the biography called test and save the network. So we have saved the network. You can see this is the network. Select that. We can come to the token. And now we have to simply update the token pair which we want to trade, buy and sell. And this one is a very important part because here you have to provide the right details about the token, including the fee and the network. And always remember that you have to provide the native token of the blockchains. So in case of Polygon Mumbai, I'm using Wrap Mati, which is the native currency of the Polygon. And I'm using that particular one for creating a liquidity. So if I come back here in the Uniswap, you can see this is the liquidity I have created on this particular platform between Mati to TBC token, which is my token. And always check the liquidity before you set for trading or doing any automated trade. You have to check that it is available, the amount of liquidity which you need for performing the trade. So always check the range, always check the price, and on the base of that you have to provide this information to your trading bot. So it has to be in higher amount of liquidity. This one is very important. Come back here in the pool and you can see that I have created a bunch of liquidity. What I did, I simply remove and close all of this liquidity because it was creating a lot of mess and now I was running out of fund. So that's why I closed all those liquidity and I got a very good amount of funds which I can show you by doing this trade. So this is the one liquidity I have closed all this liquidity. This is the one which I'm going to use. It has a good amount of liquidity. And again, I'm telling you that you have to check the liquidity which you are picking. It has a fee ratio of 3%, 0.3%, and this looks good. It has nice amount which I can use to do the trade. Now we have to provide the relevant information. So in that, you can see it's moving the address of the two token. You can simply get it from here, but I already know the address, so I can simply get it from my. Let's get the address. So come back here in the Polygon. So here I have done the testings and I've done the transaction and I have the address of the two tokens. So this one is the TBC token and I can click and I can get the address of the token, the TBC. And here we have the Wrap Mati, which is the native token of the Polygon Mumbai. So I'm going to simply copy the address. Again, you can simply pause it and you can type it, or I can simply provide you in the starter file. So from there you can easily get it, or I can also link in the description. So from there you can get this particular native token address. You can simply search no matter which network you are using. If you're going with Golila, Sofali, like Arbitrum, you have to find out the address of their native token on the particular blockchains, and that's what you have to provide. So this is the native for the Polygon Mumbai Wrap Mati, and that's what I'm going to use. So this is the name and this is the address. Simply copy that one. So let's provide that information first. So I'll say Mati, give the address. Now we have to give the second token. So that's the TBC, and I have to get the address. So come back here. I'll give here, and here I have the token. Simply paste here and copy that one and paste here. Looks good. We have the two token. First we have the native token, we have the TBC. Looks fine. Now I have to decide the fee. So you can see the fee is 3%, and let's add that. So 3,000. Then we have to assign the network name. So for giving you the idea, and the reason why I have added this particular information because we'll have a multiple network. So you have to know that which liquidity you have created on which network. So let's give that Polygon Mumbai. And here you have to provide the amount which you want to spend for buying the token. So let's set that to 0.001, very less, because I don't have much and I don't want to spend much. If I open that, you can see this much fund I have. And here you have to set the target amount. So it's depend that what strategy you want to build. I'll go with the simple strategy, but you can go with the higher amount, you can go with the lower amount. So I can go with the, like, say 1. And here you can give a short description that what is the strategy you want to add. So later you can simply review that. Click on the save token, and there it is. So we have successfully saved the token. This is the one. This is the network, MATI, TBC, and the price. You can display more data. So let me select this particular token and come back to the trading. So here we have selected the network and the trading. Looks fine. Looks good. Now we can do the trade. So if I come back here in the code, and looks good to me, no problem. So before we do the trade, let's come here. This is good. And let's come here in the trading and let's do a couple of changes. So this is fine. This is what I have. Simply I can simply comment this because I want to show you something. So let's bring it back. Let's do one thing and let's do the changes here. So when I was testing, I did a couple of changes right up here. So you can see we are calling this 3 function on the on click, like trading, set account, set active, true, and notification. Make sure to do this. Okay, I will stop the recording, and at that time I was testing, so at that time I put it. So simply replicate that and simply comment this very first one. We're going to simply call this particular one function trading. We're not going to use the trade frequency. We'll do that, but just simply call this. Save it. Now come back to the context and let's do the changes here. Let's check the pricing, that whether we are getting the actual information or not, because we haven't tested that. So far we have built all the logic. So let's select all of this and let's comment that for a time being. Comment this all. So when we'll call this particular function, is going to give us the market price of the token. So the amount. So make sure to provide all of this information. This private, we have remove this one. So we have the provider, we have the wallet, amount, target price, target amount, sell amount, all of this information we have. And here we have the quota exact input single. We are using this, and here we are simply console log out the current exchange rate and what is the target amount we have set. Save it. Now let's test this out. So come back here. Let's reload the page and let's click on here. Let me show you this inspect element. Click here, and now we can click on this trade. If I click, you can see here we got this. So we got the target exchange rate, and we got current exchange rate and the target exchange rate. So in this, when we execute the function, is going to call the buying function we have set, because the target amount we have is higher than the current rate, which is low. So that's why it's going to call the buy function. So it's working fine. We are getting the information about the 2 token on the Polygon, the liquidity is available, and that's working fine. Now let's bring all of this back. Let's bring all of this back and let's perform the trade. So what I want to do is let's come back here and let's do one thing. We are in the let's work on the loader, because we have to display the loader as well. So click on this loader, and this is what I have done. This is what I have added when I stop the recording. So make sure to simply pause the video and simply type these few lines of code. So we'll take a div, simply take a div. It will have a wrapper, and it will have a 3 div with a class called new circle and 3 div with a class called new shadow. So this is the only thing, and the CSS is already provided to all of you guys. You can see we are displaying the loader. So let's do this. Okay, take this wrapper, 3 new circle div, 3 new shadow div, and the CSS we have already written. You can see this is the CSS which I have already explained you at the very start when we done the setup. So this is the loader, and now before we do that, let's come here and let's call this particular loader. Whenever the transaction is happening, we have to simply call it. So simply scroll all the way down and we can simply call the loader here. So we'll say that we'll take a dynamic block. We'll say loader. If loader is true, then we can display our loader component. So let's make it incident. We'll call it div. Let's replace that. We'll call it div, close the div, and it will have a class. So this is the class which we have already taken, new loader. Inside that we can display. So if I come back to the global CSS, this is the class we have built. So this particular class, what it does, it will keep the entire loader into the center of our page. Simply copy that one and check the spelling. It looks good. Inside that we're going to simply call the loader component. So that's pretty simple. Simply come here, call the loader component and close that. And that's the only thing you have to do to display the loader. That's the only thing we have to do. So far things are looking good. Here we are turning it true, And we can also provide it here as well. Here we are turning the false. Simply copy this one and call it here as well, because if the transactions get failed, we have to simply turn off the loader. So looks good. So far things are good. Now we can come here, reload the page, and now let's test this out. So this is the one which we are doing on the trade. You can see it has all the range. Again, I'm telling you that before you use this, again I'm telling you that you have to check the liquidity, and based on that you have to set the strategy which you want to perform the trade, including the pricing, including the fee. That's all you have to keep in mind when you select any particular token to do the trade. Let's come here. Now we can do this. So come back to the trading and let's perform that. So if I click on the trading, you can see we have this loader, and here we got this exchange. Now we are calling this buy token function. Just wait, the transaction is happening, and here we done the transaction. Means our loader is working fine. So we have successfully done the transaction, and you can see this is the error we got. In that we can have this all information. You can store as many information you have, because when the transaction will complete, it will give you a bunch of data like an object. You can simply get all of those data and you can display. But I'm going with this 3 data: the current rate, the target rate, and the hash. So if you take this particular hash, just click here and you can go back to the poly scan. Here you can simply verify the transaction. So click on it, paste the transaction hash here, and click on hit search. You can see the transaction went through. This is the amount we have set in the volume. This is the TBC token we have bought, and we have this spend of wrapmati 0.001. So the transaction worked absolutely fine in the buy conditioning. Good. If I come back here, so that's for the buying. But what if I want to check the sell function, because the sell is not going to reach because our price is constant and the price is going to be low. So what I will do is I will have to overpass this particular condition. So instead of calling and checking the balance, and then we have to build the condition for calling the sell functionality, let's call the sell functionality straight away and sells a couple of tokens. So let's comment this one, and let's open this one and comment this one as well. But make sure when you do the transaction in the real world, on the real network, you have to add this particular condition. Never ever try to do the trade straight away in the function. Always check the target amount you want to achieve, and then you want to sell it. So for the time being, for the testing purpose, I'm going to simply comment it, but in the real world, we always have to do the check. So now we're going to simply call the sell token. So reload it, come back to the trading, and here we have, simply click on this start. Here the transaction is displaying. You can see we already have the token approved because I done a couple of approve when I was testing. But if the token is not approved, it first is going to approve the token, then it's going to do the sell. So but we already have enough approve which we can use for selling the token, and you can see we have successfully sell the token. If I copy, if you go back here, you can able to verify the transaction. So come back here, paste, and hit enter, and here we have simply sell this wrap to TBC, working absolutely fine. I hope you guys have understood. So the sell function will work. First, it will check for the approve, that how many tokens are approved. If it's approved enough for selling the amount we have said, then it will sell straight away because it already have enough approval. But if it has left approval, then first it will approve the token, then it's going to sell the token. So that's the simple logic, and I hope you guys have followed that. So we have this 2 transaction which looks fine. If you come here, the balance went down. You can see the balance went down. This is the money we have spent. Pretty good. You can see all this transaction showing this 00 because we are doing without the involvement of the MetaMask, so it's not keeping the track of that. But we are spending the fund. Now it looks fine. Now let's test that how we can automate this. So this is the simple call function, but we have already built the function to automate by using the trade frequency time. So all of things are looking good. Now let's bring this back. So what I'm going to do is let's bring this back, and now we're going to simply use based on the time. So save it, come all the way up, and here we have this trade frequency. I would always encourage you that you have to do this trade. At least give half an hour to 45 minutes interval. Never ever try to do trade every single 5 minute or every single minute, because as you know that the transaction will take time on the blockchain to complete, and if you do every 30 minutes, every 40 minutes, that's not a good idea. So it's always important that you have to do your trade and set the interval time of at least 45 minutes to 1 hour. But I'm going with the 1 hour. It's totally up to you that what strategy you want to build and what kind of trade you want to do. So if I show you that how it's going to do like very quickly, so let me comment this particular one and let me set this to 3 seconds. Like every 3 seconds, I'm going to simply call this particular function and try to do the automate trading. So that's the only thing. You can simply change this, but I'll keep it like it is. That's fine. Now it's going to make the transaction. So this is good. This time it's going to call the buy function because I don't want to simply call it. So simply comment this because I don't have enough fund. And if I want to do the transaction, it's going to spend my real amount from the test. So I don't have much. So let's test that. That's going to happen. Okay. And here we can simply set the dummy text because the buy and sell is happening. I just want to show you that how it's getting updated in the component, the data. So this is the fix. Save it. Looks good. No problem we have. And here we are also done. Looks good. And we have set this to 3 seconds. This function is going to be called every 3 seconds. 3 seconds. And let's check that whether the components, the data is rendering in the component or not. Come here and close this one. And you can see here we have the start trade. So the moment I click start it will change the state. You can see the transaction completed and it's going to complete the transaction. Okay, the transaction is complete, but the data is not reflecting. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. And I know what happened. Actually, I comment something not to be comment because a variable need to be called. And here you can see that this particular information is getting the transaction array is not defined. So simply stop this application. And now we can simply do the changes in our context file to bring back this transaction array. So refresh this, come back here, go back to the local storage. In that you can able to find that right now we have this 2 transaction which we have done, which is stored here. You can able to see that. Now come back here in the context, and what I will do is I'll try to bring this portion. So let's bring this portion to life because this is what we need. Save it, and we have to only comment because this particular data trading count is important, which we're going to allow into our render component, which is going to see that if there is a change in the trading count variable, is going to render, and that's what we are using. So we have to need this, and we only have to commit these 2 functions because I don't want to do unnecessary trade and exhaust my font. So reload the page. Okay, close this one and reload the page. Let's bring this back. Now we can go to the trading, and now you will see the moment I'll click, it's going to do all the trade and display. Fine, this is a good final check. And I want to check the trading time because it's happening very quickly. So let's change this to 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds I want to call this function. Click on this. Here you can see it's getting updated. Wait for 5 seconds and here it's completed. As you can see, it's getting updated. So what it's happening is checking the balance. If it meets the cat area, it's going to make the trade, and it's going to keep repeating this process. So all you have to do is to start your bot and set back. It's going to check the price and it's going to make the trade on behalf of you. So it looks good. You can simply stop your bot, and now it's not going to make the trade. So things are looking pretty fine, but I will go with the 1 hour. I will not suggest you to check and do the throw every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes. That's not a good idea. That's going to create a lot of request on your endpoint. The RPC endpoint which you have taken from the Acme, which is a free account, is getting exhausted, and they will demand you to upgrade your account, which is not a good idea. So looks good. You can see everything is working absolutely fine. Things looks absolutely incredible. We have checked all the functionality for buying, selling, and the trade frequency, all of things. I'm going to bring it back, and I'm going to bring this back as well. And looks good. Make sure to build a strategy, the kind of strategy you want to build. It's all up here. But make sure to do the exact way, the way I have done the conversion, because this is the standard of conversion we follow in the industry whenever we want to build automatic trade and whenever we want to do the trade on the tokens. So this is the standard method. You can simply play around with the value, but this is the standard method you have to follow. Looks good. Pretty fine. Come back here, reload the page. If I come back to the liquidity, you can see it's fine. We got a couple of fund here. And the moment I did the trade, you can see it's went out of range. So my fund got exhausted and we are out of range in that particular liquidity. But still we can make the trade. So you can see this is what we have done the trade. And if you guys want to know that how you can set a perfect liquidity for your token in the marketplace for our future growth and getting real money exactly, then that's a totally different topic. If you want me to make a tutorial or course on that, how you can set the actual pricing, then I'll definitely create one. So come back here, and if we click on this buy, you can see it's working fine. Although we have already taken the membership, but it's a simple transfer. You can simply build a condition where you can prevent the user from buying twice. And looks good. We have changed our membership to different enterprise. Now I can come back here. Let's come here. This is the token we have. And if I click on the logout, okay, we have a problem in the logout button. It's not working. So let's do the inspect element. Go to this applications, and here you can see, here we have this set token membership. We have the live transaction, and here we have this crypto auth. Okay, there is a spelling mistake. It's called crypto auth. So if I come back here, if I go to my sidebar, there it is. Here we have called crypto, CRY, but there we have a crypto, CRU we have. So simply replicate this, comment this one, and just put the wrong spelling and save it. And if I come here, reload the page, and the moment I will click on logout, it's going to remove this information from the local storage, and now we are logged out. Now what I'm going to do is, before I logged in, I have to change the spelling. Okay, so I'm not going with the wrong spelling. So come here and let's change in all the places. So simply bring it back, remove this one, copy this one, and change in the login and the sign up, because there we are updating this auth. So come here and change this here, the wrong spelling, to crypto. Do the same thing in the login. Here we have to do the changes. Looks good. Now let's change this to Daulat. Type Daulat Hussain, give the password, click login, and here we are. Okay, we have to do changes in one more place because we are checking for the token as well. So here we have the right spelling. Simply copy this one, come back here into the index page, the home page, and here we have to do the changes in the user effect. So there it is. Change this, click here, paste here, and save it. Now reload the page. It's going to open the home page. We have successfully logged in. There it is. Hope you guys can appreciate that how things are coming together. Select the network. There it is. Reload the page. It's selected. Now you can click. You can check the trade. Now you can click, and it's going to call the buy function because it's going to be the less than the target price. And just wait. And this time our bot will run after every 1 hour. So finally we have made the problem. I will stop the bot, and you can simply verify that. If I see, you can see the fund went down and we have bought the token. Pretty good. So that looks incredible. Come to the profile and check everything's working fine. No more problem we have. You can simply collapse, expand, collapse. Let's do the inspect element for the responsiveness. This is beautiful. Open that one, close that one, close this one, open, close, and that looks good. You can go to the different components, select the network. You can see, you can close, select, and there it is. Everything's working fine. You can see it's 100% amazing project. And when you will include this kind of project, it's going to teach you a lot of things, that how exactly application work. Because building a simple application is easy, but when you build this kind of application tools which facilitate the user, that's a real learning you get. So that looks good. We have done with all the feature functionality, the entire backend, the entire logic of our trade, the entire component section. We have provided multiple functionality, and everything is good. I hope you guys have enjoyed this project. If you still have any question, any doubt, or if you have encountered, you can simply give your comment in the description. I'll try to answer, or you can contact in the email, official email, the blockchaincoders.gmail.com, and there you can ask the question. I'll try to help you in that. So come back here in the blockchain coder, and I want you to come, and here you will find all the resources regarding to all the project we have built. So go to this particular course which I have launched. Again, this will teach you every single thing which you have to know as a blockchain developer: front end, back end, Tailwind CSS, and the smart contract, and complete salty programming language. So I want you to come and watch and check all of this, because these are the important things which you have to know to master that. And if you want to get the final source code, you will give your valuable contribution to our team to bring out this kind of tutorial. So click here, go to the recents. You can simply filter the project, or you can simply type the name of the project. So I can type something like, let's say, trade. So this is the one we have. Let's change this to bot, And this is the project which we have built. So you can simply get the complete code, click here. So when you will take your complete code, you will give your valuable contribution to our team, so we can bring more tutorials and we'll do that. And you can get the startup file and you can start coding along the way, and which you guys have done with me. So finally I have downloaded the complete source code. So this is the zip file I have got, and I have simply unzipped this particular folder. In that you will have this two folder. You will have the starter file, you will have the complete file. On this starter file we're going to see together when we'll start working, but let me take you through this. So I'm going to start with this crypto bot final code, which I will show you all the necessary steps which you have to do once you will download the entire source code. So let me open this particular folder in my VS Code. So this is our final code of the project. So the very first folder we have is the API. In that we have this three folder: controller, model, and router. We are performing all the backend operations right up here. If we talk about the component, in that we have these three components, including the JS file. So this is the body in which we have the main component like add network, pair, home, network, price, profile, setting, exchange, trade, trading. We have the global component. All of this global component we have. If you want to do the modification, you can do it very easily as per your branding. And here we are simply importing all of this component, so we can export and we can use it in our entire application. So this is our component section. Then we have the context. In that we have the constant, which we're going to talk about it. So these are the important things which we need to make the transaction possible. If we talk about the contents, here we have all the function we have built together, which we're going to build together for performing all the jobs. So this is what we have for the context. We have a lot of things. If we talk about the pages, this is what you will get. So we have the app where we have done the configuration. We have the index where we have built all the logic. It's a single application. We don't have multiple page. Close this one. Now we have the public. Inside the public you will have all the assets, including the images and the JavaScripts, which you will get here. Then we have the global style where we have done the configuration of the styling. You can simply do the changes. And here we have the utils folder. In that we have some utility function which we are using. Then we have this AppJS. So this is the backend portion of our application. And here we have the config file. So here you have to provide a couple of information. You can simply provide and change this, because this is the string we're going to use for the authentication and creating the JWT token. And here we have the spiring. So I would say that you can go with the same, because this is the industry standard. Make sure whenever you change this string, you have to provide the exact length. Okay, more than 32 characters you have to provide. And that way we can provide better and higher security to our users. Here you have to provide the database URL and the password, because we are providing user authentication and we are storing the information of the user. Only login credential we are storing, and the rest of the data is storing in the local system. Okay, that's the thing you have to keep in mind. So here you have to provide the MongoDB database string and the password, which I will tell you how to get it. And this is fine, don't need to do any changes. And in packages and file, no matter when you are building this project, you have to use the exact version. If you use any other version, it's not going to work. If you take the example of EtherJs, right now we have 3 different versions. So if you're going to use the old version of EtherJs, it's not going to work, because the modification I have done in the code based on this particular version. So make sure to use the exact version. If we talk about the servers file, so this is the entire server file where we are connecting. This looks pretty fine. Okay, this looks pretty fine. Looks good. No issue we have so far in the code. So now we have to do one thing. We have to simply install the packages. So open up your terminal. We are in the root directory. Type npmi and it will install the packages, all the packages which you can see. If you get any error, definitely you will not get, but in case if you get error, try to install all the packages one by one. Simply copy the entire package.json file and simply paste here and simply install one by one. So you can do this. Close this one. So we have installed all the packages. Now we have to simply clear my terminal. Now you have to connect your MongoDB database with the application. So come back here in the MongoDB, make sure to create your account. I have already done that and I have created a couple of projects. So in your case, you will have a fresh account. You can click a new project and you can create a project. Make sure to create a free one for testing. After that, if you think that you need to take the upgrade one, you can create that. But I have already created this one, so I'm not going to create. So I'm going to use this particular one. So click on this movie. You will not have the movie, I will have. So I'll come back here in the database. And here I have to simply build the connection. So here we have multiple tab, browser, view and connect. So click on this connect and it gives you multiple option to connect to your database. So I will go with the MongoDB VS Code. So click on that and all you have to do is to simply copy and copy and paste the URL. So when you will create an account, is going to generate the username and password. So make sure to save that username and password when you will create a new cluster, and that's what you have to provide. So I'm going to simply copy this one, and I'm going to come back in my VS Code, and I'm going to simply paste. So that's what I have to update here. So I have already done that. So this is my database. Make sure to provide and here you have the username, and here we have the password. So make it capital, and here I've taken a separate variable as a password, because here we are simply replacing that. So make sure to do that exactly. Make sure to do that exactly. So close this one, and now we are ready to start our application. So all you have to do is to simply type npm run dev and hit enter. And this is going to start your application on localhost 3000. Now you can come back to the browser. You can go back to open a new tab and click on this localhost 3000, and it's going to open this login page. So you have to create your account, or if you have your account, you can simply log into the application. So what I will do, I already have an account, so I'm going to simply log it. I'll take hossein@gmail.com, and I have this password. So click on this login, and I'm back into my application. So I have successfully logged into the application, and I will say okay, because I have changed my account. So that's what it's saying. If you can open the inspect element, you can able to find the information about the user authentication. So if I go to the application, and here we have currently this user is not memberships. This is the authentication token and backend token. So we are logged into the application, and this is the exact interface you will get. Right now we don't have any data. It's absolutely empty. Now you can simply add the data one by one. So if you want to add a network, I explain you that how you can add. So before I upgrade my account and take the memberships, I have to add the network which I'm going to use to purchase the memberships. So by default, I'll go with the Polygon. So I'll come back here in the network, click here, and I have to select this Polygon. I'll say Polygon Mumbai. Then I have to take the RPC URL. I can go back here, go back to the database, and I can simply pick the RPC URL. So I'll go with this one, API key. Click on that, and I have to copy this entire string, and that's what I can paste here. So this is my RPC URL. Let me get the API key, copy. That's the API key. Let me get the wallet address which I want to use it. You guys have seen this, okay? I'm just telling you that everything is working fine. Now I'm going to simply copy the address, and I'm going to paste. I'm going to copy the private key, and let's do that. And here we have that one. Copy that one, and that's what I can paste here, and click on this save network, and it's going to make the transaction. If you come back here in the network, you can see this is the network I have added, and we don't have the image because we have not created an account. So let's do one thing. Let's create the profile. Let's click here. Let's add a profile. So click on this. Let's take the image. Let's give the name. I'll say DAU Daulat HUSSN Hussein. Let's give the username Daulat. Let's give the wallet address. Let's give the private key, and hit enter, hold, copy that, paste here, and let's get some dummy text for the message. So I'll come back here and copy here, and now we can simply click on the save profile, and it's going to add the network. So if you come back here in the profile, you will find all the details. And now I can simply click on this buy enterprise, and it will make the transaction. So just wait, the transaction will complete soon, and it's taking a little bit time. And finally the transaction is completed. If you reload the page, here we say started. If you come back to the trading, and here you will have this current trading. So right now we don't have any network to perform the swap, so that's why you can see it's not there. Now what I will do is I will come back here in the token, add token, and I have to add the token the way we have done. So let me do one thing. Let me come back here in the poly, and here we have the two addresses. So this one is the Matty. So I'll simply click here, and I'm going to copy the Matty address. I have to create a pair. So let's come back here. Let's create a Matty. Let's get the address. Let's call second token. Let's go back here, and this is the second token we have, and we already have a liquidity in this. So I'll come back here, and I'll say gym address. The liquidity fee is 3,000. Let's give call network. So Mumbai, and the buying amount is going to be like 0.001. I'll say trade target, and the target amount is going to be 35, and I can give a message sort and click on the save. And here we have saved the token. You can come and you can, this is the network, come back to this, select the token, and if you come back to the trading, and you can able to perform the trading. So obviously I don't have much fun to perform the swap, so what I'm going to do is let's perform the swap. I can click on this create trading and it's going to make a trading. So just wait, and the trading will complete, and it's taking a little bit time. Soon it's going to complete the trading and buy the trade for us. And here the trading is completed, and I want to stop the bot. I don't want to keep continuing because I don't have fun. So let's stop the bot, and here we have the transaction. You can simply copy the hash and you can simply paste, go to that polygon, and you can check that you have successfully bought the token, because we have this, we have taken this gem and we have this, so it looks pretty fine. So this one is working great. So this is how we can use it. And if you come back to the source code, this is the function we have called. So now I don't want to call the function because I don't have much fun. So here we have the buy and sell function. So this is the one for sell and this is the one for buy. So I want to simply close this two function. I don't want to call it, otherwise my fun will be exhausted. So I'll go with the default hash, something random hash. Now if I come back here and if I show you, if I reload the page, it's fine. Now it says that previous definition frequency, so we have multiple time. I think I have read it. Okay, so let's comment this one, and this looks fine. Reload the page, and this is what we have. Now let me show you that how the frequency would look like. So this is what we have. Come back here in the console, and now you will notice one thing. So come back to the trading. Right now we have done one, and you can see they have this one data. Now the moment I will click on this create, it's going to continue the function over and over again. Every 1 minute this function will call, and it will check the fund. If it's there, then it's going to call the sell or buy function, or it's going to just simply wait for next 1 minute. So we have given 1 minute time. Transaction, you can see we got the one transaction. So with that, we have finally completed this project. If you guys have any question, any doubt, you can shoot me in an email or in the comment. I'll try to help you in that. So I hope you guys have enjoyed. If that's so, share this project with your friends, those who are interested in blockchain development. Just share and talk about this channel, because I do really need your help to grow this channel as a Web3 developer. So thanks to all of you guys, those who watch my video, follow the project. I would love to share my experience, love to share my knowledge. The more I talk, the more I share, the more I build project, I learn a lot. So thanks for everything, those who follow the project. And if you guys have still any question, any doubt, or any idea about the project, do let me know. I'll try to help you in that and build the project. With that, have a wonderful day. Bye bye.